In every lesson of this course, I'm going to share with you one specific use case, the possible solution, the code, yes, I know that you want that, but also the execution and the verification on the target system. All these solutions are battle tested and used by me in my everyday automation. So you could easily jump between lessons and review again all the time that you need. The course is going to keep track of the evolution of Ansible technology, adding some new content wherever is needed. So, are you ready to have fun? Let's start! And there's a lot of work to do. Let's go! What does the Ansible command and what are the Ansible ad hoc commands? I'm going to show you in a live demo. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. So the Ansible command is probably the first helpful command to learn when you start your journey with Ansible. It is included in every Ansible installation for the most modern operating system. It relies on Python language and some libraries such as Jinja, YAML, and WinRM, etc. It is a command line tool, so interact with that using your terminal. Using the Ansible command, you could perform some operation to a target node, for example executing single modules or retrieving system information, aka Ansible facts. Each command in the Ansible jargon is called a module. Each module has its own parameter for the execution that you could read in the documentation. It is useful when you would like to execute only one module, aka task, against a limited amount of hosts. The next step in your automation journey will be to use the Ansible Playbook command, is Ansible-Playbook, with the Ansible Playbook that enable you to execute more tasks against more hosts. Now, demo time. Let me show you how to execute some Ansible ad hoc commands via Ansible command. I will show you how to use the ping module, run a command to retrieve the Ansible fact from a target node via the Ansible command line. Are you ready? Let's have fun! First of all, open a terminal in your operating system. It might be easy, just find out in the application the terminal that you are going to use. This is on Macintosh but will be similar to yours. Once the Ansible is correctly installed, you will be able to use the Ansible command, and the most useful things to do is using the -- version parameter. So this parameter only print out on screen the latest release, the current release of Ansible. In my case is core 2.13.5, and there are also other information that could be useful. For example, the Python version 3.10.8, Jinja version 3.1.2, and other path where to search for module, where to search for Python, where to search for collection. These are advanced parameters, but for now the important thing is that the Ansible command is up and running. So first command that we are going to run is the Ansible ping command. So Ansible-m is the module name, module is the command in Ansible slang, ping, and localhost is the target host. Feel free to substitute with whatever host is useful for you. As you can see, I got a success result, which means that Ansible was able to connect to the target host and execute the ping module. What the ping module does? Well, it returns a Pong text. Yes, ping pong, wow, so magic. Behind the scene, Ansible was connecting via SSH to the target machine with the current user and being able to establish the connection. Okay, now let's complicate it a little bit. What if we would like to execute a command? So we need to use another parameter that is -a, that is the internal command module. And for example, let me execute a popular Linux command so /bin/echo, and hi against localhost. So the target machine will execute this command and return the result via Ansible. As you can see, this time we got a change status, which means some operation were performed on the target machine. When you execute a command, always you return a change status, even if you don't change any file or directory. So in this case, we have a hi, our message in the output. Yay! Underneath is using ansible.builtin.command module that is able to execute a lot of commands on the target machine. There are some restrictions about the pipe and output redirection. So if you're curious, jump in the documentation. So another thing that we can do is executing more Ansible module, but in my opinion the most useful is the module setup. The setup module returns all the Ansible facts of a target node. So for example, let me use for listing all the Ansible facts that are the system information for Ansible of localhost. Are you ready? Be prepared, the list is so long. So as you can see, there are a lot of interesting information about the network devices, IP addresses, also Ansible user, the current version of Python, some information about the processor and the operating system. As you can see, this is specifically for my Macintosh machine, and the result will be, of course, different from yours. Also the environment. What else? Also here we have all the network devices. Yes, I have some on my machine. The output will be different on yours, of course, because you have a different MAC address, as well also different configuration. So you can use all of this information. Datetime is very useful for returning date and time. Also, what else? You can see the architecture and many information. So the amount of information changes machine by machine, but some of that are standard. So for example, Ansible all IPv4 addresses is always present and lists all the IPv4 addresses of your machine, as well also Ansible all IPv6 addresses. So if you don't know what are the Ansible facts in your machine, simply type ansible-m setup and the target machine, and it will return all of this. Now you are able to execute Ansible ad hoc commands between your machine and the target machine. Isn't this magic? Yes, I believe so. So this is the first step of your Ansible automation journey. Yay! Now you know the Ansible command and how to execute Ansible ad hoc command by command line. Thank you for watching. I hope this video was useful for you, and let's automate more in our journey. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! What is an Ansible Playbook? A step-by-step guide inside the Ansible Playbook terminology. I will show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton, and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. So, an Ansible Playbook is the blueprint for your automation. The Ansible Playbook enables you the execution of any, again and again, operation in a specified order. It's like a recipe book for someone who likes to cook a cake. Every ingredient needs to be added in a specific order at a particular moment of the execution. The code is human-readable in a YAML format, a well-known, easy-to-read coding format. Every line is coded in the Ansible language that is changed a little bit year over year, but not a lot. But the principles are always the same. Like all programming language, you can declare variable, include other file, exclude action on condition, and repeat with loops. Other particular action called handlers execute only when another task is performed. You can execute your Ansible playbook using the Ansible-playbook command line utility included in any Ansible installation. When the execution is successful, you obtain a green result, otherwise a failure with a relative error message. But let's move forward to demo time, a step-by-step guide inside the Ansible Playbook anatomy. Let's go! First of all, open your favorite text editor. Could be anything from the command line to some UI one. I'm using Sublime Text, but the Ansible recommendation is VS Code. So a YAML document is basically a text document, and the only things important are the 3 dash in the beginning. Then we are starting the syntax and be very mindful about space. So first instruction is a dash and the name example playbook. Here we are writing a playbook. Then there are 2 spaces and which means that every instruction are under this name. So hosts is only the name of a target host. In our case, all means all our Ansible inventory. But the meaty part is the task list, what to do against this host. Again, we are going to declare a name. This is a bad practice. Always declare a name. So for example, let's print a variable. And now we need to declare a variable. How to declare a variable? Well, we use a vars statement, and you can choose the name that you want. Just avoid the numbers, the dots as usual, and space in name variable. So for example, my var is a valid variable name, and example text is just a string that I invented. If you omit the double quote, Ansible thinks that is a string, but is a good habit. Okay, so under the task named print var, we need to use an Ansible module. Ansible module is what creates the action, and the full name is ansible.builtin. This is a collection name, and .debug is the module name. Debug is quite special because it printed out some messages on screen. You can use a var and direct the name of a variable, or maybe you can use the more standard form with a full message. So for example, you can specify some text before, for example, value, and then say that you would like to use the value of a variable myvar. For using the variable name, you need to specify the double brackets. Here we are concatenating some text value with some string value myvar. Cool, isn't it? In this way, you can only change the variable and you obtain a different text on screen. Yes, I know, this is a very simple example. You can complicate as much as you want. For example, imagine that there is a username, there is some text that you would like to upload, there is some configuration file. This we can do later on. A very important statement is also the conditional, because we are able to take decision based on one condition. So again, for example, let's suppose we are going to display this message example condition, and we would like to display only when some condition is verified. So for example, myBool. So myBool is a simple Boolean variable that, like every Boolean, could be true or false. So for example, let me set to true. In this way, we are going to see the message on screen. If you set to false, the execution will display one skipped status. So again, what qualifies a complete full language? For example, we are missing the loop statement. In a loop statement, you are cycling against a list. For example, let's define a list of cities, a city that I would like to visit. So let's list it out, for example, New York. In this way, I'm omitting the double quote, so it's still a string, and Paris. The string could be more long, so for example, imagine a list of user, a list of directory, whatever pop up in your mind. Again, let's define a name, print cities. It's always a good habit to define a name, and under this name you can see there is a two spaces all the time. I'm using ansible.builtin.debug again for printing out on screen. This time we are using the var parameter. This is a parameter of the module, and okay, no, I will explain later. And for a loop we are using the loop statement, and we need to specify the list of items. We can specify directly here, or we can use the value of the variable cities. Here we are. In this way we are cycling against all the single item, and we have this special variable called item that we can use when a loop statement is enabled. In this way we are going to cycle against the element of a list. It's pretty cool, no? Okay, great. So we are able to use a single statement, we are able to use a condition, and we are able to use a loop. What else will be handful in an Ansible playbook? Well, there is this very interesting tool that is called handler. A handler is invoked only when one of the operation move to the change status. So let's suppose we have this handler that is named reload, for example. It's very useful when you need to restart or reload a service, for example, but we are going to display only one message on screen. So again, using ansible.builtin.debug module, and for example, let's suppose to display a message like example handler. Cool. So in this way, we define and all the time remember that there must be one empty line at the end of the file. Not two, only one, not zero, not two, not more than, only one line, one exactly line. How to trigger the handler? Well, you need to specify notify in the task that we would like to execute. So, for example, if print vars change something on the target host, the handler will be executed. If change nothing, the handler will be not executed. Do you get the concept? Cool. So now we just had a quick overview about the Ansible language nowadays. If you have the opportunity to see some old code, probably you don't see the declaration of the Ansible collection, so ansible.builtin will be omitted. But after Ansible 2.9 is quite mandatory, so always is a good habit to write all the collection. So Ansible builtin.debug, not only debug, and these are the main concept. You are able to execute a single task, you are able to execute some condition, you are able to loop against some list of variable, and you are able also to declare some string, boolean, and list. The more you deep dive into the language, and the more will become more useful for you. So imagine that you substitute debug with other module more useful for you, for example, for installing software, for restarting service, for creating users. You can do 1,000 of different operation, and you can connect to cloud service and whatever. So Ansible is very powerful. Now let's move on to the terminal to see this code in action. Are you excited? Welcome to my terminal. How to open a terminal? Well, this is a MacBook, so I just look for terminal. If you are on Linux, there are plenty of terminal applications. On Windows, the command line. Okay, so let me show you that this is the same file that we typed in the editor, and I add an extra file that is called Ansible inventory. Basically are the target machine. If you are using localhost, you need to add also ansible_connection equal local, otherwise Ansible get mad. If you are testing on target machine or virtual machine, just specify the hostname or IP address. So Ansible is successfully installed in this machine. We can verify with Ansible -- version. And how to execute Ansible Playbook? Using Ansible Playbook command line. As you can see, this is the latest available at the moment. So what parameter we need to specify? Well, -e for inventory, and the name of our Ansible playbook, in my case example.yml. We got interesting result. We got our text printed on screen, you can see the concatenation of value and example, and we got also an error, which means that the cities is undefined. Very interesting error. Now we can deep dive and fix this in our editor. All the time you got some error when you write a code. Back on my editor, let's troubleshoot together the cities fatal error. So we are in the loop, we are using a variable called cities, and this variable returns the undefined status. But we defined the city here in the top, and it's called my cities. Did you get the error? Yeah, we forgot the my prefix before cities. This is a simple type of error and is very trivial, and so basically we forgot the my cities is the variable name to loop against the city. Well, it's more often than ever. Let me switch also boolean to false. In this way we are going to see that the second task will be skipped. I mean the conditional task. It's very often when you code, you forgot something or you do a little mistake. It happens, simply happens. So just learn how to read the error and how to remediate. Another thing, remember always to save your file before moving back to the terminal. Back on our terminal, now let's execute again the new Ansible playbook. So again, Ansible-playbook is the command line utility -e my inventory file and example YML. Yeah, you can also arrow up. We got the three tasks executed. So first task, display the variable on screen, value, example test. Second is the conditional, this time is false, and we got a skipping status as expected. And we have also the list of our cities. Yes, we have a New York and Paris. Cool. On the last line is a playbook recap. We got a 3 OK status and 1 skipped. Yes, I think it's a great journey. Now you can move forward on your automation. And you know the playbook. Now you know what an Ansible playbook is and how to use the basic statements. So you can move your first steps into the Ansible automation and automate more of your workflow. At the beginning will be probably challenging, I know, and you need to be very careful about the syntax, about the spaces, but the more you get used to Ansible, the more everything becomes natural. Thank you for watching. I hope this video was useful for you, and I wish you good luck in your automation journey. Let's catch up on the next lesson and have a great day. Bye! What is Ansible Core? What is Ansible Community Package? And in general, what happened to Ansible project after version 2.9? Today we are going to talk about Ansible Community and Ansible-Core packages released since 2021. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. What happened to Ansible after version 2.9? Starting with version 2.10, Ansible distributed 2 deliverables, a community package called Ansible and a minimalist language and runtime called Ansible-Core. Yes, was called Ansible-Base in version 2.10, but let's forget. Choose the Ansible style and version that matches your particular need. The Ansible package includes the Ansible language and runtime, plus a range of community-curated collections. It recreates and expands the functionality that was included in Ansible 2.9. You can choose any of the following way to install the Ansible Community Package. Install the latest release with your OS Package Manager. For Red Hat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Fedora, Debian or Ubuntu, or install with pip, the Python package manager. Ansible Community Package Release Cycle. The Ansible community team typically releases 2 major versions of the community package per year on a flexible release cycle that traces the release of Ansible-core. This cycle can be extended to allow for a larger change to be promptly implemented and tested before a new release is made available. See Ansible roadmap for upcoming release detail. Between 2 major versions, Ansible team releases a new minor version of the Ansible community package every 3 weeks. Minor releases include new backward compatible features, module and plugin, as well as bug fix. Starting with version 2.10, the Ansible community team guarantees maintenance for only 1 major community package release at a time. For example, when Ansible 5.0 gets released, the team will stop making new 4.0 releases. Community members may contain older versions if desired. What is Ansible Core package? Ansible Core is a command line tool that is primarily for developers and users who want to install only the collection they need. It contains a minimal amount of module and plugin and allows other collections to be installed. Similar to Ansible 2.9, thought without any content that had since moved into a collection. Ansible Core is the main building block and architecture for Ansible. It includes a CLI tool such as Ansible Playbook, Ansible Doc, and all the other tools, and others for driving and interacting with automation. You know probably Ansible Inventory, Ansible Galaxy, all these tools. And the Ansible language that uses YAML to create a set of rules for developing Ansible Playbook and include functions such as conditionals, blocks, include, loops, and other Ansible imperatives. Moreover, there is also an architectural framework that allows extension through Ansible collections. Ansible Core releases a new major release approximately twice per year, and the current one is 2.12. What is Ansible Community Package? Each major release of Ansible Community Package accepts the latest release version of each included collection and latest release version of Ansible-Core. Major releases of the Ansible Community Package can contain breaking changes in module and other plugins within the included collection and or in core for features. The Ansible package depends on Ansible Core, previously known as Ansible Base. So, when you do pip install Ansible, pip installs Ansible Core automatically. Ansible 3.0 and following contains more collection thanks to a wider Ansible community reviewing collection against the community checklist. The Ansible community team typically releases 2 major versions of the community package per year on a flexible release cycle that traces the release of Ansible Core. Still confused? I hope you are not. Do you want to deep dive on Ansible Core? There is a lot of documentation on the official Ansible website. You can choose your release version or read the latest devel branch. Here there is this very comprehensive page where you could see all the important information about the porting of the code, how to write any Ansible code, task, playbook, working with inventory, interact with data, executing playbook, and how to contribute to Ansible core and extending. This is a great way of deep dive into this wonderful Ansible core module. And don't forget to take a look on Ansible code roadmaps that might be useful for planning your release. Do you want to know more about the Ansible community package? On the official Ansible pages, you can find more information about the release cycle and what are the currently maintained releases. So let's jump on the current changelog, in my case 5.0, and we are referring to the official Ansible community release note, where you scroll down and find out all the included collection, for example, and here you have a list of all the collection available inside this release. So for example, Ansible.Windows is included and up to date on the latest release, as well as other interesting community general, community VMware, and other important collection. Do you want to add more? Sure, you still can install manually with Ansible Galaxy as usual. Where to find the most updated release of Ansible community package and Ansible Core 1? To the PyPy website, the Python package manager. So let me type here Ansible and let's see the possible result. Yes, this is first is the community package, and I can see that the latest release in my case is 5.1.0 of 21st December 2021. And if I'm jumping to download file, I can see that this release is 37.7 megabyte. Just for reference, let me also search for Ansible Core package. Here we are, latest releases 2.12.1, released on 6 December 2021. And if I'm going to download file, this is very smaller package, only 7 megabyte. So now you have a magnitude of how different are the two packages. They are completely, one is so big and the other is so small. It depends by your use case, so choose wisely. Now you know more about the Ansible packages release of Ansible Community Module and Ansible-Core. Choose your flavor and have a lot of fun with Ansible automation. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video, give me a thumbs up, write a comment, or be in contact with me, and see us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to install Ansible in Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside RHEL 8 with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in RHEL 8. The easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8 with the distribution tool. The repository that contains Ansible is called Ansible Engine Software Collection. The main advantage of using software collection is that you don't require any additional repository such as EPEL for this content. Software collections are fully supported by Red Hat and included in your subscription plan. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo of how to install the latest and a specific version of Ansible in Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. Here we are on the terminal. As you can see, is a machine freshly installed, and let's verify that is correctly registered in the Red Hat network. Actually it is. So let's proceed to enable the software collection. You can see that the name of the software collection refers to the 64-bit architecture of the Intel one and is specific for Ansible version 2.9 for RHEL 8. It will take a while, so I don't want to shorten this demo so you can have an idea how much the real time will impact your system. So at the moment, my subscription manager in the workstation is going to enable the repository, and here we are. Now the repository is added to the one in the workstation, and I'm able to install with the usual DNF install Ansible. Let's see also the requirement, and is calculated at the moment, so it's going to download the necessary packages. Here there is all the full transaction. We can see that DNF is downloading all the necessary requirements that are almost Python free, and one by one is getting downloaded and installed in the system. At the end of this installation process, we are going to have Ansible 2.9.24 installed in our system. Let's wait till the completion of the task. Just a few seconds. And here we are. Just to double check the successful installation, let me verify the version of Ansible in the system. Oh, I did a mistake, double hyphen. Let me add the double, and here we are, Ansible 2.9.24. Sometimes you need a specific version of Ansible for some task. So let us check the current installed one with the DNF info command, and we will see that the current installed one is 2.9.24, and let's say, for example, that we need Ansible 2.9.15. So we are going to use DNF to taking care of this downgrade process. Take a look, now the transaction is a downgrade transaction, and Ansible and the DNF is showing to us. Now it's downloading the package and performing all the necessary steps, which include decommission the current installed version and install the desired one. At the end of this process, we are expecting that Ansible 2.9.15 is currently installed in our workstation. Wait a second, and we are going to verify. We are going to verify manually, usually using the version. And here we are, ta-da! Ansible 2.9.15. Now you know how to install the latest and a specific version of Ansible in Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. Subscribe to the channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in the latest Ubuntu 20.04 LTS. Today we are going to talk about the easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu 20.04 LTS with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 20.04 LTS. We are going to see the easy way to install and maintain Ansible with the distribution tool. We are going to see how to install Ansible in two different ways. The first method to install Ansible is using the Universe repository, the default that you get after installation. The main advantage of using Universe repository is that you don't require any external repository. And the second method to install Ansible is using the PPA repository. Please bear in mind that adding additional repository has different quality assurance of software. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump to the console for a quick live demo of how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 20.04 LTS with Universe and PPA repository. And welcome to my terminal. As you can see, this is Ubuntu 20.04.2 LTS freshly installed. I already did the sudo su process, so we are going to update our repository metadata to have the freshly content. As you can see, we are fetching the focal repository from official Ubuntu. It's going to take a few seconds, and after this I'm able to install the package with the usual apt-get install Ansible. Here we are. We are going to download nearly 10 megabytes of archive, which decompress in 92 megabytes on hard drive. The install will install the Ansible 2.9.6 that is shipped with a Universe. It will take a few seconds to configure. This is a live demo, so I'm not shortening the time. And after this, I'm able to execute my Ansible with a -- version. And here we are, Ansible 2.9.6 perfectly configured with Python 3.8.5 of Ubuntu. As a double check, I can use apt-cache to show where this package came from. Let me go. Oh, I did a mistake. The type is apt-cache. Okay, here we are. Let me scroll a little bit up. As you can see, this package came from Universe. So we have all the quality assurance of Ubuntu. Now let me show you how to install Ansible with the second method of an PPA repository. First of all, let's assure that software property common is successfully installed in the system. So secondly, we are able to add another repository to the system. In my case, I specify also yes to confirm the operation and update after adding the repository. The repository is the official PPA Ansible from Ubuntu. Let's see. Can you see that the update is going to perform the download of metadata, and now we are expecting to install Ansible. Let's see the result. Oh, Ansible is still the old version, the 2.9.6. Let me do some search and see that now there are the same package available. Let me deep dive. Let me take a look. Oh, yes, this is the Universe one that we already installed. This is why the new package is called Ansible Base since 2.10. So let me install Ansible Base, and oh, there is an error because there is a file collision already provided by Ansible 2.9.6. So remove the old package Ansible. Let me confirm. And when the old package is gone, I will be able to install my Ansible base. Here we are. You can see that download is performed by PPA focal. And now if I'm executing Ansible -- version, I can see 2.8.12. Hey, great success! This is the latest version available for Ubuntu 20.0.4 LTS. Now you know how to install Ansible using Ubuntu 20.04 LTS using Universe and PPA repositories method. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in the latest Ubuntu 21.10. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu 21.10 with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 21.10. We are going to see the easy way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu with the distribution tool. We are going to see how to install Ansible in two different ways. The first method is to install Ansible using the Universe repository, the default that you get after the installation. The main advantage of using Universe repository is that you don't require any other external repository. And the second method is to install Ansible using PPA repository. Please bear in mind that adding additional repository has a different quality assurance of software. Are you ready to have fun? Let's jump in a quick live demo of how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 20.10 with Universe and PPA. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to a freshly installed Ubuntu 21.10 machine with the user DevOps inside my example domain. I'm using SSH, first connection need to accept the key, as you can see is a fresh machine. Let me switch to root because only root user have a permission to install packages on my system. Let me verify the version with lsb_release-a and is Ubuntu 21.10 impish codename. To install Ansible, simply type apt-get install Ansible because Ansible is already part of the Universe repository. And let's see that we are going to install version 2.10.7 and all the related dependency. We only need to confirm accept with yes the proposed solution and wait for the completion. The time depends by the performance of your workstation and the network speed. In my case, it's already done. Let me verify the package with apt-list installed Ansible version 2.10.7. Let me list with -a if there are multiple versions. No, there isn't. Then I can have more information with apt-show Ansible. And here you can see all the checksum and dependency. Yeah, as you can see, it's part of a Universe. Let me verify that it is working the command with Ansible -- version. And here we are. Ansible 2.10.8 is ready to be used. Are you excited? Now, let's suppose that we would like the latest available version of Ansible. We need to use the PPA. So first of all, let me remove the Ansible from the Universe. Here we are with apt-get remove. Then let me verify that we have some requirement, which is apt-get install software properties common, and we already have, which means that we can enable the Ansible PPA from Ubuntu with add-apt-repository --yes--update PPA :Ansible/Ansible. As you can see, automatically Ubuntu is going to add the repository to our source list, download the signature key, and we can install Ansible with apt-get install. The latest available version right now is 4.7 and is going to be installed in this moment. Please notice that there is the PPA in the version of the package to mark that we are installing from the PPA. Let me verify with apt list installed Ansible-A. As you can see, we have the 4.7, but is also available the 2.10 from the universe. The PPA repository is available inside our source list, so if we would like to remove, simply remove this file. Let's verify that Ansible is successfully installed with Ansible -- version, and here we are, version 2.11.6 of core, which is Ansible 4.7. Yeah, here we are. And now let's have fun. Now you know how to install Ansible using Universe and PPA repositories in Ubuntu 21.10. Thank you for watching and see us next time in the course. Bye! How to install Ansible in CentOS version 8? Today I'm going to talk about the easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside CentOS 8 using the EPEL repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in CentOS 8. The easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside CentOS version 8 is using the extra packages for Enterprise Linux, also called EPEL additional repository. This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group and that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for Enterprise Linux. For example, for Red Hat Enterprise Linux, RHEL, CentOS, Scientific Linux, and Oracle Linux. Are you ready to have fun? Let's jump in a quick live demo of how to install the latest and specific version of Ansible in CentOS. Welcome to my console. The first operation will be to connect to my CentOS machine. I'm using a service account named DevOps, and let me switch to the root user. Let me cut etc Red Hat release, and this is a CentOS Linux 8.4. whatever version. First operation is to enable the EPEL repository. Very easy, yum install EPEL-release, done. Now EPEL is enabled in my workstation and I can install Ansible. Yum install Ansible 127 megabyte of installed size. Let me wait a few seconds and Ansible 2.9.25 is going to be installed on my machine. And done. Let me verify with Ansible -- version and is ready to rock and roll. What if we would like another version of Ansible? Let me demonstrate how to search for available packages with yum -- show duplicates list Ansible. Unfortunately, there is only one available version in EPEL, that is the latest, 2.9.25, and it's not possible, for example, to install 2.9.19, for example. because EPEL is servicing only the latest version. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in CentOS using the EPEL repository. Thanks you so much for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. And of course, don't forget to subscribe for more videos and challenges like this. See you soon! How to install Ansible in CentOS Stream version 8. Today we are going to talk about the easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside CentOS Stream 8 using EPEL Next repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. What? You don't know what is CentOS Stream? The CentOS Stream is a new way to consume the CentOS content in a rolling update release. It's a bit controversial, but if you are using CentOS, be aware that the end of life will be the end of December 21, and you really need to consider to switch to CentOS Stream. But back on our topic, how to install Ansible on it? The easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside CentOS Stream version 8 is using the Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux Next additional repository. This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for CentOS Stream. It's very similar to EPEL Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux that is target Red Hat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Scientific Linux, and Oracle Linux. Demo time. Are you ready to have fun? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install Ansible in CentOS Stream version 8. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my CentOS Stream machine with SSH. I'm using DevOps as username at centos-stream.example.com. That is my virtual machine for test. Let me switch to root with sudo su and cat etc red hat -release. We can see that is a CentOS Stream version 8 machine. First step is to install the EPEL Next repository with yum install EPEL-next-release. I'm going to confirm the proposed packages and of course accept the GPG keys from CentOS. After this step, I'm able to install Ansible with yum install Ansible. It's going to take some moment to refresh the repository with available packages, this time also with a new repository, and 127 MB with all the dependency, mostly Python library. Ansible 2.9.25 is going to be installed, and yes, I need to accept the GPG key. It's taking a while because it's a big package that is going to be expanded in my hard drive. And here we are, it's completed. Ansible is successfully installed. Now we can use from the command line, for example, let me type Ansible and -- version to verify that is available in my system. Here we are, Ansible 2.9.25 and with Python 3 successfully installed. Yes, good job. Now we are ready to have fun. Be aware that this repository only have the latest release of Ansible, So for example, let me try to list the available option with yum -- duplicates, show duplicates list Ansible, without the dash, so yum -- show duplicate list Ansible, and we have only version 2.925. Let me try to install, for example, an old version 2.919 with yum install, and yum say that there are no available version. So you are able to have only the latest edition of Ansible configured in your CentOS Stream distribution. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in CentOS Stream using the EPEL Next repository. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give a thumb up, and of course, don't forget to subscribe for more video and challenging like this. See you soon! This video is part of our Ansible automation program. Sign up today on www.ansiblepilot.com for uninterrupted exclusive video and so much fun. How to install Ansible in OpenSUSE Leap. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside OpenSUSE 15 using the distribution repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in OpenSUSE Leap 15. The easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside OpenSUSE Leap version 15 is using the Leap Update repository maintained by SUSE. Demo. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo of how to install the latest version of Ansible in OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE actually is available as two different flavors: Tumbleweed, which is a rolling release, or Leap, that is the new way of a regular release maintained by OpenSUSE. Once you install it, there are all the information to download and proceed with the setup with offline image and whatever you will need. Once the setup is completed, let me connect via SSH with my user. In my example, I'm going to use DevOps and my target host is opensuse.example.com. sudo su to switch to root, because it's the only user that can install packages, and first operation will be zipper, the package manager, refresh to update the repository metadata. In my case, they are already up to date, but it's going to take some seconds to update through the network capabilities. So Ansible is available as Ansible package, so zipper info Ansible is going to show us that it's not installed and the version 2.921 is available. Let me install with zipper install Ansible, and it's going to perform also 24 new packages for a total of 150 megabytes more or less. Once we confirm with a yes, it's going to start downloading all the necessary Python dependency and all the other libraries, and that's done. It's successfully installed. Let's verify with zipper info Ansible, and this time installed is switched to yes. Here we are. So it's successfully installed. Let's double check with Ansible -- version, and here we are. Ansible is successfully installed on our OpenSUSE 15 Leap version. So we are ready to have fun with whatever you want. And we use the system repository that guarantees us all up-to-date features. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in open source lib using the system repository. If you liked this video, give me a thumbs up and see us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in Rocky Linux version 8. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Rocky Linux 8 using the EPEL repository. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Rocky Linux 8. The easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside Rocky Linux version 8 is using the Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux, also called EPEL Additional Repository. This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, RHEL, Rocky Linux, Scientific Linux, Oracle Linux. Demo. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Rocky Linux 8. Rocky Linux, a community-driven effort to bring you enterprise-grade, production-ready Linux. It starts with the same purpose from the CentOS working group, and it shares also some developer. Here you can find all the information for downloading the latest release and also the support. So once you complete the setup, let's move to the console. Welcome to my console. I'm going to connect via SSH, username DevOps, and my target machine is rockylinux.example.com. Once connected, I'm going to switch to root user with sudo su because it's the one that can install packages on our system. Let me cut /etc/redhat-release to verify that we are running on Rocky Linux version 8.4. DNF info Ansible is the way to check it out, the available version. At the moment we have none. So let me DNF install EPEL-release to enable the EPEL repository in my machine. So now once again DNF info Ansible is going to download the metadata from the repository, as you can see, and there is one available package now that is release version 2.9.27 from the repository EPEL. So let's install together. DNF install Ansible is calculating all the dependency. Some packages are from the distribution, some from the EPEL. It's going to take some time depending on your network connection, and in the end DNF is performing the installation of all the necessary dependencies. So here we are, the setup was complete. Once again DNF info Ansible this time is installed on our system, and we can double check with Ansible -- version, and as expected version 2.9.27 is available and ready to use it. So now the fun began. So you have Rocky Linux with Ansible installed on your system via the EPEL repository. Every time a new package will be available, you need only to DNF update And that's it. So, you are ready to share the fun. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Rocky Linux using the EPEL repository. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and see us in the next lesson. How to install Ansible in Arch Linux? Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Arch Linux using the community repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in Arch Linux? Today we are going to talk about how to install Ansible in Arch Linux. The good news is that Ansible is included in the default repository, so you could install it simply with your usual package manager, pacman. You could expect the latest version of Ansible in the community repository. At the moment is available the latest version 5.0. Demo. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible using pacman and the community repository. Are you ready? I really like it that in the web browser you have a section named Packages where you can search for all available packages and keywords. And if you search for Ansible, you got listed two possible versions. 5.0-1 is available inside the community repository, and you can have a broad vision of the dependency and also other packages that depends on this version. Also, you can have the contact of the maintainer of the package and other interesting information. As you can see, is a pretty new package because was released the 1st of December 21. So good job Arch Linux. But now let's jump to the console. Welcome on my console. First of all, let me connect via SSH with DevOps user at archlinux.example.com. That is my laboratory. It's a fresh machine, so as you can see, it's asking me to confirm the SSH fingerprint. After this, I'm going to switch to a root user with sudo su because I would like to install packages. Let me verify the etc OS release. As you can see, the build ID is rolling because Arch Linux is a rolling release, and actually we are in 2021. Let me list also hostname control, where you can verify that is Arch Linux and the current kernel 5.15. There is also another file that is /etc/arch release, but nowadays is empty. So let me use the package manager, pacman, with -syu, and is updating the repository. There is also one package actually to update, CR certificate. Let me do it. But now let me search for Ansible with -s-e, and this is the package available. So I can move forward and install it. What do you think? To install, let me use pacman, and this time with the option -S, Ansible is going to install 22 package, as you can see, with a lot of Python library dependency. Let me confirm, and it's going to download nearly 40 megabytes of data and uncompressed nearly 400 megabytes. It's a lot of small file and library. As you can see, now is installing Ansible inside my system. Let me verify that the installation went successful. Double check pacman-se Ansible if something changed. No, it actually looked like the same output as before. So probably Arch Linux has a different option to check if a package is installed. Ansible -- version, as you can see, is already Ansible Core 2.12, but is a pretty update release. So in a blink of an eye, I have Ansible and all the Python dependency installed on my Arch Linux, and I'm ready to have fun with all my automation. Let me verify the installed packages with pacman-q and let me pipe grep Ansible, and here we see all the available package, and I filtered for Ansible. So Ansible 5.0 is currently installed. To maintain up to date my distribution, simply use pacman as syu as we did before, and that's pretty much everything what we need to do to install and maintain up to date Ansible package inside Arch Linux. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Arch Linux using the community repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, and of course don't forget to see again us on Ansible Pilot. See you soon! How to install Ansible in Debian Linux version 11? Today we are going to talk about the easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside Debian Linux using the default main repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are going to talk about how to install Ansible in Debian. The good news is that Ansible is included in the default repository, so you could install it simply with your usual package manager apt. You could expect the latest version of Ansible in the main default repository. Demo. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible using apt and the main repository. One website that could be useful to evaluate the available version of any package is packages.debian.org. If you scroll down, there is a search place where you can type Ansible, for example, and you can see all the available package. For example, we have one exact hit for bullc, that is exactly our Debian 11, and we can have more information about the package. Exactly is available version 2.10, and we can see all the available dependency, also what service is provided, the official maintainers, and more information about the package. As you can see, I'm scrolling down and we see that also the expected download and installer size. So it's very useful to take a look on this website every now and then. But now let's jump to the console. Welcome to my console. I have a fresh Debian 11 installed in my laboratory. First of all, let me connect via SSH, DevOps is my username, and debian.example.com is my target host. It's a fresh machine, so I need to accept the SSH key. So let me switch to root, because it's the only user that can install the packages. Let me print the etc os release and etc debian_version so is 11.1 bullseye. First of all, let me refresh the repository with apt-get update. Here we have the latest available packages. Let me search for Ansible with apt-cache, search Ansible, and we see all the available packages. With apt-cache show Ansible, we have more information on the available package, and we see that the latest version is 2.10. We can see also the library dependency, mostly Python free, and also the maintainer of the package. We see that this package is pretty updated, and now are you ready to have fun? We can proceed with installation with apt-get install Ansible. Here we are. The apt package manager is giving us a summary of 32 MB of downloaded and 280 MB after decompressing the archives. The speed up depends by the performance on your machine and also the performance of the network. In my case, is already downloaded, and apt, the package manager, is taking care of installing on the system. We see satisfied all the required dependency, and now is performing the Ansible installation. As a double check, we can execute now Ansible -- version, so we can verify that the package is successfully available in my system. Here we are. This small recap may sound you familiar, that is also listing the current version and the available Python interpreter. With apt list, we can have a recap of the installed version of Ansible. In my case, I have 2.10.7, and dpkg-l is listing the current exact version of the package installed. In my case is 2.10.7. And the beauty of this that the package comes with the main repository, which means that is present in the distribution and maintained with it. So we simply need only to update the package like usual, and also upgrade our distribution to maintain Ansible up to date inside Debian. So good job, guys! Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Debian using the main repository. Thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, and see us on the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in Gentoo Linux? Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Gentoo Linux using the default Portage package manager. I'm Luca Burton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Gentoo. The good news is that Ansible is included in the app-admin/Ansible repository, so you could install it simply with your usual package manager image for Portage. You could expect the latest version of Ansible maintaining up-to-date your Portage. Demo. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible using image for Portage. Did you know that there is a website where you can take a look on all the available packages for Gentoo? Just go to packages.gentoo.org and in my case, let me type Ansible in the search bar. We obtain 14 different results with all the different possibilities. Some are a bit weak. For example, ANSI is a Ruby plugin, but in my case, the first result is the one that I was looking for. You can see what is the latest version available and who is the maintainer, also the dependency and all the state in the different architecture. So it's a great resource to keep it handy and check it out every now and then. Another interesting resource is wiki.gentoo.org, where you can find a lot of documentation about different packages. In my case, for Ansible, there is a lot of information about how to build the package, if there is some use flag, and a basic configuration included in the file. Where to find it out, the basic configuration, and also how to create a simple inventory, and one example also of execution and usage. So it's a great resource to take a look. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect via SSH, DevOps is my username, and gentoo-example.com my machine. Let me become a root with sudo su and print some etc os release, gentoo release, and uname-a, so you can see that is a fresh Gentoo machine version 2.7. And let me sync the portage. First of all, we emerge --sync. This operation is going to take some while, depends by the connection speed and also the performance of your machine. This is the time that expected in my machine, that was pretty up to date, and just some moment to verify the fingerprint of the portage tree. You know that it is like a BSD style ports, so each e-build is actually a recipe to create your environment. So now I'm ready to emerge --ask Ansible. Here we have a 22 dependency that is going to be installed on my machine, mostly a Python library. And in this moment, Gentoo Linux is going to download the source packages in my workstation, then compile to adapt to the current situation on my machine, and verify that is going to be working with other library and other system. In my case, I have Python 3.8 and is going to install Ansible 4.6.0. So we have a 22 dependency. Most of this time is only waiting till this command is going to be completing. It's going to take some while, so I was speeding up a little bit this video. Otherwise, we get stuck watching a progress bar. Most of this, as I said, are Python dependency, especially Paramico is the SSH implementation via Python, and we have also SSH pass, which is the way of passing plain text password via Python in Ansible. As you can see, most of these jobs are already finished because we're only simple library that require only one compiling time, and now it's going to download the full Ansible package that now is split between the base, which is the Ansible core, the shrinked version of Ansible that contains all the important recipe, and Ansible that is like a mix of all the Ansible modules that compose the built-in section of Ansible. As you can see, the load is, my system is pretty low, 1.5, so it's not very CPU intensive this task. is very I/O intensive because it's creating a lot of small files on the file system, so mostly we are waiting for this step to complete. As you can see, we are literally doing nothing. We are waiting the image, the portage tool, to complete this operation for us, and it's going to take just one moment more. As you can see, there is some progress, and it's pretty clear that all the 21 previous dependency was already installed, and here we are. Perfect. Now we can double check with Ansible -- version. Ansible core 2.11.6 is installed on Python 3.8.12. So now the fun began. Are you ready? I'm sure that you are. Just one more thing, you can verify if the Ansible is up to date with image-pv Ansible, and here you can check it out that version 4.6 is installed on this system. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Gentoo Linux using the Portage Package Manager. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, and of course, see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in Amazon Linux version 2? Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Amazon Linux 2 using the default repository. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Amazon Linux version 2. The good news is that Ansible is included in the extra library included in Amazon Linux 2 repository using the amazon-linux-extras command. Another option is to install and maintain Ansible inside Amazon Linux 2 using the Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux (EPEL). This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for Enterprise Linux that are targeted specifically Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Rocky Linux, Scientific Linux, Oracle Linux, Amazon Linux, and CentOS, of course. Demo. Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Amazon Linux 2. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Amazon Linux 2 is a Linux operating system maintained directly by Amazon Web Service and is provided at no additional charges for AWS customer. AWS provides security maintenance update for Amazon Linux version 2. You can read more about this operating system in the official website and have all the ongoing news. The Amazon support website gives all the information about how to enable EPEL repository inside Amazon Linux version 2.1 and also in other enterprise Linux software, for example RHEL, CentOS, and how to verify. So it's very important to keep it handy, these resources. Welcome to my AWS Management Console. First of all, let me start choosing the service, in my case HC2, and On the launch instance, let me choose launch. Here we are, we have a list of available AMI, Amazon Machine Image. Let me choose Amazon Linux version 2. And here you can choose how much resources to dedicate to this virtual machine. There are some tiers, micro, large, that are classified by the amount of CPU and RAM dedicated. You can also customize the storage that in default is 8 GB here, and when it's done you can choose your key pair and launch the instance. In a blink of an eye, Amazon will dedicate the resources in the data center and give you the ID of the machine. Just a few seconds to spin up the machine and you are able to connect via SSH. To get the IP for the SSH connection, just click on the instance ID that Amazon gave you, and as you can see there is a public IP version 4 address available in the top of the screen. Remember that you need to use the PAM certificate that you generate with Amazon. And that's it. Let's jump to the console to have fun. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect with a remote instance via SSH. I need the key certificate, in my case key.pam. Substitute with yours, the one that you get from AWS Management Console. The login user is 82-user as default user, and the IP address that you can see in your instance. This is the first connection, so I need to accept the SSH key, and once I'm inside I could switch to root with sudo su. Let me print some messages from this machine to verify the /etc image ID, and as you can see is Amazon Linux version 2 x86-64, and this is confirmed also by etc/os release, and we have some additional info that is and confirmation that this is Amazon Linux version 2, same information also in /etc/os release. First of all, let's start installing Ansible via Amazon Linux Extras. So, best practice to have yum update to maintain up to date all the repository of the system, and then we can execute Amazon-Linux-Extras and then install. The Ansible package is called Ansible 2. And in a blink of an eye, Yum is resolving all the possible dependency and proposing a transaction of one package plus 8 dependent for a grand total of 110 megabyte of installed size. Let me confirm, this is very fast, the download and also the installation on my machine. Let me verify with Ansible --version. We are expecting version 2.9.23, which is pretty up to date. Yes, here we are on Python 2.7. Yes, because this is still RHEL 7 or CentOS 7. Let me verify the package installed with rpm-qa grep Ansible, and we can see that the package is installed via the Amazon repository. Now let's install the same Ansible via EPEL. So first of all, let me remove the package with yum remove. Here we are with just removed the package from the machine. Also let me enable the EPEL repository with Amazon-Linux-extras install EPEL, and now is providing one solution, EPEL release, that are only the YAM repository of the EPEL repository. And this time we can verify with YAM repo list the available packages for all this repository. Is going to take some moment. Here we are. It seems that okay. Here we have the official Amazon core repository plus the EPEL for a grand total of 40,000 packages. Now let's have fun to YAM install Ansible. This time I'm expecting to be downloaded by EPEL. Oh, actually it is not. As you can see in the repository, there is still the Amazon 2 extra Ansible 2. So let me type no to this transaction and move forward. I forgot to say that when you enable one Amazon extra repository, this has always the high priority. So first of all, let me disable the topic from Amazon-Linux-extras. Then we need to disable Ansible 2 repository, and this time is listing the enabled, only the enabled one, yam-config-manager-enable EPEL to actually enable my EPEL repository. Let me scroll up and verify that enabled is true. Here we go. So now finally we can use YAM. Let me just double check with --enable repo EPEL install Ansible, and this time the proposed solution, yes, is from repository EPEL and version 2.9.25 for Enterprise Linux 7. Download is going to take some moment. Let me accept the public key to verify the genuinity of a package, and confirmation that Ansible is successfully installed. Ansible -- version now is going to print Ansible 2.9.25 under Python 2.7 of this machine. So we successfully installed Ansible via the Amazon Linux extras repository and via the EPEL, the enterprise package. So we have two options, choose what you prefer. There are pros and cons of both solutions. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Amazon Linux using the system repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. And of course, see us again on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible with PIP, the Python package manager. Today we are going to talk about how to use the up-to-date version of Ansible in Linux and macOS using PIP. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today, we are talking about how to install Ansible with PIP. PIP is the Python package manager and is going to take care of all the process and manage the necessary dependency. It takes care of the download and install process of packages directly from PyPI. PIP is designed to be operating system independent. It could be a solution for developers that always want the latest up-to-date release. The alternative approach is to use the operating system specific package manager. For example, for Linux, YAM, DNF and apt, and for macOS, Homebrew. This second approach puts more emphasis on stability, so the latest release could be not available. So, if you really need the latest release of Ansible, I would suggest you to use PIP. Demo time. let me demonstrate you how to install the latest version of Ansible with PIP, the Python package manager. And welcome to my console. First of all, I would like to install Ansible on my target machine, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So first of all, I'm connecting to this machine with SSH and then type python -module pip install --user, because we would like to perform the setup as a user, Ansible, the name of the collection. Yes, bear in mind to use Python 3. Now is the default. The pip is going to download the file from the Python location. As you can see, it is going to download Ansible 4.4.0. is a tarball and is about 35 megabyte. And we ended up with an error because you can see that there are some problems with the version of PIP shipped with the distribution. So let me upgrade PIP. I'm performing this as a user because I don't want to do like globally. So the way to upgrade is to use PIP install --upgrade PIP. We have a permission error, yes, because I forgot to add --user. Now PIP is 21.2.4. And let me type again the Ansible install. Is going to reuse the previous downloaded file, in my case Ansible 4.4.0 tarball, which is 35 megabyte. Is going to expand the tarball in this moment. My workstation is going to take a while because there is a lot of dependency and library. Oh, here we are. The dependency is Ansible core, Jinja, and some Python library that is going to be downloaded at the moment and installed in the system, as you can see. After this step is successful, Ansible depends from Ansible-core, and that is already downloaded and expanded. Now all the Ansible tarball is going to be expanded, but bear in mind that there is a lot of small file, so it's going to take a while, not because of the dimension, but because a lot of files that are going to be written to your hard drive. This is the real performance on my workstation. In your case, could be faster. And we have a spinning wheel that testimony that is not stuck the process. So let's see how much time it could wait. As you can see, it's completely automated. Once you type the PIP install, it's taking care of everything. From downloading the tarball to expanding to also taking care of all the dependency, all the library of the system. And this is quite remarkable of this system because you don't need to take care of this small detail. I remember in the first time when you need to download manually the tarball and fix all the dependency with all the library was quite a nightmare. So it's still spinning, but now it's stopped because I have a feeling that it's going to finish early. Let's see. This is the real time on my workstation, so I didn't do any changes. As you can see, we are done. The install of Ansible successfully installed, and you can see also all the required packages. Let me verify the version installed with Ansible --version, like usual. And here we are. Oh yes, this is this warning that with the next release is going to require Python 3.8. But here we are. Ansible Core 2.11.4 is the latest release and is installed perfectly in our workstation. Now you know how to install Ansible with PIP, the Python package manager. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to install Ansible in CentOS Stream version 9. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside CentOS Stream 9 using the EPEL Next repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. The easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside CentOS Stream version 9 is using the extra packages for Enterprise Linux EPEL Next additional repository. This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for CentOS Stream. It's very similar to extra packages for Enterprise Linux EPEL additional packages targeted for Enterprise Linux such as Red Hat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Scientific Linux and Oracle Linux. Demo. Are you ready to have fun? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install Ansible in CentOS Stream version 9. Welcome to my console. Let me connect to my freshly installed CentOS Stream machine. Via SSH, my username is devops at centos-stream.example.com. This is the hostname of my machine. Substitute with yours. It's the first time I'm connecting, so I need to accept the SSH key, yes. And to perform any operation, I need to become root, so sudo su. Let me print some variable where I can find the OS version exactly. You can see the Red Hat-release, OS-release, under etc and hostname control that show up the CentOS Stream 9 and the kernel version 5.14. Let me search for the available packages named Ansible. DNF search Ansible is updating the base OS and upstream repository. And as you can see, there are different packages. In our case, we would like Ansible-core. That is the base image of Ansible. It's like the shrinked image of only the built-in essential things. So if I'm typing dnf info ansible-core, you can see that this package is available, so not installed yet, and version 2.12 is available via upstream system repository. So dnf install ansible-core to perform the real installation is going to install 18 packages with all the related dependency. This is the full DNF transaction. As you can see, everything is automatic, the download is finished, and now DNF is performing the installation in the system. It's completed, so now we can verify the version with Ansible-version, and as you can see, 2.12 under Python 3.9. So pretty up to date. Now dnf info ansible. Oh no, there is a problem because the package is ansible-core report installed packages, as you can see, and the size is 9 megabyte, repository system and upstream. So now we have Ansible successfully installed under my CentOS Stream 9, and let's start the fun, create our first playbook and whatever. So that's it. To maintain up-to-date, simply update via usual DNF update transaction. Easy. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible and maintain up-to-date inside CentOS Stream using the EPEL Next repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, follow the channel, and of course, don't forget to follow Ansible Pilot for more challenges like this. How to install Ansible in Alma Linux version 8. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Alma Linux 8 using the EPEL repository. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Alma Linux 8. The easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Alma Linux version 8 is using the extra packages for Enterprise Linux, also known as EPEL Additional Repository. This repository is maintained by the Fedora Special Interest Group that manages a high-quality set of additional packages for Enterprise Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, RHEL, Alma Linux, Scientific Linux, Oracle Linux, Rocky Linux, and so much more. Demo, are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Alma Linux. Let's go! Wait a minute, did you know that Alma Linux was the first open source, community-owned operating system one by one binary compatible with RHEL and Prestream CentOS? You can find out more information about the project, about the community in the official website. Also more information about how to stay up to date with the project, and I would like also to highlight this tool Elevate that is going to migrate from CentOS to Alma Linux that might be useful. Another useful resource is the wiki page, where you can find more information about the project, about the installation process, and on the repository you can see how to configure extra repositories such as EPEL or lrepo for more hardware-specific packages. Welcome to my console. Let me connect to a freshly installed Alma Linux box. Via SSH DevOps is my username and almalinux.example.com is my hostname. It's the first time, so I need to accept also the SSH key, as you see. I need a root permission, so sudo su to switch to root user. Let me also cut /etc Red Hat release and also etc OS release, so we can verify that is Alma Linux 8.5 edition. Hostname control also give us more information, especially about the running kernel, and uname -a is interesting too. So let's jump to the core things. Install Ansible. First of all, we need to install the EPEL repository with dnf install epel-release. That is a package that is going to set up the repository of EPEL for us. So now we can search for Ansible with dnf, search Ansible, and after downloading the metadata of the repository, we are expecting some result. Here we are. The first actually record, I don't see Ansible. Let me scroll a little bit up. Yes, the first record is ansible.noarch. That is our target package. So dnf info Ansible. We can have more information. You can see that it is available package, so not installed yet. Version 2.9.27 for Enterprise Linux 8. If I'm proceeding with dnf install with 19 packages and all the Python dependency, also let me accept the GPG key for the verification of packages and depending by the speed of the network and also the performance of your workstation, the install process is going to be completed. Here we are, finally. So done. Ansible -- version. Wow, 2.9.27 with Python 3.6. Cool, we did. Let me double check the exact package installed with dnf info Ansible. This time is switched to installed packages, as you can see, from EPEL repository 2.9.27, size 96 megabyte. So done, we set up Ansible inside Alma Linux using EPEL repository. To update, just simply dnf update the package like usual. So done, we are ready to have fun now with our playbook, our code, and whatever automation will be. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Alma Linux using the EPEL repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a love appreciation, thumbs up, write a comment, or keep in contact with me. And if you like changes like this, stay tuned for the next lesson. How to install Ansible in SUSE Linux Enterprise, also known as SLES Server 15 Service Pack 3. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside SUSE Linux Enterprise Server using the Package Hub repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in SUSE Linux Enterprise. The easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside SUSE Linux Enterprise SLES is using the SUSE Package Hub additional repository maintained by the SUSE community. So yes, it's not official. I hope that one day SUSE will have a better support for Ansible. Let's see. Demo time. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in SUSE Linux Enterprise Server 15 Service Pack 3. Wait a minute, where to find more information about SUSE Package Hub? Inside the website packagehub.suse.com. As you can see, there are community packages for SUSE Linux Enterprise Server. Yes, because Ansible is not in the main distribution repository. Here you can see the support level that is still community and the way how to contribute, but the most important part is the current package list. As you can see, if we search for Ansible, we can see all the possible results. In this case, I'm looking for Ansible package, and we can scroll down for all the available packages for our distribution. In my case, 15 Service Pack 3, so I'm expecting this result, so 2.9.6. Let's jump in a console to verify this result. Are you ready? Let's have fun. Welcome to my console. I have a fresh SUSE Linux Enterprise Server machine ready in my lab. So let me connect via SSH DevOps username at /example.com. I need to accept the SSH fingerprint because it's the first time I'm connecting. Sudo su to become root, and let me print out some OS variable. So /etc OS release, yes, is Enterprise Server Linux SUSE 15 Service Pack 3. So let me also print hostname control, so we can have more information about the architecture and running kernel. Same information also on uname-a. So what else? We are ready to search for Ansible. First of all, let me verify that SUSE Connect status. Yes, this machine is registered with one evaluation license. So now we are ready to move on using Zypper. So let me search Zypper, refresh to update the repository metadata. These are the basic repositories, as you can see, the base system and other enterprise server certified. If I'm searching for Ansible, I'm getting no result in the distribution packages. So let me list dash extension with SUSE Connect, and we can see all the possible options for repository. In my case, I have activated, let me review with you, base system module 15, and I saw also another activated repository down here, server application module. Here we are, but we need to activate the package hub. Oh, here we are. Let me copy and paste SUSE Connect -p package hub 15.3 / my architecture x86_64. More easy to copy and paste. And the system, the SUSE Connect system, updated my repository. So this time I'm performing Zypper search. Zypper is updating the metadata, and I'm getting some result, as you can see, for Ansible, documentation and other things. Let me go a little bit deeper with Zypper info. As you can see, these are the package available 2.9.6, yeah, not the latest edition, and is not installed. Actually, there is also a dependency problem that is missing Python 3 -coverage. Let me try to proceed ignoring this dependency. Let's see if Zypper can do this. Yes, it's calculating 25 dependency with 28 megabytes of downloading. So Zypper, the package manager, is downloading all the necessary packages, and let's see if the installation goes well or not, because we still have missing one dependency. So let me try with Ansible -- version. Here we go, 2.9.6 on Python 3.6, available in my SUSE Linux Enterprise server. Let me remind you that this operating system is not supported officially. So let me review the package installer Zypper info of Ansible. Here we are, we have the package that is now installed on my machine. So now I can maintain up to date to the most recent available on the package hub for this machine with the usual Zypper update process. Easy. So Ansible is available on SUSE Enterprise Linux with some exception. You need to add this additional repository. Is not perfect, but still is running, so is better than nothing. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in SUSE Linux Enterprise Server 15 Service Pack 3 using the Package Hub repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write a comment, keep in touch with me in any way, and see you soon for more Ansible Pilot adventure. How to install Ansible in Red Hat Enterprise Linux RHEL version 9. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside RHEL 9 with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in RHEL 9. The good news is that the Ansible core package, Ansible-core, is included out of the box in the RHEL 9 upstream repository. No more additional repository, Ansible Engine or EPEL like previous version for basic automation. However, for additional support for the underlying platform and core maintenance module is required the Ansible Automation Platform subscription. But this is a different story. Demo time. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in RHEL 9. Let's have fun! First of all, welcome to my laboratory, and this is a freshly installed RHEL 9 demo machine. Let me power on and get ready to have fun together with you. This is a standard bootstrap that you might be familiar, and from the login prompt, let's move it on. Better than directly login in the server is remote login via SSH. In my case, let me connect via root username at rhelexample.com. It might be different. Usually you have a normal user and you need to switch with sudo to root user. Let me print it out some file, Red Hat-release and OS release, both on etc to verify that this is a standard Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9 version. Another useful way to verify is using hostname control that gives you a pretty good overview of the machine, the running kernel and all the important information. Once we get familiar with our machine, we can move it on searching for Ansible packages. Using DNF, the package manager list Ansible give us all the options for the Ansible packages. And well, there is no option. Damn it, what went wrong? Because the Ansible package is not available anymore. Now was replaced with Ansible-core package. For the difference there is a video about. And now let's move it on, installing this that is included in the RHEL 9 upstream repository. This is great, all the dependency 80 package are available here. So it's completely supported by the Red Hat subscription. And as you can see, in a blink of an eye, 25 megabytes were downloaded on my machine and perfectly installed. We need only to wait, accept the security key. Here we have a GPG key, 1 second, here we go. And once everything is done, DNF is taking care of installing in our machine 100 megabytes of storage is going to need. And after this, if we verify with DNF list Ansible-core from is moved to installed packages. Yay! Version 2.12.2 is successfully installed. Let's verify together with Ansible --version command that confirm that everything is ready to have fun. So now we can move on our automation journey with a successful Ansible installed in our Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9. Yay! Great success! Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in RHEL 9 and maintain up to date. Thank you for watching. If this video was useful for you, don't miss out the next episode of Ansible Pilot and have a great day! Yay! How to install Ansible in Alma Linux version 9. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Alma Linux 9 using the upstream system repository. I'm Luca Burton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Alma Linux 9. This is a replacement for CentOS that is getting more and more traction. The easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Alma Linux 9 is using the Ansible-core package included in the upstream distribution repository. Please notice that the package Ansible isn't available anymore in the system distribution repository. It's not necessary to use the additional EPEL package repository. Demo time. Let's jump into a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Alma Linux. I'm going to install the Ansible-core package in an Alma Linux using the upstream distribution repository. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to a freshly installed Alma Linux using SSH DevOps is my username at almalinux.example.com. This is a freshly installed machine, so I need to accept the SSH fingerprint. So now let me switch to root user to perform any operation with packages. Let me print it out the exact release with /etc/redhat-release. This is Alma Linux release 9.0 Emerald Puma codename, and we can find out the same information with etc os release and hostname control. Another useful information could be the current release of a kernel. We are running of 5.14 and this is still Enterprise Linux 9. Okay, now let's have fun with DNF, the package manager. Let's search for the Ansible options and we can see that we have only Ansible-core package. So first of all, let me find out some extra information about the Ansible. Yes, Ansible package doesn't exist. So let's find out Ansible-core version 2.12 is available in the system repository, and let's install together. So DNF install. DNF, the package manager, is proposing the transaction with all the available dependencies, 19 packages for a grand total of 17 megabytes to download and 80 megabytes required space on disk. Once we accepted the proposed solution, please notice there are a lot of Python library and dependency. This is normal solution for Ansible. It's going to take a while. It depends by the speed of your network connection, the performance of your machine. So the time might be variable, more fast, more slow, depends. And in a blink of an eye, DNF is taking care of downloading, installing, and verifying that the packages are perfect installed in our system. Now, okay, there was a timeout on a mirror, so it's going to check it out another one. Wow, this is faster. Okay, so finally 19 packages were downloaded on my machine and successfully installed. Here we go. We have this installation process and complete. Yay, done. So once it's done, we can verify everything is working with Ansible command, and the easier option we have is Ansible -- version to verify the current version, and yay, success! Also, the Python version is 3.9, so the latest available. Okay, just to double check, we can verify everything with DNF info Ansible-core. This time is not available anymore, is switched to installed packages. Yay, great success! How to update? Just easy, DNF update as regular as the distribution. Yay, easy peasy! Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Alma Linux using the upstream system repository. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you, and see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day. Yay! How to install Ansible in the latest Ubuntu 20.04 LTS. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside the Ubuntu 22.04 with the distribution tool. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. We are going to see the easiest way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu with the distribution tool. We are going to see how to install Ansible in two different ways. The first method is to install Ansible using the Universe repository, the default that you get after the installation. The main advantage of using the Universe repository is that you don't need to do anything, and it doesn't require any external repository. The second method to install Ansible is using the PPA repository. Please bear in mind that adding an additional repository has a different quality assurance of software. Demo time. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 22.04 LTS with Universe and PPA. Wait a minute, how could you list the available packages of Ansible for Ubuntu? Well, the website packages.ubuntu.com is designed exactly for this scope. So type here Ansible in the search box and select Jammy as a distribution and hit a search. As you can see, you have all the list of available packages from the proper Ansible package that is designed for 2.10 release of Ansible Core and the latest Ansible Core release 2.12. We are going to verify this on the command line. Where could I find more information about Ansible PPA? Another website, the Launchpad website, offers you a great view about the available Ansible version, and if you select Jammy 22.04, you can see that Ansible 5.6 or Ansible Core 2.12 is available. Cool! Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my freshly installed Ubuntu machine via SSH DevOps is the username at ubuntu.example.com. This is a freshly Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. Let's verify with cat/etc/os release. Here we go. The easier way is to use apt, the package manager, so apt get install Ansible. Let's confirm the default proposal of transaction to install Ansible and its dependency. The grand total is the additional using of 243 MB and downloading 22 MB of archives. This is big because there are a lot of small files in Ansible, especially in the collection file, that takes some space in the disk. This is the exactly amount of time in my workstation. It depends by the network performance as well as performance of the workstation. In the end, we could confirm that Ansible is correctly set it up using Ansible -- version command that confirm that everything is ready. What if you really want the latest version of Ansible? Well, you need to use the PPA repository. So first of all, let me update the apt metadata and then verify that software-properties-common is successfully installed. Once everything is set it up, we can use add apt repository and of course --yes, and we can select the appropriate PPA. Also --update to force apt update. The PPA is Ansible/Ansible. Then we need only to wait, so all our Ubuntu box now is configured to use the PPA to install Ansible. So let's remove the old package, the official package from the universe, the one that we just installed, 2.10.7, and let's install the new one. As you can see, this is slightly bigger, 21 megabyte, and unpacked 300 megabyte of disk space. Just let's wait the download time, and now Ansible 5.6.0 is going to be installed in our machine. Everything is going to be super smooth because the PPA also validate the dependency according our distribution. And once everything is properly set it up, we can double check that Ansible is available. As before, just type Ansible -- version, and this time we have a different result. Yes, it reports the Ansible core 2.10, previously was 2.12, previously 2.10, and it used the latest Python version. Now you are ready to move your automation journey to the next level. And yay, you have two options to do this stuff. So select what you prefer, the stability of the Ubuntu repository universe or the latest up-to-date package from the PPA archive. Now you know how to install Ansible using Universe and PPA repository in Ubuntu 22.04 LTS. Thank you for watching. See us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot, and we are going to have a lot of fun. How to install Ansible in Fedora 35? Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Fedora 35 using the default repository. I am Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Fedora 35. The good news is that Ansible is included in the default repository, so you could install it simply with your usual yum DNF package manager. You could expect the latest version of Ansible in the update repository, and at the moment is available the latest 2.9. Demo time. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora. Did you know that there is a website where you can check out the available package for Fedora? It is src.fedoraproject.org, and if you scroll down you have a list of all the available packages. Yes, that number is a lot, or you can search for the desired one. In my case, Ansible, here we are, and you can have a vision of the available version in all the possible releases. So for our use case is 2.9.27. Fantastic! Don't you think so? Also you have a vision of who is the maintainer and what are the next evolution. Welcome to my console. I have a fresh machine installed, so let me connect with SSH DevOps as username at fedora.example.com as hostname. Let me accept the SSH key. Then I need to become a root, so sudo su, and let me cat /etc/red hat release, and we have a confirmation that is Fedora 35. Hostname control, double check. We can check it out also the version of the kernel and other information. So first of all, let me list the available packages for Ansible with DNF list. It's going to take some moment if you don't have fresh metadata to connect to the repository and download the available package list. And like all, the Fedora has a base repository plus some other additional one. The most common are the one for the update, for a modular component, and the update of the modular component. As you can see, the speed of this process is going to be influenced by the performance of your network. In my case, it's going to take just a few moments to update this index. Everything is performed automatically by DNF Package Manager, as you can see. And in the end, we are going to receive the information of the available package. As you can see, it's 2.9.27 in the update repository. So DNF install Ansible, this time is going to download 16 megabytes of data, 12 packages and 100 megabytes after the installation. We confirm this transaction to DNF, and in a blink of an eye, we are going to have all the dependency. Most of them are Python library installed in our workstation. As you can see, this is very fast on my workstation. Probably can take just more time also on yours. In the end, we are going to receive a confirmation of successful installation by the DNF. Here we go, it's completed. So let me double check with rpm-qa grep Ansible to verify that 2.9.27 is available. Double check Ansible -- version and it's ready to have fun. As you can see, Ansible is successfully installed, and now we can start creating our automation journey. So great, this is the start, and Fedora maintains up-to-date the package in the default repository. So we need only to update our distribution and everything will arrive automatically. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora and maintain up-to-date using the system repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up. And if you like challenging like this, keep in touch and see you soon. How to install Ansible in Fedora 36. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Fedora 36 using the default repository in the system. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Fedora 36. The good news is that Ansible is included in the default repository, so you could install it simply with your usual DNF package manager. You could expect the latest version of Ansible in the updates repository. Demo time. Are you ready to make your hand dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora. Let's get fun! Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine via SSH username, in my case devops@fedora.example.com. This is a freshly installed machine. As you can see, I need to accept SSH key. Let me switch to root user because I need SysAdmin privilege to install any packages on the system. First of all, let's verify that it's Fedora 36 and giving a cat of etc red hat-release. Yes, it's 36. Another way is to use a hostname control. As you can see, it's still Fedora 36 with kernel version 5.17. Cool. Another way is to check it out /etc/os release. This is a common Linux file for all the type of distribution. DNF is the package manager, and we can list the available Ansible with DNF list available Ansible. it's taking just a minute to refresh the package repository metadata. As you can see, I'm using a x86 64-bit of Fedora 36 and is downloading the content right here, right now. So the result will be up to date. Just a second, and we are expecting the list of available packages for Ansible. This is the system repository and update repository, and in a blink of an eye we are getting also an update of secondary repository and modular and updates as well. Okay, cool. The first repository was the system and now was updated the updates. As you can see, it's going to take just a moment. It depends by the speed of your connection. And boom, we have the update repository returning Ansible version 5.7.0. Let me check it out also. Ansible-core. This is a stripped version with only the Ansible built-in module. That is 2.12. Cool, great. So another common way to check it out if a package is installed is to use rpm-qe that return no Ansible at the moment. So Ansible is definitely not installed on the system. Let me also check it out with Ansible --version command. Command not found. So let's install together. DNF install Ansible. The total download is 36 MB and install size 328. As you can see, DNF is taking care of all the necessary required library. These are all Python free, and especially there is a paramicro, which is the SSH, and other interesting. WinRM is to interact with Windows machine. More or less, these are all what we need to parse it, to use the authentication or use some parsing of file. So as you can see, it's downloading either Ansible 5.7 as well as Ansible core. So we are going to have a foundation and all the necessary, the most common collection installed. And now it's completed. It looks like everything is installed. Let me double check the result of DNF list available Ansible and Ansible core. Now the package list is empty. To check it out if it's correctly installed, we need to use the command dnf list installed Ansible, and this time is returning a result that is highlighted in red, which means the package is successfully installed. Check it out, rpm-qe, this time return Ansible core and Ansible 5.7. Cool. Last verification is to use Ansible --version. Cool, everything is correctly configured and ready to be used. Yay! Great job, Fedora! If you want to check it out, the difference between Ansible core and Ansible community package, don't miss it out the other lesson. Great, let's move on our automation journey. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora using the system repository. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy this video, don't miss it out the next lesson. Every day I'm teaching how to automate more and more things inside your system. Have a great day. See ya. Cheers. How to install Ansible in Rocky Linux version 9. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Rocky Linux 9 using the upstream system repository. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Rocky Linux 9. The easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside Rocky Linux version 9 is using the Ansible-core package included in the upstream distribution repository. Please notice that the package Ansible isn't available anymore. It's not necessary to use the additional EPEL package repository. Demo time. let's jump into a quick live demo of how to install the latest version of Ansible in Rocky Linux. I'm going to install the Ansible-core package in Rocky Linux 9 using the upstream distribution repository. Are you excited? Let's move it on. Welcome on my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my Rocky Linux machine via SSH. I'm going to use DevOps as username at rockylinux.example.com. This is a demo machine that I just installed. So let's take a look together, do some configuration of this machine. First of all, let me switch to root with sudo su and let's cut /etc/redhat release. This is Rocky Linux release 9.0 Blue Onyx release. Let's also cut /etc/os-release for more information about this operating system. This is a Red Hat compliant system, as you can see, and more information we can have also with hostname control, as well with uname-a for the full kernel version. This is version 5.14.0, etc. Now let's take a look together of the option for Ansible with the DNF search Ansible. There are plenty of options, but we are interested in the Ansible-core package. So let's get more information with DNF info Ansible-core. We see that is available, as well also with DNF list Ansible-core say that is available, so not installed yet in the upstream repository. Now let's move forward with DNF install Ansible-core. We are going to download 16 megabytes of 19 packages, and 77 megabytes of storage will be used after this. This is Ansible-core, so only the Ansible platform is going to be installed, and in a blink of an eye we have a version 2.12.2 completely installed in our system. The DNF is taking care of all the steps for downloading and installing the system, so we can double check using the Ansible command line command, and specifically we can use Ansible -- version to have more information about the running version of Ansible. As we can see, we have more information about the modules, the Python version 3.9, as well also the Jinja version 2.11.3. So this is enough from the Ansible point of view, but let's take a look on the distribution point of view. DNF list this time reported installed packages Ansible Core 2.12 from the upstream repository, as well also DNF info Ansible-core. Okay, now we are ready to execute our Ansible automation and create a lot of Ansible Playbook code. We put the foundation of what is required for executing the Ansible code. You can simply update this package with a DNF update as usual, and because this is a system repository, it gets automatically all the necessary updates. Yay! Great work! We can move forward. Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Rocky Linux using the upstream system repository. Thank you for watching. If this lesson was useful for you, I look forward to see you in the upcoming lesson, and have a great day. Yay! Cheers! How to install Ansible in Fedora Linux 37. How to install and maintain up-to-date the latest version of Ansible inside Fedora 37 using the system repository with a practical demo. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. So, today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Fedora Linux 37. The good news is that Ansible is included in the default repository, so you can simply install it with your usual package manager, yum and DNF. DNF is the latest version. you can expect the latest version of Ansible in the updated repository. At the moment is available the latest 2.14 for Ansible-core and 6.4 for Ansible, the community package with all the extra collection on it. This is great because Fedora was delayed because the OpenSSL bug fix, so was able to get the latest Ansible core 2.14. And this is a great news. So now let's jump in a quick live demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora. Are you ready? Let's move on. Welcome to my laboratory. I just installed the latest version of Fedora 37 workstation in a virtual machine using, VMware Hypervisor. You can use whatever software you want, VirtualBox, Hyper-V, whatever fits your need, or a real bare metal machine. So I just need to power on my system and wait for the login page. Fedora is available in a lot of different flavors, so in your case could be a server version in a cloud environment, or could be another kind of virtual machine or environment. So this is my login screen. I was creating a Luca user with a password, and after the correct login, I'm able to see the desktop in my Fedora workstation 37. Please note that if you choose the server edition, you get only the CLI. By the way, I absolutely love this new background. So just a quick check, just to show you that this is Fedora 37 Workstation Edition. Great! So how to install Ansible? Well, it's a command line tool, so the best way is to go to Activities and select the All Application and jump in a terminal. You can have also some quick launches, and if you are using the terminal, makes sense that you put in your quick access area. So let me also magnify a little bit the prompt so we can easily see. You can obtain this prompt also connecting via SSH with the server edition. So first of all, let me become a root user, so the user with full potential to interact with the system, with sudo su and entering my password. We can verify that it's Fedora 37, printing the content of etc redet-release using the hostname control command. As you can see, the operating system is Fedora Linux 37. A common way between all the Linux system is to use the etc os-release to have a common ground of command. Well, okay, now let's jump to the package manager. DNF is the package manager where you can get all the update of a system. I have a lot of things to update, as you can see, because this system came out of a box. Okay, now let's try to use the Ansible command. You can see that command not found is what we obtain, and actually Fedora is trying to help us and provide a solution with Ansible-core package. Well, let's take a closer look about the alternatives. So there is a DNF list available Ansible that is going to show us, after a quick update on the repository, that we have the Ansible community package, the one most comprehensive, with also the additional collection version 7.0 available in the updates repository. Well, that's great. Out of the box, Fedora 37 came with Ansible 6.4. And great things also Ansible-core that is in the latest release of 2.14. I'm so happy that I was able to insert this package inside Fedora. Just a quick check with underneath rpm-qa reveal that we don't have any Ansible package installed. So if we type the Ansible -- version for checking the version of Ansible, we obtain command not found. Okay, now we really would like to install Ansible, so DNF install Ansible. I choose the full-fledged package because I want also the additional collection and I don't care about some additional space. So in my case, it downloads only 4 packages this is the Ansible and the dependency. Please note that Ansible core is a direct dependency of the Ansible package. And as you can see, the downloaded size is 38 MB, but the storage needed is 334 MB. It's going to take a while. The actual timing depends by the performance of your network and also your machine. But the important thing is the package manager is taking care of downloading, verify the download was successful, and install it on disk. The package Ansible is taking a while because it's a big package actually. It's composed by a lot of small files that takes some time to be written on disk. Disk, storage, solid space, whatever you use nowadays. Okay, but the important thing is that we don't need to care about all these complicated things. Under the hood, DNF, the package manager, is taking care of downloading the latest version, and also we can maintain up to date with a simple DNF update for the future. So great! Everything seems installed and completed. Let's double check with Ansible -- version. So Ansible is the command line to execute Ansible ad hoc commands and is a starting point. As you can see, it is confirming that Ansible 2.14 version of the core is successfully installed, with other interesting details like Python 3.11 and other things. Checking with RPM of the installed packages now show that we have Ansible core and Ansible package successfully installed. Is the same information we can obtain with DNF list installed Ansible and Ansible core. As you can see, we have core 2.14 and Ansible 7.0. Great! So now our automation journey could begin. I'm so happy that now everything is sorted out. So let's double check that the Ansible command from the command line utility is available. So this using the -- version is just only the starting point to verify that everything is ready to go. And as you can see, there are more small details about the configuration, and this is the starting point of your automation journey. And I'm so happy that now Fedora Linux 37 is successfully installed and configured for Ansible. Now you are ready for the first step in your automation journey. Yay! Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in Fedora Linux using the system repository and the DNF package manager. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! Yay! How to install Ansible in Red Hat Enterprise Linux RHEL version 9.1. Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain up-to-date Ansible inside RHEL 9.1 with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in RHEL 9.1. The good news is that the Ansible core package, Ansible-core, is included out of the box in the RHEL 9.1 upstream repository. So no more additional repository, Ansible Engine or EPEL like previous version for basic automation. However, for additional support for the underlying Ansible automation platform and core maintained directly by Red Hat is required the Ansible automation platform subscription. Now demo time. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick light demo about how to install the latest version of Ansible in RHEL 9.1. Are you ready? Let's have fun! First of all, welcome to my laboratory.
As you can see, this is a virtual machine running inside my system. My system is a ARM64, so no problem at all, because with VMware I'm able to run every operating system. So this is great. Also, I can test Red Hat Enterprise Linux in an architecture that is different from the Intel one. So I already created a username, so let me enter with my password. This is the UI, so the graphical user interface. Obviously, a server might be accessible more via terminal, so using SSH, so please adapt. I'm going to use the terminal even if I really like the new background. I think that the Red Hat design team did extraordinary work this time. Okay, so welcome to the terminal. This is the normal way how to interact with a server. You're probably going to end up in a similar way, also connecting via SSH. Let me zoom a little bit so this terminal will be more readable for all of us. Okay, so now look like big enough. So first things is to jump to the root user. So in my case using sudo su, in your case could be running SSH and then sudo su. Let me verify the current running version of the operating system using cat of /etc Red Hat release, and this is version 9.1, the latest released by Red Hat. Great. So now I would like to verify that Ansible is actually not running, and the most convenient way is to run Ansible -- version. Obviously, we got a command not found. So this is great, and the DNF, the package manager, also suggests the Ansible --core package. Okay, but I would like more information before jumping on installation of this package. So first of all, let me use a DNF list Ansible --core. Just a quick refresh of the repository. As you can see, these are the base and the upstream directly from Red Hat. Cool, we have Ansible --core version 2.14.3 ready for Enterprise Linux 9. So this is great. You can have also more information using DNF info and Ansible --core as a package name. As you can see, I'm running on AArch64, that is ARM64 for RHEL 9. Okay, cool. Now DNF install, we are downloading 10 packages, total download size 8 MB, and we use 34 MB on disk. Cool, let me save also this GPG signature key. These are fundamental, a way of verifying that the packages are not altered between the distribution and our system. And when everything is done, we got a complete message like a normal operating system, and it looks like that all the dependency, all the Python dependency are ready to go. So how to verify if Ansible is ready to execute our command? Well, I think the normal way is to try to run an Ansible command and with a -- version, but here we go. And the output of this command is the current version of Ansible core 2.14.3 as expected, and also it verifies the current Python running on the system 3.9, as well as the latest version of a library, for example Jinja and libyaml. Cool, now Ansible is ready to start the fun automating our day. Yay! Ready to go! Now you know how to install the latest version of Ansible in RHEL 9.1. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you, and see us on the next IT adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! Yay!
How to install Ansible in the latest Ubuntu 23.04? Today we are going to talk about the easier way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu 23.04 with the distribution tools. I'm Luca Berton and I'm an Ansible automation expert. Okay, how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 23.04? Today we are talking about how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 23.04 Lunar Lobster. We are going to see the easy way to install and maintain Ansible inside Ubuntu with the distribution tools. We are going to see how to install Ansible in one different way. First method is to install Ansible using the Universe repository, the default that you get after installation. The main advantage of using the Universe repository is that you don't require any external repository. The second method is to install Ansible using the PPA repository. Please bear in mind that adding an additional repository has a different quality assurance in software. And now, demo time. Let's see how to install Ansible in Ubuntu 23.04 Lunar Lobster with Universe repository. Let's suppose we already have a Ubuntu 23.04 box. For example, I'm connected directly to the terminal. Will be the same operation with a SSH connection using username and password. So let me switch to root user, the one that has superpower in Linux, and in this case using sudo su command. Let me cut the /etc/lsb release so you can check it out. This is Ubuntu 23.04 Lunar Lobster. First operation is actually to update all the packages repository using apt-get update, and now we can jump directly to apt-get install Ansible, or first of all we can check it out the status of the packages. In this case, let me use apt-cache search for Ansible. We are going to obtain two different results for Ansible community package and Ansible-core. Bear in mind that Ansible community package depends on the Ansible core. You can check it out more information using apt-get show and the name of a package. So in this way you are able to see, for example, apt-cache show Ansible that depends from Ansible core. Same way for Ansible core, you can check it out the version, in this case 2.14.2. This is very important and we are going to check it out later. So back on business, let's install the package. You can also verify the status of a package using apt-list Ansible. In this case, there is only one package available and it's not installed. So let's install using apt-install Ansible. In a blink of an eye is installed from the repository. In this case, I'm on ARM processor, so the speed depends really by the speed of a network, also the bandwidth and the performance of your machine. As you can see, the installation process is pretty quick and we can verify that everything was successfully installed using the Ansible -- version command, for example. And okay, of course, we can use also the distribution tools to verify that the packages are actually installed on the system. But I prefer the Ansible -- version command, so we can check it out the exact version running on the system. As expected, 2.14.2, the same version of a package is running on this system. I think it's pretty new and this is a great result from the Ubuntu team. Now the sky is the limit. We are ready to start our automation. We can check it out also with apt-list Ansible that is showing the package successfully installed, as well also for Ansible core that is a dependency for Ansible. If you are running on a Red Hat-like system, you're going to use probably the RPM tool for checking out if Ansible package is installed. It's not this case, just forget about this step. And here we are. Cool! Now you know how to install Ansible using Universe repository in Ubuntu 23.04 Lunar Lobster. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you. See us on the next automation adventure. Yay! Ansible module ping. Today we are going to talk about simplest way to test if a managed host is available to receive our commands. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episodes of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module ping. The full name is ansible.builtin.ping, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It verifies the ability of Ansible to log in the managed host and that there is a Python interpreter that is able to execute our code. So it's pretty different from the ping in the network context. People usually don't specify any parameter or use the return value. For the parameter, it's possible to change the behavior from the default pong to the crash that raises an exception in case of failure. The return value default is the pong string, but you could customize with a data parameter. Can you see the correspondence? So, are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a quick live demo of a playbook about the ping module. And welcome to my editor. You can see that my playbook is composed by only one play that targets all the hosts and specifically is going to execute only one task named test connection, which invoke the ping module. Are you ready to see the result of my code? And here I am in my terminal. I already prepared the Ansible Playbook command and I'm going to execute my playbook. During this execution, we will see the step-by-step. Here we are. The first step is gathering facts, then test the connection on the target host, in my case demoexample.com. The execution is successful because we can see that OK is numbering with 2, which means that 2 steps are executed. Now you know better the Ansible module ping, and you could use successfully in your playbook. Subscribe to the channel to not miss the next episode of the Ansible Pilot. Have a nice day! How to print a text or a variable during the execution with Ansible? I'm going to show you step by step in a live demos with some example code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module debug. It's part of a Ansible built-in collection. So it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a stable module and works with variety of operating systems. The purpose is to print statement during execution, which means not only text, but also all the possible variables in Ansible, including facts, for example. This module has 3 parameters. If you launch without any parameter, the default hello world, yes, with exclamation mark, is printed. If you prefer to customize the message, we need to specify the MSG parameter, which is message. In the same way, the var parameter allows us to print a variable. We could combine text and variable in the MSG field. Please note that you need to use always the double bracket notation when we want the variable value. The verbosity is for advanced use if you would like to hide our debug code in normal execution, but keep in the playbook if we need in the debug mode. The value could be from 0, which means normal execution, to 3, which means debug execution. Let's jump in 5 Ansible debug module demos. We are going to start from the print of a hello world mandatory message, then print a customizable text, a variable, a mix of text and variable, and I will demonstrate you how to use successfully the verbosity level. Are you excited? Let's go! And welcome to my editor. Let's start writing our YAML document. First 3-, which means that is a YAML document. Then I'm putting a name for this playbook, that is debug module demo, and will target all hosts, and then I will start with all the tasks. In my case, there will be only one task named, how you say, debug module? No, debug message is very explicative. And let's target ansible.builtin.debug, and we are going to expect the hello world message. Let's jump to the console to execute. Here we are, like always, Ansible-Playbook, then we specify the inventory, yes, -e, demo inventory, and then the path where I saved this file is is print text message, yes, debug YML. So I'm expecting two different tasks. One is gathering facts, and the second print the hello world message. Yay, success! Now let's complicate a little bit this task. Let's try to print a custom message, like for example, example text. So we are going to use the MSG parameter, and this is better to include with a double quote, like always. Here we are, let's save the file and get ready to jump. Let me move to the terminal, and I'm going to execute the same exact command as before, because it's the same file. We only saved one line more, and here we are, gathering facts and print a debug message, and this time it's displaying our example text. Let's complicate a little more. Let me come back to the IDE so I can add one variable, for example. So after hosts, I will type vars and define a variable, in my case is fruit, and assign a value, in my case apple. So double quote because it's a string. And then I will modify my code in the debug. I will remove the MSG and put the vars parameter, and then I will specify the name of my variable, in my case fruit. Let's see the result. Then we jump to the console again, and we are going to execute another time the latest command, because we have saved on the same file, and we are going to see that now the execution is going to display the content of a variable fruit and print an apple. Let's combine all together the variable and the message. So we are going to substitute the var with a message text, and we are going to start a string. For example, our fruit is, and we would like to print the value of fruit. To print, we need to specify the double bracket notation, so before and after the variable. Let me close the double bracket and we close the string. Let's jump to the console. And again, let's execute the same command. Here we are, and our expectation is a mix of text and variable. Let's see. Wow, our fruit is apple. Great job. Let's deep dive with verbosity level. This is a very useful use case because most of the time we would like to print our message only if we specify verbosity level, for example 2. Here we are with print. Let's do in the code and let's execute again. And back to the console for the last time. Let's try to execute again the code, and remember that this time we specified the verbosity, so the debug message is skipped with normal execution. We need to specify which level we set up, 2. So we need to set up verbose level 2, which means that we need to add 2 different v, like double v, here we are, to our code. Let's see that it's getting more and more debugging code, and Here it is, our message is back again. Did you see the magic? This is very useful. Now you know more how to print a text, a variable, or a combination of text and variable during an execution in Ansible, and also how to set the verbosity level. Don't forget to subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. Have a nice day! What is the difference between command versus shell Ansible module? These two Ansible modules are confused one for another, but they are fundamentally different. Both modules allow you to execute command on a target host, but in a slightly different way. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. The command and shell Ansible module execute command on a target system. Generally speaking, it's always better to use a specialized Ansible module to execute a task. However, sometimes the only way is to execute a Linux command via command or shell module. Let me reinforce again, you should avoid as much as possible to the usage of command shell instead of a better module. But what if the module doesn't exist? Well, you need to end up using this. So both modules execute commands on a target node, but in a sensible different way. The command module executes commands on a target machine without using the target shell. It simply executes the command. The target shell is, for example, the popular bash, Z shell or Bourne shell. As a side effect, user environment, variable expansion, output redirection, stringing two commands together with pipe and other stuff, and other shell features are not available. On the other side, every command executed using shell module has all shell features, so it could be expanded in a runtime. From the security point of view, command module is more robust and has a more predictable outcome because it bypasses the shell. Both modules returned always changed status because Ansible is not able to predict if the execution has or has not altered the target system. The command module is the default module in Ansible ad hoc mode. Command module is able to execute only the binary on remote host. The command module won't be impacted by local shell variable because it bypasses the shell. At the same time, it might not be able to run shell built-in feature and redirection. The shell Ansible module is potentially more dangerous than the command module and should only be used when you actually really need the shell functionality. So if you are not stringing two commands together using pipes or even just and or comma, no, maybe colon, you don't really need the shell module. Similarly, expanding shell variable or file globs require the shell module. If you are not using this feature, don't use the shell module. Sometimes it's the only way. I know. Demo time. Let me show you two different Ansible Playbook that highlight the difference between command and shell Ansible module in an Ansible Playbook. Are you ready to have fun? Let's go! First of all, let's begin with command module. Let's begin our Ansible Playbook with 3 dash and one plain name command module demo. That is target hosts all of my inventory. On the task list, only one name, for example, check uptime. Do you want to check uptime of your server? Using Ansible built-in shell? No, not shell. Damn it. we are going to use a command module. Let me correct. Here we go. What's exact command line? Uptime. And I'm going to save on command underscore output variable. Now, what we could do with this variable? Well, we can print it out on screen, for example. So command output, here we go. Using Ansible built-in .debug, the standard way to print it out variable on screen. And the variable is command underscore output dot, for example, standard output std out underscore line. Here we go. We execute a command on the target host, we save the result in a variable, and we print it out on screen. Yes, we can use also in the Ansible code as we wish, but it's easy to use like this. Let's move on to the terminal to have fun. Welcome in my terminal. First of all, let me execute the code using Ansible-Playbook. Let me specify also my inventory file with -e, and then the uptime YML. Let me confirm that I would like to execute this code, and here we go. We have change status and the uptime of our machine that was only 8 minutes. So the command was executed on the target host, and we have on screen the result of the command. Done! Back on my editor, this time one example with the shell module. So let's begin our YAML document with 3 dash and one plain name shell module demo. That is going to target host all of my inventory, and on the task list this time let's make something more funny. For example, list file and folder in the current directory. So list files and folders. Okay, here we go. We are going to execute ansible.builtin.shell, and the exact command is ls-l and then star. This is the difference between the previous command. We can't use star with command. So let me register on command output, and as before, let me print it out on screen this variable. Command output, here we go. Ansible.builtin.debug variable command output dot std standard output line. Here we go. We execute the command on the target host, we save a result, and we display on screen. Execution will be very fast. Ansible Playbook -e my inventory file and my Ansible Playbook. This time I'm expecting a list of files on the current directory, and here we have only example.shell file owned by DevOps. Great! And change status as expected, so shell module worked. Back on my editor, what if we substitute shell with command? What could happen? We are going to see in just 1 minute. Back on the console, let me execute this new Ansible Playbook. Let me remind you that we just substitute command shell module with command, and boom, we have a big error because we are trying to use a star, but command module didn't know what is star. So now we are facing the reality. Now you know the differences between command and shell Ansible module and their use case. Thank you for watching this lesson. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot. Today we are going to talk about how to edit a single line text in file with Ansible. Ansible module line file. I'm Luca Burton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module lining file. The full name is ansible.builtin.lining file, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it supports a large variety of operating systems. You are able to insert, update, and remove a single line of text in a file. This module has some parameter to perform any tasks. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of your file you are going to edit. Line is the line of text we would like to insert in file. Easy. By default, the text is going to be inserted at the end of the file, but we could personalize in a specific position with insert after, insert before, and specify the regular expression. If there is any tool to validate the file, we could specify in the validate parameter, very useful for configuration files. If the file does not exist, we could also create it. Usually, we would like to insert text line, but we could also remove using state in conjunction with parameter absent. Let me also highlight that we could also specify some permission or say Linux properties. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a live demo of lining file module usage in Ansible Playbook. And welcome to my console. So today, for example, we would like to enable password authentication for SSH. So let me start with a YAML document. So 3-, then name, lining file module demo. Let's target hosts all. And we need the privilege escalation set to true because we are going to modify a system file. So, and then in the task list, let's start with a name and, for example, allow password authentication. It seems very descriptive. And then the module, so ansible.builtin.lining file. Well, let's specify the state, so state present, because we would like this line to be present. Destination is the path of the file, etc ssh sshd underscore config file. Then let's specify the line. In my case is with the first letter uppercase password authentication, yes, with a in command style. So password authentication, yes. Then let's add also the validation of the configuration file. So let's specify validate. In my case, for SSH is sshd -t -f, and %s is the path of the file that is going to be substituted automatically with Ansible. And here it is. This is a playbook that is going to edit the etc ssh sshd, inserting the password authentication. And welcome to my console. Let me first connect to the target machine with the user used by Ansible, so DevOps, sudo su, and let me take a look of etc ssh sshd config. I'm going to scroll down to see where the password authentication parameter it is, and here we are. Password authentication no, as you can see. So now we would like to execute our playbook and change this parameter. So we need to exit the less utility with a Q, and then exit also from the remote workstation. Let me execute the playbook like usual with ansible-playbook -c my inventory file and the lining file.yml that we already created. So let's see that Ansible is gathering the facts and perform some changes in the target machine, because we have in yellow some changes. Let me connect again to the target host and switch from normal user to root and take a look again on the SSH file. I'm expecting that the password authentication parameter is switching from no to yes, but hey, wait a minute, we have a no here and a yes in the end of the file. There wasn't exactly the expected behavior. So let me show you with a grep utility. So let me search for grep password authentication inside etc ssh sshd config. Oh, I did a typo on password, so let me return back, and boom, there is two parameters, one no and one yes, that creates some confusion for SSH. Let me fix it in the code. Back on my editor, let's see that we could accomplish with using one parameter, that is regex, which is able to specify the regular expression. In my case, which means start with password authentication. So the expected result is each line that starts with password authentication, let's turn to password authentication yes. And welcome back to my console. First of all, let me connect to the target host and take a look on the SSH config file. We need to sudo as a root user, because this, like before, let's remove the last line for password authentication yes, because otherwise there will be some misconfusion. One parameter was yes and one no, and now there is only a no parameter, as you can see from the grep result. Let me exit the machine and run my new Ansible Playbook. So Ansible-Playbook -e my inventory file and my playbook for lining file with a regular expression in it. I'm expecting a change status. Here we are. Perfect. Let me connect to the target machine and verify the result of this file edit. Here we are. Let's switch to root user and let's do a grep. Mission accomplished. Password authentication, yes, correct. Now we need only to restart the SSH daemon to have this new setting. Now you know better the Ansible module lining file, and you could use successfully in your playbook. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are going to talk about how to edit a multi-line text in file with Ansible and so much more. Ansible module blocking file. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module blocking file. The full name is ansible.builtin.blocking file, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built-in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it supports a huge variety of operating systems. You are able to insert, update, remove a block of multi-line text in file. This block is going to be surrounded by customizable marker line, just to identify that this edit was performed by Ansible. This module has some parameter to perform any task. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of the line we are going to edit. Block is the text we would like to insert in file. Easy. By default, the text is going to be inserted at the end of file, but we could personalize in a specific position with insert after or insert before and the relative text or regular expression. If there is any tool to validate the file, we could specify in the validate parameter, very useful for configuration file, about every service. if the file does not exist, we could create it, but we need to set true to create a parameter. If the file... usually we would like to insert a text block, but we could also remove using state in conjunction with parameter absent. Our text is going to be surrounded by some marker, some comments, most in case, that show up that we did this edit in Ansible. We could customize with marker underscore begin and marker underscore end. The other area is related to the permission and C Linux property. These are the normal parameters. Are you ready to make your hands dirty? Let's jump in a live demo of blocking file module usage in Ansible Playbook. And welcome to my editor. Let's go line by line to this blocking file module demo. Let's see that the hosts are all, so it means that all the hosts in our inventory are targeted, and become this time is true, which means that we need the privilege escalation in our tasks. We are going to create a etc host file with some line, so etc hosts need to be owned by the administrative user, so root for Linux system. You see that we are going to insert only one line of file, but we could specify more lines if you would like. Specifically, we are going to add the IP address, is a local address for our demo server. Are you curious to see the result? Let's jump in a quick live demo. And here we are on my console. So first of all, let me connect to the target machine just to check it out that the file does not exist. I will perform the connection with some key, and here we are. I'm using the same user of Ansible, so I will print etc hosts content. As you can see, there is no mention of the local IP address. So let's execute with Playbook. We specify the inventory file and our Playbook module blocking file that we created before. Let's see that we are going to execute task by task, and here we are. The edit is performed. Let me connect again to the target machine and check it out, etc host. Here we are, and you could notice also the file, the last line. If we execute again the Playbook, look, we are not changing the file, we are only checking, and this property is called idempotency and is very important in the Ansible world. Now you know better the module blocking file and all its potential, and you could use successfully in your everyday Playbook. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to pause a Playbook execution for a certain amount of time with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module pause. This module is also supported for Windows targets. The full name is ansible.builtin.pause, which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. The default behavior is to pause with a prompt. Pauses Playbook execution for a set amount of time or until the prompt is acknowledged. All parameters are optional. The default behavior is to pause with a prompt. You could specify the amount of time using the parameters minutes or seconds. Starting in Ansible 2.2, if you specify 0 or negative for minutes or seconds, it will wait for 1 second. Previously, it would wait indefinitely. When minutes or seconds is specified, user input is not captured or echoed, regardless of echo settings. I will cover the user input in another video. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to show you how to pause the execution. Welcome to my editor. I would like to show you one simple playbook with a pause module. So let's start with one play and define a name, in my case pause module demo. Let me target hosts all, and let me define one variable, wait underscore seconds, and assign a value of 10. On the task list, we are going to have 2 tasks, one to pause and one simple message on screen. So let me assign the name pause for number of seconds. So let me use the value of variable wait seconds and the filter to int because it is integer value, and on second let me add the s just in case. I'm going to use ansible.builtin.pause module with one parameter that is seconds and is the value of wait seconds pipe the filter to int. So Ansible will make sure that this is integer value, and then let me display a message. So this task is named message, and I'm going to use ansible.builtin.debug module with msg. Sometimes I got stuck on this syntax, and for example the end. Here we are. We have one playbook with one play that is going to execute on all our hosts, and 2 actions, one to pause for 10 seconds and the second simple display message. Welcome to my console. Let me execute my playbook with ansible-playbook -e my inventory, in my case demo/inventory, and the name of the playbook. I'm expecting now to stop the execution for 10 seconds. Here we are. And there is also a message very interesting that if we hit Ctrl+C and then C, we can continue early. So let me show you how. Let me execute again the playbook with Ansible Playbook like before. So this round I will hit Ctrl+C as soon as this message appears, and then press C on the keyboard, and as you can see the execution was faster. The option is to abort completely the execution, pressing Ctrl+C and then A to abort. Let me demonstrate how it will look like. So my playbook is executing, hitting the pause moment, pressing Ctrl+C and immediately after A, and this is what it looked like, a fatal error with user requested abort message. Now you know how to pause a playbook execution for a certain amount of time with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to reboot remote hosts with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module reboot. The full name is ansible.builtin.reboot, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with Ansible-core. This module is pretty stable and out for years. and support a large variety of operating systems. The purpose is to reboot a remote machine, wait for it to go down, come up, and respond to commands. For Windows Target, use the Ansible.Windows.win_reboot module instead. This module has no required parameters, but some of them might be nice to know. Let me summarize the most useful parameters and also explore with you the process. The reboot_timeout defines how much time you expect before a machine returns up and running. The real timeout is double by real because of the process of reboot and test command success. First step in the reboot process is to print a message to all the connected users. You could keep the default reboot initiated by Ansible or customize using MSG parameter. Secondly, is going to execute the reboot command OS specific. If you need a specific one, please customize the reboot_command parameter. You could define also some extra delay time using the pre_reboot_delay or post_reboot_delay integer value. Both are default to 0. Once rebooted the target host, Ansible is going to verify the workstation fully working using a test command. The default is whoami, but you could customize using the test_command parameter. This module could return also the amount of time indeed for bootstrap process reading through kernel specifically. The default is /proc/sys/kernel/random/bootid. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to demonstrate how to reboot a remote host with Ansible Playbook. Are you ready? Let's do it! And welcome to my editor. I would like to show you a playbook that is going to reboot some target machine. So, first of all, let me start my YAML file. So, as usual, 3-. I'm going to define one play that is named reboot module demo. Done. And with some parameter hosts, let me target all the hosts. I need a privilege escalation because we need a root privilege to perform the reboot task, so become true. Let me specify only one task that is going to be named reboot hosts, and then the module will be ansible.builtin.reboot. Some parameter, for example, the message to display to all users, reboot by Ansible will be clear enough. Let me fix the typo. Then I'm going to define some time before reboot, so pre_reboot_delay, let me set to 5 seconds, and then post delay, let me use the same text and change pre to post, so post_reboot_delay, 10 seconds. You could increase if you need more services. Test command, let me define whoami, that is the default, but just to show you that you can add another command. So one playbook with one play and one task. And we are expecting to reboot our system and display a message. And welcome to my console. So first of all, let me connect to the target host. In my case, I'm going to use SSH connection. user is DevOps, and the system is called demo.example.com. Let me verify the uptime, so the amount of time that this system is up and running. In my case is 12 minutes, so not a lot, but it's still up and running. So let me disconnect and execute the Ansible Playbook to reboot this machine. Like usual, Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, in my case is demo inventory, and then my reboot playbook, the one that we see in the editor. So it will be reboot remote machine, reboot.yml, and I'm going to expect one task called reboot hosts in a status changed. It will take up to 15 seconds because that was the time that we define as a pre and post delay. Here we are. Good job. We have a change status. Let me verify the uptime of a target machine. So again, SSH DevOps demo example.com, uptime again, and ta-da! 0 minutes. Let me highlight that this type of playbook is not idempotent. So every time you launch, you're expecting to execute the action on the target machine. So bear in mind. Now you know how to reboot remote hosts with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to check out Git repository? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module Git. The full name is ansible.builtin.git, which means it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for years. The purpose is to deploy software or file from Git checkout in our managed host. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful option. The only required parameters are repo and test. Repo specify the source repository URL. Test specify the destination path. The update retrieve new revision from the already synced origin repository. The most interesting return value is after they contain the latest commit after the update process. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to check out Git repository with Ansible Playbook. And welcome to my editor. Like usual, we start with 3-, which means that is a YAML document. The name of the play is Git module demo. Let's specify the target host, in my case all. Then privilege escalation, I think we don't need, so let's set to false. The task list, so first of all, let's start with a name. So we could be checkout Git repository, yes. And the module specification, in my case, Ansible.builtin.git. That is the name of the module. So parameters, repo, and let's start with all the URL of the repository. In my case, let's pick up the one of the course, so https github.com/lucab85/ansible-pilot.git. Yes, destination, so dest. Let's put in the home directory of a user that we use for the connection, so /home devops and ansible-pilot. And that's it. We create our demo with Git module. Let's jump to the console and see in action. Here we are on my console. First of all, let me connect to the target host and just verify that in the home directory there is no repository, and there is none. Let me exit and execute the playbook with Ansible-playbook -c inventory, check out git YML, and let's see the execution. Okay, there is a problem, a fatal. It seems that a git package is not installed. We could install the package manually, or maybe it's installed by Ansible. Let me show you how using the yum module. So in the task list, let me create some space. In my case, I create a new task named ensure that git package is installed. Okay, and then I'm going to use the module ansible.builtin.yum. So, okay, with parameter, let's specify the name of the package, in my case, git. And on the state, we need the package to be installed. So state, installed is present. Okay, let me add one space and save a file. Damn it, I was nearly to forgot. We need the super user power, so we need to specify the privilege escalation. Now it will work. We are back on the console. Let's execute our playbook. So let's see that is gathering the facts. The next task is to ensure that git package is installed. It's taking a while, so it means that something is happening under the hood. And we are expecting a changed status, which means that the package is downloaded, installed and verified on the target machine, that is demo.example.com. Let's wait a second, and here we are, changed, so it's done. And now it's getting the git, is successfully downloaded. Notice the two changed status in our recap area. Let me connect to the target machine so we could verify that in the home directory of DevOps there is yes a folder with Ansible-pilot, and here we are, the content of the repository. Yay, success! Now you know how to check out a Git repository with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to check out Git repository via SSH, I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module Git. The full name is ansible.builtin.git, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for years. The purpose is to deploy software or files from Git checkout in our managed host. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful. The only required parameters are two, repo and dest. The repo parameter specifies the source repository URL, in our case in the SSH way. The dest parameter specifies the destination path in the target machine. The update parameter may be useful because it retrieves the new version from the already synced origin repository. But the most important parameter for our use case is the key_file parameter that specifies the path in the file system where is stored the SSH private key. Please note that the SSH private key is a path on the target host, not on the controller. And please also note that the SSH public key need to be already shared in your Git server. You know, it's very important that the private and public key match each other. So let's jump in a little demo of a real-life playbook to check out Git repository via SSH with Ansible. Let me clarify how to find the SSH URL for our repository. So let's assume that our repository is in GitHub, for example, like this, that is, by the way, the repository of the channel, so take a look. You can find the SSH repository when you log in inside GitHub, inside the code button. Let me show you. In the code button, there are two major options: the HTTPS, that is the default one that we already see in another video, and the SSH connection. Here we are. I just clicked, and as you notice, the URL changed. So let me highlight this text and copy in my clipboard. As you can see from the text message, you need to use a password protected SSH key. I hope that this clarifies the two different ways to connect to one Git repository. Welcome to my editor. I would like to type a playbook for setting up the Git checkout operation. So first of all, let me define one play that is named Git module demo, that is going to target hosts all, which means all the hosts, and some variable. This is useful sometimes to define some variable. In my case, will be a repo, which is the URL of the repository. Let me paste the one that I copied before from my browser. Here we are, copy and paste. And let me define also the destination, not in capital. Yes, here we are. For example, will be the home directory, and no, there will be the subdirectory Ansible-pilot of the home directory. So SSH key is the path of the private SSH key. In my case is the default, that is .ssh id_rsa inside the home directory of the user. Then let me define some tasks. For example, I would like to verify that the Git package is successfully installed on the target machine. So this is the name, and I'm going to use ansible.builtin.yum module, because we need to target the package manager yum. So the name of the package is Git. The target machine is Red Hat system state is present, and I'm going also to update _cache true to force an update of metadata. This operation need to performed by the root user, so become true for privilege escalation. So only the package install is going to perform as root. Let me add also one space for more readability. Check out Git repo now. So after installing the Git package, I'm able to use also with ansible.builtin.git some parameter. The first is repo, that is going to use the variable repo that I already defined before. Destination will be defined by dest, in my case variable dest2. And what else? Also the SSH key, it will be key_file. And let me specify the content of variable SSH key. Here we are. We have a playbook that is going to perform two tasks. The first is to verify that the Git package is installed on the target machine, and the second is to perform a checkout in SSH mode with authentication of a key file that in my case is in the home directory of the user. Just double check that file will be on the target machine, so be sure that .ssh IDRs RSA exist. Welcome to my console. So the first verification will be to connect to the target machine with user DevOps in my case, and the machine is demo.example.com. Let me list the content of the home directory. As you can see, there is no Ansible pilot directory, and let me list also the SSH to verify that ID_RSA key is present and has the right permission, so only read and write from the current user. Let me disconnect with exit from the target machine and execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, and then the path for my playbook. In my case will be checkout git repository and git_ssh. Here we are. I'm expecting some changed status for the second task. The first is to verify that the Git package is successfully installed, and it's going to take a while because I request to update also the metadata. Here we are, change status, which means that some action were performed on the target machine. Let me execute again the same playbook to verify that is idempotent. In my case, I'm expecting an OK status and no action performed. And here we are. Let's double check everything on the target machine because I'm expecting Ansible-pilot directory with the content of the Git repository. And here we are, it is present. Let me list the content. That is exactly what we see before in the browser. Have you seen the magic? This connection was encrypted using our SSH key directly from the target machine. So good job, Ansible. Now you know how to check out Git repository via SSH with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to copy file to remote hosts? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module copy. The full name is ansible.builtin.copy, which means it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for a year. The purpose is to copy file to remote location. Please note that the opposite is done by module fetch. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful. The only required parameter is dest that specify the remote absolute path destination. The src specify the source file in the controller node. It could be a relative or absolute path. I recommend absolute. The backup boolean option allows you to create a backup if the utility overwrites any file. If there is any tool to validate the file, we could specify in the validate parameter, very useful for configuration file. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the permission and clinux property. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to copy file to remote host with Ansible. Are you excited? and welcome to my editor. Like usual, we start with 3-, which means a YAML file. Let's name this play copy module demo. Let's specify the host, in our case all. Then maybe we can specify the become to false, so we don't need the privilege escalation, and now the task list. So let's name a task. For example, let's do like a copy of report.txt on the target machine, and I'm going to use the copy module, but we could specify all the collection also, so ansible.builtin.copy. Let's see some simple parameter, for example source, which is report.txt, so it's going to be in the same directory, and destination let's put on the home directory of the user that we are going for connection, in my case home DevOps. Let's use the same name like report.txt. I could assign also the owner, for example, that could be DevOps, and some permission that could be, for example, 0644, which means read and write for current user and only reading for the other one. And this is my simple playbook. Let's see the result. And welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to the remote host, and I will demonstrate that the file don't exist, so let me list the content of a home directory that has no report.txt file. So let's generate one, for example with echo, and let's put some test report.txt, for example, and let me save in the same directory of the playbook. So copy file to remote host and report.txt. And now let's execute our playbook with Ansible-playbook like usual, -c the inventory, demo inventory, and copy YML. The execution will take just few seconds because it's going to execute only one task rather than gathering facts. We see that the result is changed, so something happened on the target host. Let me connect with SSH and list the content of the current home directory, and boom, here it is, report.txt. Cut report.txt, and is exactly what we expect. Let me also highlight that has the right permission, so read and write for the current user and read for the rest of the world. Now you know how to copy file to remote host with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to copy file from remote host with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module fetch. The full name is ansible.builtin.fetch, which means it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for years. The purpose is to copy file from remote locations. Please note that the opposite is done by module copy. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful. The only required parameters are dest, that specify the directory to save the file into, and the src, that specify the source file in the remote host. It must be a file, not a directory. The fail on missing, written fail _on _missing, boolean, is set to true, so the task is going to fail if the file doesn't exist. You can change this default. The file is going to be transferred and validated in the source and the destination with a checksum. If we don't want this behavior, we could override with validate underscore checksum option. The flat option allows you to override the default behavior of appending hostname and path to the destination. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to copy file from remote hosts with Ansible Playbook. Are you ready? And welcome to my editor. As always, we start with a free dash, which means that is a YAML document. Let's give a name of a play, for example, fetch module demo. Then the next option is host, and we are targeting all. The become I can set to false because I'm expecting that the user is able to read the file that we are going to copy. Then the task section, we specify the name of the module, for example, fetch logs, and then the module, so it's ansible.builtin.fetch. Here we are. And the module has two mandatory parameters, so that is source and destination. So in this case is src, okay, and let's leave it blank for a while, just a second, because I'm thinking that could be useful to set up a variable, and dest, which means destination as well. So let me return in the beginning of the play and define the variable. So I'm typing vars, and then I'm defining a variable called log underscore file. And for example, let me type var log messages, because it is the log file that stores all the log for the Linux system. And let me define also dump dir, so a directory where we are expecting to move a file, for example logs. Now let me populate src with the value of the variable log files, which is var log messages, and destination with dump dir, which is the directory where I'm expecting to save a file. And here we are, my playbook is ready to be executed, but before I need to create the logs directory, otherwise I will have an error. So let's jump to the console. No, let's wait a minute. We need to use the privilege escalation because var log messages is owned by the administrative user. And welcome to my console. First of all, let me show you the content of the directory where the playbook is. So in my case there is only fetch.yml playbook, and I'm expecting that it's going to create a directory logs to store the file. As usual, I'm launching the playbook with Ansible Playbook -c inventory and then the name of the playbook. First, the playbook is gathering the facts and then fetching the logs. Please notice the changed status, which means that the file was transferred to the source controller machine. And now let's check it out, the directory structure, and here we are. We have the host and the file. Let me print with less and the content of the file. So the file was successfully transferred from the managed host to the controller machine, and the directory structure was successfully created. Success! Now you know how to copy file from remote hosts with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to enable services on boot on remote host with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible modules, service underscore facts and service. First, you need to acquire the information of the services on the target machine. This task is performed by the Ansible module service underscore task. The full name is ansible.builtin.service underscore task. You can't enable a service that doesn't exist, can you? This module returns service state information as fact data that is going to be processed by the service module. The effective actions are performed by the Ansible module service. The full name is ansible.builtin.service, which means that is part or both these modules are part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. The service module is pretty stable and out for years, and its purpose is to manage service on target host. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_service module instead. Parameters. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful. The only required parameter is name that specifies the name of a service. At least one between the state and enable parameter are mandatory. The state parameter defines the action that we are going to take immediately. It has 4 alternative options. Started and stopped allow you to run or stop the service right now. Restarted is a combination of stop and start. You could also customize the amount of seconds between using the sleep parameter. Reloaded option is useful if the service needs to reload the configuration file. The enable parameter allows you to decide if the service should start on boot or not. This is what you want. The arguments or args parameter allow you to specify some additional arguments provided on the command line. Not very common, to be honest. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life playbook how to enable service on boot on remote host with Ansible Playbook. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to enable NTP service on boot on remote host. First of all, let's begin our play named service module demo. That is going to target hosts all of my inventory. Then we need root privilege, so become true, because only root can perform this type of task. Let me define one variable that could be very useful, services underscore on underscore boot. It's pretty explicative. And here I'm going to add all the list of service. In my case, cronid.service, because it's managed by systemd. Then on the task list, choose task, the first named populate service task that we would like to acquire the list of running tasks at the moment on the workstation using ansible.builtin.service underscore facts, and has no parameters, so it's a fantastic module. Then we are going to perform the action of enabling the module. So I'm going to name like enable services on boot. Here we are. And we are going to use ansible.builtin.service. Some parameters are needed. First of all is name. In my case will be item, because I'm going to loop over the variable. Status will be enabled will be true, because we want this service to run, to be enabled on boot. And the state will be started, because we wanted right now to start the service. When will be item in services. Services is a special variable created by the previous task. And then with _items, we specify that we are going to loop over the services on boot variable. So as you can see, we created one simple playbook to enable some services on boot. First of all, we acquired the list of services available on the workstation, and then we ran over the list of services and enable only the services that are available on this machine. So this is bulletproof because we are going to enable on boot and start the service right now. Do you want to see the result? Let's jump to the console. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine with a user devops@demo.example.com. This is a fresh machine and we need to use the root privilege, so sudo su, here we are. Let me show you with cat/etc/redhat-release, that is a Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.4, and let me list the available package rpm-qa, and let me grab for Crony the NTP services that is actually installed on this machine. Let me verify the startup status with system control status crony d.service. Here we are. The result is that this service is inactive, which means that it's not running at the moment, and also disabled, which means that it's not going to start on boot. We are going to change both this status with our Ansible Playbook. So we would like to start immediately the service and enable on every boot. First of all, let me run my playbook with Ansible-playbook. Let me add also the inventory with -e and then the playbook path. In my case, enable services on boot. Here we are. I'm expecting a fast execution of 2 tasks, and the first status will be OK because we are going only to acquire some data, and the second is getting changed because we performed some action. If our list of tasks will be more, we are going to see a list of items in the output. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency, and this time we got only OK status, which means that no further action are executed on the target machine. Let me connect via SSH DevOps as user and then switch again as root to verify if the action were performed on the machine. First of all, let me system control status crony d.service, and we see that the service is active at the moment running and also is enabled, which means that it's targeted to be executed on reboot. So the service is active and we see all the log in the second half part of the screen. Let me quit the systemd command and perform a reboot operation on this virtual machine. So let me quit with Q and reboot. It's going to take some seconds, just the time for this machine to restart, and let's verify if the service is actually running after the restart. Let me reconnect again, just give the machine some seconds more to perform the startup bootstrap. Here we are, the machine is available again, sudo su system control status crony d.service, and we see that the service is active at the moment, so running and enabled on boot. So we verified both the action performed by Ansible on this machine. Now you know how to enable service on boot on remote hosts with Ansible. Thank you for watching. If you like it, give me a thumbs up and see us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot. How to control services on remote hosts with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible Module Service. The full name is ansible.builtin.service, which means it's part of a collection module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for years. The purpose is to control services on remote hosts. The supported service system include BSD, OpenRC, System 5, which was the standard few years ago, Solaris SMF, Systemd, that is the modern standard nowadays, and Upstart, that was long time used by Ubuntu. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_service module instead. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful. The only required parameter is name that specifies the name of a service. At least one between the state and enable parameter are mandatory. The state parameter defines the action that we are going to take. It has 4 alternative options. Started and stopped option allow you to start or stop a service. Restarted is a combination of stop and start. You could also customize the amount of seconds between using the sleep parameter. Reloaded option is useful if the service needs to only reload the configuration file. Obviously, it's faster than restarted. The enable parameter allows you to decide if the service should start on boot or not. The argument or args parameter allows you to specify some additional argument provided on the command line. Let's jump in a real-life demo to show you how to control service on remote host with Ansible Playbook. And welcome to my editor. I will show you how you can restart a service, for example SSH, in my case SSHD service. So let's start with a YAML begin, new document, then the play will be named service module demo. Let me target hosts all, so we'll execute against all the hosts on my inventory. I need the privilege escalation because only the root user is able to restart services in Linux. Then in the task list I will have one task that is named sshd restart, and then I'm going to use the module ansible.builtin.service. Let me specify some parameter, name and name of a service sshd, then the state that will be restarted, and let me also add enabled true, so I will verify that this service is going to start on boot. And here we are, we have one playbook with one play that is going to execute one task, and specifically it will verify that SSH service is going to be rebooted, so the expected status will be a change status for this machine. And here we are on my console. Let me first execute my playbook with the usual ansible-playbook. Let me specify also the inventory file and the service.yml that we already created together. It will take just a few seconds and is going to target demo.example.com. As expected, the status is changed, so it means that the action is executed against the target host. Let me connect to the target machine with a user DevOps, like usual, and let me switch to root user and verify. No, sorry, I can do also with this user. Let me use systemd, so sys control status sshd. As you can see, the service was restarted just a few seconds ago. So we did. As you can see, the service was started at 14:58, 36 seconds, and is going to be restarted at 53 seconds. Great, we did. Now you know how to control service on remote host with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to apply a file template to target host with Ansible? It is extremely useful for service configuration file, placeholder web pages, reports, and so much more use cases. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module template. The full name is ansible.builtin.template. It's part of Ansible Core and is included in all Ansible installation. It templates a file out to a target host. Templates are processed by the Jinja 2 templating language that is very powerful. Also, you could use some special variable in your template, Ansible_manager, template_host, template_UID, template_path, template_full path, template_best path, template_run_date. It supports a large variety of operating systems. For basic test formatting, use the ansible.builtin copy module, or for empty file, ansible.builtin.file module. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_template module instead. Parameters. Let me highlight the most useful parameter for template module. The only required parameters are src and dest. The src parameter specifies the template file name. Templates usually are stored under templates directory with .j2 file extension. The dest parameter specifies the path where to render the template to on the remote machine. The validate parameter allows you to specify the validation command to run before copying into place. It's very useful with configuration file for services. Please note that the special escape sequence %s is going to be expanded by Ansible with the destination path. If the backup parameter is enabled, Ansible creates a backup file including the timestamp information before copying to destination. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the permission and Linux property. It's usually very common to specify the permission to file. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible Playbook to apply a file template. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook how to deploy one HTML placeholder with Nginx web server. First of all, let's start with one play name template module demo that is going to target hosts all, so all the hosts of my inventory. I need a root privilege to install packages and set up this stuff, so become true. Let me define two variables, page_title, that in my case title will be placeholder, and page underscore description, that will be the text inside my page and will be very long, so let me start with a pipe and begin a multi-line text. So this is my placeholder page example. Here we are. Then on the next line, let me write also multi-line is possible, and let me add a smiley. Yes, why not? Let's have fun. So here we are, we have our two variables, and then let's begin the task session with two actions. First of all, let's verify that Nginx is installed, so name install Nginx web server. Here we go. Is a Ubuntu, so we are going to use ansible.builtin.apt for package installation. Our name will be Nginx of the package, and state will be latest. Yes, because we want the latest version. Then let's start another task, apply page template, and this time we are going to use ansible.builtin.template. Here we go. Two parameter mandatory, src, that is the source of my template. So templates / placeholder.html.j2. Here we go. And destination will be /var /www/html/index.html. So here we are, one simple playbook to set up a index.html with one placeholder page defined in a template. And of course, we are going to install the web server if it's not present on the target host. We define two variables, page_title and page_description. And let's jump to my placeholder.html.j2. So this is supposed to be only one simple HTML page. So let's begin with HTML, then the head section. As usual, it's very easy. Then we are going to add also the title tag, and inside the title, I would like to use my variable, the one defined in Ansible. So page_title. Here we are with the value of the variable that we can use, because Ansible is going to replace with a value. So let's close title, close head, then after head there is a body. Here we are. And let me close also HTML before to forget. Here we are. I would like to add one heading section, heading 1, here we go, with the same variable, so page_title. And then after this, I would like to add one paragraph, so p tag. Let me close it also, and will be the value of the variable page_description. Yes, here we are. So we set up a very easy HTML page that is going to show to the user the value of page_title and page_description that we defined in our playbook. As you can see, this is one of the powerful of Jinja language, that we can use some variable defined in our playbook, and this is very powerful. You can customize as you wish the placeholder, but in a few lines of code we are able to apply one customized placeholder for all our server, for example. Does sound very powerful? And yes, of course, we are going to install Nginx web server if it's not present on the target host. So let's go to console. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to via SSH user DevOps to my Ubuntu machine that is going to be hosted in ubuntu.example.com. This is the first time, so I need to accept SSH key. Then let me sudo su for becoming root. Let me verify the release with lsb release. Yes, it's a Ubuntu 20.04. In my case, apt list installed nginx-a, and we verify that is not installed. Latest version is 1.18, but the base was 1.17. Let me list the content of /var/www, no result, so which means that the web root is not present on this machine. Let me exit from root, exit from user, Ansible-Playbook-C, because I would like to specify also my inventory file and my playbook. We are going to execute my playbook that is going to do only two tasks. One, first install nginx and all the software dependency on the target machine with apt, and second, to apply the placeholder page. Status is changed, so something applied to the target machine. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency, this time only OK, so no action performed. Good job, but I don't trust Ansible, so ssh devops at ubuntuexample.com sudo su. Let me verify what is going on. So apt list installed nginx-a, yes, here we are, installed version 1.18 in my Ubuntu machine. Then let me list /var/www. We have a subdirectory now under HTML with index.html that is exactly the template that we were expecting. Here we are. As you can see, Ansible substitute the variable with a value. So let me cut, and now we can see the title is the placeholder that we expected, and in the paragraph there is the text. So good job, Ansible. You installed nginx web server and then apply the HTML placeholder in the right file with the right permission. So here we are. The last check is to verify with our browser if this page is available. So welcome in my browser. I'm going to type the hostname of the target host, so ubuntu.example.com, and here we are. We have our placeholder page well served by our nginx web server. So pretty cool. In a few lines of code we were able to set up a web server and customize the page. You see the powerful of a template module, because you can use some customized variable, you can extend as much as you want, and there is a lot of documentation for this Jinja language. So enjoy the fun! Now you know how to apply a file template with Ansible. If you liked this video, give me a thumbs up and see us on the next lesson, and have fun with Ansible. How to use loop in file template to target host with Ansible. This is extremely useful for service configuration file, placeholder web pages, report, and so much more use cases. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module template. The full name is ansible.builtin.template. It's part of Ansible core and is included in all Ansible installation. It templates a file out to a target host. Templates are processed by Jinja 2 templating language. Also, you can use some special variable in your template. You can see the whole list in this slide. It supports a large variety of operating systems. For basic text formatting, use the ansible.builtin.copy module, or for an empty file, ansible.builtin.file module. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_template module instead. Parameters. Let me highlight the most useful parameter for module template. The only required parameter are src and dest. The src parameter specifies the template file name. Templates usually are stored under templates directory with .j2 file extension. The dest parameter specifies the path where to render the template to on the remote machine. The validate parameter allows you to specify the validation command to run before copy into place. It's very useful with configuration file for services. Please note that the special escape sequence %s is going to be expanded by Ansible with the destination path. If the backup parameter is enabled, Ansible creates a backup file including the timestamp information before copying to destination. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the permission and see Linux properties. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to use loop in file template. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to generate etc my host file. First of all, let's start one play with the name template module demo. That is going to target host all of my inventory. Let me also use become true because I need a root privilege to execute this code. Only one task named generate/etc my hosts file that has the same syntax as the etc hosts. Using the module ansible.builtin.template with some parameter, mandatory src and dest. So let's start with src, and we are using templates/hosts.j2 because a Jinja2 template, and destination will be /etc/myhosts. We don't want to mess it up the etc host in this time, but the syntax is the same. So let's set also the owner, root, and the group that will be root. Let me set also the permission, in my case mode 0644, so the owner can read and write and the others can only read. Here we are, one simple task that is going to apply a template to a file. That's it from the Ansible point of view, but the magic is going to be performed on the Jinja2 template. So let's begin with a comment. I usually print out the value of variable Ansible_managed, that is a text that says that this file is managed by Ansible if someone performs some manual changes. So one typical etc host file has also some localhost for IP version 4 and IP version 6. So this is more or less a copy and paste from my etc hosts. But now the magic will begin. Let's use the loop in a Jinja2 template. So for hosts in a group all. So we are going to use the group all of Ansible, and we are going to go one by one the item using the host variable. Let me also close the for with and for, and you notice this percent symbol that is going to be the loop. I'm going to use the special variable host var for each host. So this is like for every line of the group host. I would like to access the Ansible underscore host magic variable. This is a magic variable with the IP address of the host. Then second field is the FQDN, the fully qualified hostname that we are going to find inside hostvar host and inventory underscore hostname. And third field is the short hostname. So hostvar of hosts. Here we are. And we are going to access this time the magic variable inventory underscore hostname underscore short. So the combination of a Jinja2 template for running the for loop for every single host in my template, in my inventory, combined with the powerful of the magic variable of Ansible will result in a simple etc host file. And you see, it's not overcomplicated, it's only using some variable inside a loop that everybody can understand this significant. So moreover, we can add some static tests like in the beginning. Where could I find all the magic variable of Ansible? Inside the Ansible website documentation, you have a full list of the magic variable, and as you can see, there are plenty of possibility to find out what we need. In our case, here we are, inventory underscore hostname and inventory underscore hostname shorts are the one used in my playbook, but there are so much more. And you can deep dive on the website and it's a lot of fun. Welcome on my console. First of all, let me connect via SSH. I'm going to use DevOps user and demo.example.com as a target host. And I would like to verify, sudo su, yes, we need the root power, to verify that /etc/myhosts doesn't exist. And here we are, no file or directory, so which means that this file don't exist. So let me exit from root, exit from user, and execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook. Let me specify my inventory, that here we are, and then the path of my playbook. In my case is under apply template generate underscore my hosts. The execution will be super fast because it's only one text file to generate with a change status, so some actions are executed on the target machine. Let me execute again to double check the idempotency. Here we are, only OK status, no more action performed. Let me connect to the target machine SSH DevOps at demoexample.com again. Let me switch to root, verify the permission on /etc/myhost. This time the file exists, and let me cut and boom! As we expected, all the variables are expanded automatically by Ansible. We see the Ansible managed variable is on the first comment. There is this text that you can customize inside your ansible.cfg file. Then the static test of localhost is present and the loop is expanded for each line of your Ansible inventory. Let me disconnect from the host and show you actually my Ansible inventory. As you can see, let me cut my inventory. There is only one line with demo.example.com and the IP address of 192. Okay, you got it. As you can see, is the same of etc my host. This is very powerful, as you can see, because you can generate etc hosts on the fly to some target machine. I was using my host, but once the code is certified, you can also use for etc hosts. Now you know how to use loop in file template with Ansible. Thank you for watching, and if you like it, give me a thumbs up and see us on the next lesson. How to schedule a cron job task in Linux with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module cron. The full name is ansible.builtin.cron, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it works in a huge variety of operating systems. It manages cron.d and cron tab entries. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_scheduled_task module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameters to perform different tasks. The only required is name, where you specify the description of the cron tab entry or name. The parameter state set that the cron tab is present or not in the target host. The parameter job set the command to execute, or if env, so environment, is set, the value of the environment variable. The parameter user set the specific user for the cron tab. When I'm set, this parameter default to the current user. So be aware which user is running the playbook at the moment, root or the login user, most of the time. The most important part is the moment when to run the cron tab, specifically minute, hour, day, month, and weekday. Do you remember something? Yes, it's same as the cron tab syntax. So in this field you could use the star operator to specify any minute, hour, weekday, days, and months. Or you can be more specific with a single number, a range, or interval. There is a lot of possibility. There are also some special time already defined by the parameter special_time. These options are annually, daily, hourly, monthly, reboot, weekly, and yearly. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the cron_file if you want a specific file name and not under the user. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life playbook about how to schedule a cron job task in Linux with Ansible. Wait a minute, did you know that the cron tab syntax sometimes is complicated? So there is this wonderful website where you can find a lot of different combinations from human readable to how to configure the cron tab file. I can't stop clicking random and see the result, and actually all of these look very interesting. Back on Ansible. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple cron job with Ansible Playbook. So let's begin our play with a name cron module demo that is going to be target on hosts all of my inventory, and I'm going to execute only one task, name example cron job. We need the module ansible.builtin.cron with some parameter. So let me use the name, in my case test, yes, a lot of fantasy. Then state need to be present, and what else? Let me target some timing, minute */2, so every 2 minutes, then hour star, so all the hour, then day, all the days, then month, all the month of the year, yes. And what else? Weekdays. Let's use star again, so all the day of the week, and we're done. Now, we forgot about the job, so the job need to be, for example, logger and Ansible-pilot. So I'm going to print Ansible pilot in the log of the system every 2 minutes, every hour, day, month, or weekday. It's pretty simple, but you can customize with some, some bash script or whatever you need to be executed on your machine. As you can see, it's very easy, human readable, and everybody can understand easy. So it was better than the cron syntax, wasn't? Welcome to my console. Let me connect via SSH using DevOps as user, and my username is demo.example.com. It's a fresh machine, so in just a second we are in, and cron tab -L. There is no cron tab for DevOps. So we need to create. How to create? Just exit from this machine and let's launch our Ansible Playbook with Ansible-Playbook. Let me specify my inventory with -E virtual machine demo inventory. Here we go. And then the path for my playbook. So the execution will be super fast because Ansible is going to verify the current cron tab for the user that is empty and create these few lines of code. So let me execute again to verify the hidden potency of this Ansible module, as you can see there is only OK status in the previous changed. So SSH DevOps at demoexample.com, and let's check it out the result with cron tab -L for listing the current cron tab for the user. As you can see, this cron tab is for DevOps user, and there is also the comment in the beginning that we specify and the test, and Ansible added the comment with Ansible. And this logger is getting to executed every 2 minutes. So as you can see, the result is going to be saved on /var/log/cron that can be read only by root. So I need to do sudo su, and in this case I added tail -f to target the continuous flow of this file. As you can see, at 1532 cron d executed the DevOps job, and exactly the command was logger ansible-pilot, and as you can see, the execution was successful. So now we need only to wait 2 minutes. I will speed up the video to see if there are more lines on this file. Fast forward, after waiting 2 minutes, we are expecting one additional line of the cron d execution, which means that the cron daemon was scheduling our task for DevOps user, and especially the logger Ansible pilot. And here we are. And after a while, you will have this result of several cron jobs piling up more and more. So I think that Ansible was successful, and in a few lines we obtained the scheduling of a cron job task in Linux. Cool! Just to be clear, the var log/cron certify only the execution of a command. The output you can see on /var/log/messaging. So as you can see here, there is the output of the process run by DevOps and scheduled by systemd. So pretty cool. Now you know how to schedule a cron job task in Linux with Ansible. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write a comment, keep in contact with me, and see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot. How to submit a GET request to a REST API endpoint with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module URI. The full name is ansible.builtin.uri, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it works in a different variety of POSIX operating systems. It interacts with web services and supports Digest, Basic, and WSSC HTTP authentication mechanism. If you need to download the content, use the ansible.builtin.get_URL module instead. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_URI module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameters to perform any task. The only required is URL, where you specify the API URL in the format that you see on the screen. The parameter method specifies the HTTP method of your request: get, post, put, patch, and delete. The parameters user and password, also known as a URL underscore username and URL underscore password, specify the credential to access the API. Several authentication methods are supported. For the simplest basic HTTP authentication, remember to enable the force_basic_auth boolean. The parameter status underscore code sets the expected single or list of expected HTTP status code. The most common are 200 for OK, 404 for not found, and so on. Please note that Ansible is going to return an error if the status code returned from the API is different. The parameter headers set the custom HTTP headers and HTTP content type. The parameter body underscore format set the serialization format of the body content. Default is raw, but you could customize to send an image, for example. There are some restrictions with content type and some serialization, so double check it out on the documentation before. The parameter return underscore content is very important to return the full body of the response as a content key in the dictionary result. Last of this list, the default timeout is set to 30 seconds, but you could customize with the timeout parameter. Are you ready to have fun? So, demo time. Let's jump in a real-life playbook about how to submit a GET request to a REST API endpoint with Ansible. Are you ready? Let's go! Wait a minute. For this example, we need an API. Yes, you can set up your own API, your server, and so far and so on. But I would like something more easy, so this rescue REST is exactly what we need. A simple RESTful API that supports get, post, put, patch, and delete. Let me show you the documentation. As you can see, there is a list of users and we can simply use this API. So as you can see, the first example is about list user, and the response is supposed to be 200, and you can scroll for the available users. So if I'm clicking to this API, you can see that we are expecting a list of users in a JSON style. So now let me code in Ansible. Are you ready? Let's have a fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to interact with the GET API. So first of all, let's begin our play with a name URI module demo that is going to target hosts all of my inventory, and specify become false because I could interact with the API as normal user. I don't need a root, so false is the best option. I prefer to define two variables, the first server and the second endpoint. Let's begin with server, and let me specify the URL of the server, so the host.domain. So resq res.in. And the endpoint is /API/users $page equal to. On the task list, we are going to type two tasks. The first to interact with the API, retrieve the data, and the second to display the data. So the name will be list user, and we are going to target URI ansible.builtin and some parameter. The URL is the combination of the value of server and the value of endpoint. I prefer to keep it splitted, so if something changes, we can adjust very easy. The method, the HTTP method, will be get in my case, and the status code expected is 200. Let me also define some timeout. In my case, 30 seconds seems pretty good considering the quality of my network connection. And let me save the output to the variable result. So now we can display the output using the debug module, so ansible.builtin, and as parameter we specify var, so display a variable, specifically result.json.data. So as you can see, in a very easy, very compact line of code, we are able to connect to a URL, get some data, save to a variable result, and display in our screen, or we can use for any further action. So this is this, and Ansible has a built-in JSON interpreter, so this is very powerful if we need to do any other, I don't know, filtering or modification to this data. Oh, let me fix one simple typo, because the server is .in, otherwise I might incur in one Ansible error. So we connect to the API, retrieve the data, and display on screen. Let's move to the console to show the result of this code. Welcome to my console. I'm ready to execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook. Let me specify my inventory, because the code will run on the target host, so virtual machine, demo, inventory, and the path for my playbook. And in a very short time, Ansible is going to process my code, access the API, and print it out on screen. As you can see, the result is okay, so no problem in connection. This was very easy API without user authentication. As you can see, the retrieving of data get a OK status, and then the printing of the debug is getting very pretty, because this is a JSON and is very easy to understand with one line per parameter, and is very key value, so it's a dictionary, so we can process inside Ansible for a lot of other tasks. So for example, we can create some user on the machine based on the result of this API, or do other processing. This is great. We have also email and whatever. So good job, Ansible. In a few lines of code, you interact with a GET API. Now you know how to submit a GET request to a REST API endpoint with Ansible. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me some love, send me a thumbs up, a message, whatever, and see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot. How to authenticate request using the REST API token with Ansible, also called as token-based authentication in REST API. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module URI. The full name is ansible.builtin.uri, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it works in a different variety of POSIX operating system. It interacts with web service and supports Digest, Basic and WSSC HTTP authentication mechanisms. If you need to download a content, use the ansible.builtin.get_URL module. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_URI module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameters to perform a lot of tasks. The only required is URL, where you specify the API URL. The parameter method specifies the HTTP method too of the request: get, post, put, patch, delete. The parameter username and password specify the credential to access the API in a basic authentication scheme. Several authentication methods are supported, but the simplest is basic HTTP authentication. Remember to enable the force_basic_auth boolean. The parameter status_code set the expected single or list of expected HTTP status code. The most common are OK, so 200, not found 404, and so on. Please note that Ansible is going to return an error if the status code is different. The parameter headers set the custom HTTP headers and HTTP content type. The parameter body_format set the serialization format of the body content. Default is raw, but you could customize to send an image, for example, or a JSON. There are some restrictions with content type and some serialization, so take a look on the documentation. The parameter return_content is very important to return the body of the response as a content key in the dictionary result. The default timeout is set to 30 seconds, but you could customize with the timeout parameter. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life playbook about how to get a token-based authentication in REST API with Ansible. Are you ready to have fun? Let's go! Wait a minute. First of all, we need a real API, and this website reqres.in is the best way to have a real working API free to access just to do your development. And guess what? There is a login token just ready to be used. As you can see, there is /API/login we need to send some JSON with email and password, and we are going to obtain a real token. So, are you ready to have fun? Let's jump to my editor. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to interact with this API. First of all, let's begin our play with a name URI module demo. In my case, that is going to target hosts all of my inventory. I don't need root privilege, so become false. And let me define also some variable. I would like to use server as the host name where I'm connecting to, https https recres.it, and endpoint will be, in my case, /API/login. Here we go. Oh, it's not it, it's .in. Oh, damn it. It's a habit. Okay, now it's correct, the URL. So, two tasks. The first is to connect to the API that is going to be named login, because we are going to perform the login. Module ansible.builtin.uri. Here we go. And a lot of parameters. Are you ready? Let's go. URL will be the combination of the value of variable server. Here we go. And endpoint, in my case, plus we start having fun. Method will be post, because this API need post, and whatever. Oh, the body format will be body_format will be JSON, because we are going to specify the username and password in the body. In my case, the body will be, I can copy and paste from the website. So let me take from the website, let me copy and paste here, exactly here. Here we go. The email and password that are provided by the website. You can customize based on your API. The status underscore code expected is 200 and whatever. Timeout is 30 seconds. And we are going to save the output to the result variable. So register result. Another task called token that is going to target Ansible built-in debug. So we can print it out on screen, the token, and the variable will be result.json.token. This is the name of the output from the API. So as you can see, few line of code, I'm connecting to a remote service, I'm sending some request, exactly email and password. I know is still plain text, but is in HTTPS. And we're expecting a 200 result in 30 seconds and save this result to a variable. Then we can use this variable token wherever we want in our API. So in this way we obtain the token and we can use as much as we want. Now let's jump to the console for the real code execution. Welcome to my console. Is going to be a very fast execution, so Ansible-Playbook, and I'm going to specify also my inventory file, my demo machine, here we go, and the path for my playbook to post login YML, and in a blink of an eye the playbook is returning OK status, which means that it's connecting to the API service, is sending the login information, get back a token, and as you can see is saved in an Ansible variable that we can use for our everyday scope. And what if we send the wrong information, like a wrong login? What happened? Back on my editor, let me change the username with a wrong one. So for example, wrong user. Let me type wrong user. And let's see what is going to happen, because for Ansible this is a correct playbook, but for the API, no. So I'm not expecting to receive any token, and to be honest, I'm expecting also a different HTTP status code. So let's see. Back on my console for the code execution, so Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file again, and my playbook file I saved to another one, so could be useful for you to redo the incorrect to verify the result. Here we go. The execution this time, I'm not expecting to go well, I'm not expecting to see a token, and let's see. As per definition, the API returned 400 HTTP status, and Ansible stopped the execution. As you can see, status code was 400 and not 200, so we return an error because a different status was returned. So good job, Ansible! Now you know how to get a token-based authentication in REST API with Ansible. Thank you for watching and see us on the next lesson and adventure of Ansible Pilot. As well, if you like it, give me a thumbs up, write a comment, and whatever. How to break a string over multiple lines with Ansible, and in general with YAML language, I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible break a string over multiple lines. Basically, there are two different operators: the linear block scalar and the folded block scalar. Yeah. It's easy for me to show you the behavior in a small example. So let's jump it up to the example section. Let's assume we have two multi-line variables, variable 1 and variable 2. These are both multi-line variables, but the variable 1 uses the linear block scalar operator and the variable 2 uses the folded block scalar operator. The result of this is that the variable 1 remains multi-line, but the variable 2 is literally collapsed in a single line and substituted new lines with spaces. Please note that both variables has a new line at the end of a string. Do you want to remove the new line at the end of strings? Simply add a dash, a minus, after the type or measure operator. Demo time. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook how to break a string over multiple lines. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you the literal and the block operator with a simple playbook. So, as usual, let's start with 3- as a YAML document, and let's start with name. That is the name of my play. So debug module demo, and that is going to target hosts, all of my inventory, and some variable. So variable 1, as we see in our example presentation, will be exactly as you see will appear this line, these 3 lines of poetry. Yes. And what else? Variable 2. This time let me use a fold operator. This is really single line, really a single line of text. What else? Despite appearing appearances. Damn it, I have a problem with English. So tasks, two tasks, name, print variable 1, here we go. That is going to use ansible.builtin.debug module and variable. Let's print a variable that is variable 1. So let me copy and paste to speed up a little bit. Oh, damn it, like this. I would like also one space and also here, variable 2. And here we go. In a few lines of code, I'm able to show you the literal and the fold operator. Let's jump to the terminal to see the result. Welcome to my terminal. Now let's execute the multi-line folded and literal operator and let's see the result. So as usual, Ansible Playbook. Let me specify also the inventory with -e. So VirtualBox, virtual machine, demo, inventory, and drumroll is under print and multiline.yml. The execution is going to be super fast with only OK status, and we have the output of the two variables on the console. As you can see, variable 1 is a true multi-line variable, as you can see from the new line at the end of each line. And the variable 2 is only a really long text with, yeah, sure, new line at the end. Do you want to remove? Let's jump back to the editor and remove new line at the end. Let's go. Back on my editor, this time I would like to remove the new line at the end of the strings. So let me add the minus, the dash, whatever you will call it, to the fold and literal operator, and let's get back to the console. Yo! Back on my terminal, I would like to execute the same command as before, so arrow up and enter, and this time I'm expecting a different execution. As you can see, variable 1 and variable 2 doesn't have the new line in the end of the text. So yes, great accomplishment. So we did. What you want? More example like this? Let's have fun. Wait a minute, I hear you. You were expecting variable 1 to be multi-line, like also in the console. This is a bit tricky, but you can accomplish using MSG, and then let's print the value of the variable 1, but we are going to access the method split, and here we go. Let me use the escape. So basically I'm going to split the variable 1 by new line chart, so it's going to be expanded as a list, and the message module is going to print magically multi-line. Do you want to see the terminal? Let's go. Again, back on my terminal, arrow up, enter to schedule another execution of the same playbook. And this time, as you expect, variable 1 is folded in a multi-line. Is it what you want? Great! Let's celebrate! Yay! Good job, Ansible. But this YAML jargon is a bit tricky, and now you have in your toolbox. Now you know how to use the Ansible fold and literal operators to break strings over multiple lines. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up or a dislike if you didn't like, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me and see us on the next IT adventure of Ansible Pilot. Have a great day! How to read an environmental variable with Ansible? I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today let's deep dive into the Ansible lookup plugin env. Plugins are a way to expand the Ansible functionality. With lookup plugins specifically, you can load variables or templates with information from external sources. If you are familiar with all the type of POSIX system, an environmental variable is defined every time you run a shell, basically in every Linux, macOS or BSD system, and is very useful to define this type of variable that can be used by all the processes. But back to Ansible. The full name is ansible.builtin.env, so it's part of Ansible-core and is included in all Ansible installation. The purpose of the env lookup plugin is to read the value of environmental variable, so exactly what we are expecting. The parameter of the plugin env, the only required parameter is the default terms with the name of the environmental variable to read, and the normal user is to assign the lookup plugin to a variable name or to use directly in your task. Demo time. Let's jump in a quick live demo about how to read an environmental variable with Ansible Playbook. Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you how to print one environment variable. Let's begin our YAML document with 3- and then let's define a name for the play. Environment demo. Seems a good one. Then let me specify the target host, all of my inventory, and then one task to print it out the environmental variable. So let me display, for example, the content of home. This is a default variable that is present in all the shell. Ansible.builtin debug to print messages on screen, and the message will be the value of the lookup plugin. And let me specify the name of the plugin, env. Here we go. And the value of a variable, in this case home, yes, capital letter. And that's it. Done. Nothing more complicated than this. You can change the environmental variable that you need in this time. Home, username, and are the most common for all the type of shell, but you can define also yours. Oh, be aware that these variables are on the Ansible controller, not on the target machine. For that, you need different things. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me print it out all the available environment variable. With print-env, you have a pretty good vision of everything. But let me grab for a specific one that is home, the one that was defined in the Ansible Playbook. So now let me execute the playbook with Ansible-Playbook. Let me specify also the inventory file, so the target machine, and of course the playbook file name. The execution will be extremely fast because you need only to read a variable from memory. And wow, what a magic! The display message has exactly the variable that we were looking for. You could imagine how powerful is this tool, because you can customize with some external variables that are not defined internal in Ansible, but you can define in your bash. So it could be also a dynamic parameter or some new variable that makes sense for you, or something that refer to some type of deployment. A lot of continuous integration solution used to define some variable in the terminal shell. And of course, you can customize per user or for the overall system in general. So this is very useful toolset to add to your Ansible knowledge. Now you know how to read an environmental variable with Ansible, and I'm sure that you are going to use as much as you need in your Ansible playbook. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me, share new idea or feedback. And see us on the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a fantastic day! How to execute command on Ansible host? Yes, you heard correctly. Ansible host, which is the controller or the local host, from the Ansible perspective. When you got familiar with Ansible, you start using more and more. And when Ansible become part of your daily workflow, for you it's natural that you would like to automate tasks also in your local machine. I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. There are mainly three ways to execute module and commands on Ansible controller host. The first and my favorite is using the connection plugin local, and it applies at Ansible play level of your playbook. The tricky way is to adjust some Ansible variable about Python interpreter, but I still consider the best way nowadays. The second way is using the delegate_to statement at task level. This has the advantage to delegate only one task to localhost or whatever host you need, but you still need to comply the implicit localhost scheme. And the third way is using the local_action statement. I personally don't like, but it's one alternative as well, same as the previous at task level. So, small recap, I prefer the connection plugin, make everything more clean, and if you need to add more tasks at the same play level, it doesn't mess up your code. Demo time. I'm going to show you how to execute command on the Ansible host using the connection plugin method. Wait a minute, would you like to deep dive on this topic? There is a great documentation about delegation, local action, and some example in the official Ansible documentation. I really like this section, and I think that the team did a good job to explain this stuff. And as well, for local playbook, as you can see, is recommended the connection local. So let's deep dive on this topic. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to execute command on the Ansible host. First of all, let's begin our playbook with one play named localhost demo that is going to target hosts localhost. This is the host name. You can also use the IP address, but I found more convenient. The tricky part is this: define two variables. First is Ansible_connection local, and the second is Ansible Python interpreter that need to match with the value of Ansible. What is the name? Ansible Playbook interpreter. No, Ansible_playbook_Python. So this is a tricky one and very important. Otherwise, you can get some problem. The most easy, now we could execute our normal task list. The most easy one is to print it out the hostname. So let me use the ansible.builtin.debug module as usual. This is the module to print it out variable on screen. And the message will be the value of my Ansible variable inventory_hostname. So this is the name in the Ansible inventory, not the hostname. So as you can see, there are a lot of Ansible internals here Ansible connection, Ansible Python interpreter, but this is the best combination to make things run smoothly on localhost. And welcome to my terminal. Now let's see together if everything makes sense. Let me execute my Ansible Playbook with Ansible-Playbook command and the path of my playbook. Mine is under Ansible statement directory. The execution will be super fast. And thanks Ansible, you remind me that localhost is not part of all. We already know this stuff. And as you can see, it's going to execute against localhost target, and the result is the message localhost on printers name statement. What happens if we execute again? Same story, we got the same result, so this property is called idempotency of Ansible Playbook. Now we demystify the Ansible internals about using the local connection. I know it's a bit tricky, but when you need it now, you need only to do copy and paste and automate more tasks also on your machine. Yay! Good job, Ansible. Now you know how to execute command on the Ansible host or controller. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to backing up with rsync using Ansible? I'm going to show you a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module synchronize. The full name is ansible.posix.synchronize, which means that is part of collection targeting POSIX platforms. So not only Linux, also macOS and other Unix compliant systems. Basically is a wrapper around rsync to make common tasks in your playbook quick and easy. rsync is a utility for efficiently transferring and synchronizing files between a computer and a storage drive and across networked computer by comparing the modification time and size of file. rsync must be installed on both the local and the remote host. Currently, there are only a few connection types which support synchronize: SSH, Paramico, local, and Docker, because a sync strategy has been determined for those connection types. Parameter. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I'm going to summarize the most important option for synchronize module. The only mandatory parameter are src and dest parameter. The src parameter is mandatory and specifies the path on the source host that will be synchronized to the destination. The path can be absolute or relative. Same story for dest parameter that specifies the path on the destination host that will be synchronized from the source. Paths could be local or remote, according to your needs. The most useful parameter is archive, that mirrors the rsync archive flag, enabling recursive, links, permission, time, owner, group flag, and it's enabled by default, so in the majority of use cases you don't need to specify anything else. Please refer to manual to enable/disable some specific setting. It's possible also to specify more rsync parameter via the rsync_ops parameter for advanced user. Demo time. Let's jump in a real-life demo about how to back up with rsync using Ansible Playbook. I'm going to show you how to replicate one example directory tree in a Linux machine using the rsync utility via synchronized module. Wait a minute. If you want more information about rsync and the delta encoding that is based for minimizing network usage, jump directly to the Wikipedia page. Here there are a lot of information about also history, about supported operating system. As you can see, this utility was ported everywhere, like from traditional Linux, Unix context to BSD, macOS and Windows as well. It is used a lot for data transferring and backup in general. As you can see, this utility is fundamental for a lot of well-known Linux, macOS, Windows backup system. So definitely is worth it to take a look on the Wikipedia page. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to back up example directory between my host, Ansible host, and one target Linux machine. First of all, let's start our play with a name synchronize module demo. That is target hosts all of my inventory. Let me define become false to use as a default the normal user. Then let me define two variables. One is the source address path where my file resides. As you can see, I'm using also the escape inside a single quote notation. And on the destination, I would like my directory to be called example backup. So basically, examples is on the controller and example backup is on my target machine. Two tasks. The first is to verify that rsync is installed using ansible.builtin. Let me use a package because this package is called rsync in all the distribution. So state will be present, but I need to run this code as a root. So let me specify become true. So only this task will be executed as a root user. Now finally we could synchronize our data. So let's use ansible.posix.synchronize module. Finally, two parameter mandatory source that will be the value of my source variable, and destination that will be the value of my destination variable. Here we go, that's it. We are able to synchronize, so to actually copy data between my Ansible controller and the target machine as a backup. In this way, rsync utility will guarantee that the data transfer are minimized to the minimum possible. So every time a file change on the Ansible host will be transferred only the modification. Welcome to my Ansible controller terminal. First of all, let me introduce my example directory that is under copy file to remote hosts. Here I have one directory that is called examples that has only two text files, as you can see, report.txt and report2.txt. Please notice that the first time file has a creation date of 4th September and the second 17th of January, but they have the same content, some test report.txt file. Now let me connect to the destination, my demo.example.com host via SSH with DevOps as username. As you can see, the home directory is empty, so we have no example backup directory. Let me verify that the rsync utility is installed, and actually it is. As you can see, this is a Red Hat machine, so I'm using rpm command. Now let me disconnect and actually copy the file. Ansible-playbook, let me specify my inventory file under demo directory and my Ansible Playbook code. that is called rsync.yml. The execution will be pretty fast. First task is to verify that rsync utility is installed, and it is. Then transfer data to the target machine. These are only two little files of text, so not a big deal. Change status means some operation were performed. What happens if we execute again? Well, we receive OK status, which means no further modifications are needed. So it looks like that Ansible successfully transferred the file. Let's verify together. Let me list the content of the DevOps home directory, and now we have an example-backup directory. Using 3, you have a clear vision that there is one directory and 2 files underneath. So let me cut report.txt. Yes, has the same content as the source file, but let me highlight also that has the same creation date as in my source machine. So great job Ansible and great job rsync utility. Now let's suppose that there is a change in the directory structure. So for example, let me create one new file, report3.txt. So let me use a touch command to create an empty file under my example directory. Report3.txt. Here we go. Now let me synchronize again with Ansible Playbook. We are going to receive one change status, which means some operation were performed, and it is. Let us verify the content of the target directory. So under example backup examples, we have report3.txt, and as you can see, the date is perfectly up to date. So good job Ansible. Now you know how to back up using rsync with Ansible. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. See us on the next IT adventure of Ansible Pilot. Free option to safely limit Ansible Playbook execution to a single machine of an inventory. Today we are going to talk about the free option to limit the execution of a potentially harmful Ansible Playbook to only one host. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Let's deep dive into our use case to limit Ansible Playbook to only one hostname. I'm going to show you 3 different ways to achieve this result. Using the --limit parameter at runtime, limit the hostname in the Ansible Playbook code, and the most advanced way is to define a variable in the Ansible Playbook that you could populate on demand. Let's discuss the pros and cons of each option. Using the --limit parameter of the Ansible-Playbook command is the easiest option to limit the execution of the code to only one host. The advantage is that you don't need to edit the Ansible Playbook code before executing to only one host. Well, the drawback is that you should remember every time you execute the command, and sometimes humans are not so reliable, and when you realize the code already executed against the wrong machine. So it works, but you need to be extremely careful. Second option. Using the host statement in the Ansible Playbook allow you to specify a host or a group of hosts for your execution. The advantage is that it is more reliable than manually specifying the host name using the -- limit parameter from the command line. Well, the drawback is that you need to remember to edit every time the Ansible Playbook code. If you don't, you are going to execute the code probably against the last used host. Still less harmful than executing against all the inventory, but potentially a manual issue. Third option, using the host statement in the Ansible Playbook allow you to specify also a variable that you could populate with a host or a group of hosts for the execution. Basically, if you blindly execute the Ansible Playbook code on the command line, it's doing nothing. The only way is to populate the host variable via an extra variable via console line. So you are going to inject the host name every time you execute. The advantage is that it's more reliable than manually specifying the host name using the -- limit parameter from the command line. This option combines the advantages of the two previous options, and it's my favorite as well. Let's move to a small demo about one Ansible Playbook that potentially harmful that is going to execute against one inventory. I have only two hosts and I would like to limit to one host only. Welcome to my editor. First of all, let me introduce the inventory that I'm going to use during this Ansible demo. As you can see, there are only two hosts, demo.example.com and demo2.example.com, grouped together in the Linux group, and there are also defined some variable about SSH connection, the user that is DevOps for the connection, and the private key to use for the connection. Everything is pretty standard, so basically if the Ansible Playbook is going to execute against all node demo and demo2 will be triggered. I would like to limit the execution to only demo.example.com. Now let me share with you one Ansible Playbook harmful, or at least let's pretend together that is harmful. So let's start together with a play named Harmful Playbook that is target hosts all of my inventory and then some harmful task. So the easy way to simulate this is to use Ansible built-in debug. Please don't smile, with a message that is called harmful task. So basically this playbook is going to display the harmful task message. Yes, that is not harmful, but let's pretend together that this is a dangerous operation. Substitute with removal of a user account, delete some system important file, some directory as well, or remove some service or some critical packages. Okay? Let's move on to the terminal. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me execute my Ansible Playbook with Ansible-Playbook command as usual, -e my inventory file and then my playbook code. And drumroll, oh damn it, the code was executed against all my inventory, so demo example.com and demo2 example.com, so potentially damage demo.example.com, demo2, pardon. So what should I do? Oh, I need to add one extra parameter, limit demo.example.com. Now the execution will be only to one host, demo example.com. But as you can see, it's very easy to break also demo2, the host that we didn't want to touch. So how can we solve this situation? Let's return to the editor. We just saw option number 1. Now I'm going to show you option number 2 to specify on the host statement the host name that we would like to target. In this case, hosts demo.example.com. In this way, all the time we execute the Ansible playbook, only demo.example.com will be targeted. Problem solved? No. Let's see on the terminal. Back on my terminal, first of all, let me clear the screen so it will be more easy to follow up. So let's execute the code with Ansible-playbook command, let's specify -e all my inventory and my playbook. This time the execution is performed only against demo example.com. Perfect, exactly what we wanted. Yes, but somehow we lost some flexibility. What if we would like to execute this code now against demo2 example.com? We need to return to the editor and make the change. Not a great idea. Back on my editor, third option. So let's become more intelligent the host statement in my Ansible playbook. Let me substitute with the value of host variable. What's host variable is not defined. And back to my terminal. I'm going to show you the execution of option number 3. So Ansible-playbook as usual. Let me specify my inventory file and my playbook as well. This time the execution returned 1 error, but don't worry, it's okay. As you can see, hosts has an invalid value. So what we can do, specify one extra variable. So let's value hosts with demo.example.com, and the execution will be successful this time. As you can see, this error message save us from the execution of a potential harmful playbook on wrong host. So this is the way, the most advanced way that a lot of people use, and a lot of time are relying on this solution. So choose one of the 3 solutions based on your use case. Now you know the 3 options to safely limit Ansible playbook execution to a single machine that you could apply to your everyday journey based on your use case. Thank you for watching. If this video was useful for you, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. I have a lot of interesting IT adventure to share with you on the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to run only one task in Ansible Playbook? I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible tags statement. When your Ansible playbook starts to grow up, it's useful to define tags to allow you a more granular execution. You could define one or multiple tags at individual tasks, include import, play, block, or role level. Tags also could have inheritance property. The easiest way to run only one task in Ansible Playbook is using tag statement parameter of Ansible-playbook command. The default behavior is to execute all the tags in your playbook with --tags all. You could specify to execute a single tag with --tags tag 1 or a list of tags with parentheses. You could specify also to use the negate logic to execute some tags, so -- skip tags, tags 3 and tags 4. Another convenient way is to execute only the code with a tag, so -- tags tagged, or without -- tags untagged. Demo time. How to run only one task in Ansible Playbook? I'm going to show you one simple Ansible Playbook with 2 tags and 2 tags, and how to select one or another via command line. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you one Ansible Playbook with tags. First of all, let's begin our play with a name tags demo that is going to target host all of my inventory. Let me disable facts gathering because we don't need the system information. What else? Let's start the task list. The easy way is to define a 2 task with a simple like print message. So example 1 that is going to target ansible.building.debug, and the message to display will be a simple example 1 text. Let me put a tags on this, for example tag 1. We can define whatever text we want, but this is a simple one. So tag 1 and example 2 will be the same, so Ansible built-in debug, printing the message example 2. And the tags on this will be tag 2. So we have a simple Ansible Playbook with a 2 tasks, example 1 and example 2, that show in front of the screen one simple message, and both of these tasks have a tag. So if I'm executing all the playbook, I'm expecting both messages. Or I could select individually tag 1 or tag 2 to execute only one task. You could easily extend this way of thinking in a very complex Ansible Playbook with a lot of tasks. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me execute the Ansible Playbook code straight away. So Ansible Playbook -e, let me use my inventory file and the name of my playbook, tags.yml. So execution is super fast and is displaying both messages, so both tags. What happens if we specify -- tags and tag 1? Well, we are expecting only one message, and here we have one message. Cool! So we are able to select only the task with tag 1, and same will be with task with tag 2. It's going to display only example 2 message. Okay, now let's have more fun. What happens if we execute tagged? All the task with tag will be executed, so both example 1 and example 2. And let's complicate it more. What happens if we get untagged? Well, no task is going to be executed because all our instruction in Ansible Playbook has a tag. Can you imagine how powerful? Another important thing is to use tags all that execute all the tags in our Ansible Playbook. Now you have a very important foundation to execute some specific tags in your Ansible Playbook. Great! Now you know how to run only one task or one tag in Ansible Playbook from command line. I hope this was useful for you. Thank you for watching. See us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot, and have a great and fantastic day! How to set up Apache web server in a Docker container for Debian-like system with Ansible. There are a lot of advantages of running all the web server in a container and separating the web content. I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to deploy an Apache web server in a Docker container for Debian-like system. The full process requires 6 steps that you could automate completely with Ansible. Firstly, you need to install some system packages, specifically some Python and dependency using Ansible.built-in apt Ansible module. Secondly, you need to install the Docker module for Python using Ansible.built-in.pip Ansible module. After that, you could finally pull the image from the Docker Hub registry completely automatically using the community.docker.docker_image Ansible module. After that, you need to create the document root with the right permission with the Ansible built-in.file module. And fifthly, you need to create the custom index.html. You don't want to look boring with basic index.html placeholder. So use the Ansible.built-in.copy Ansible module to customize. You could upgrade this step using the template module and create a wonderful placeholder page, or maybe copy your content that you created outside of Ansible. And finally, you can run the web server container, setting up the right port and volume setting using the community.docker.docker_container Ansible module. And that's it. Everything will be automated. So let's move on to a little demo, and I will show you how to set up Apache web server in a Docker container for Debian-like system. Are you ready? Let's have fun. The place where to start looking for container is the official Docker Hub registry. This is one of the largest library and community for container images. You can find a lot of things, but probably it's convenient for us to look for HTTPD. This is the official image shipped by Apache that we are going to use in this demo. As you can see, there is a lot of information in the description page and how to use the image, how to configure, and I really like this type of documentation. You definitely need to take a look. One thing that I really need is to take a look on the available tags. The tags are like a special version of the app, usually of the image. Usually you are using the latest available, and this is great. It's also certified that Log4Shell is not affected with this image, and you can there are like a special version that you can target for this image. As you can see, there is a lot of different tags. I'm going to use the latest, which is the latest release, but feel free to customize the one that you need. Welcome to my editor. I will show you how to set up Apache web server in a Docker container for Debian-like system. Let's begin our play with the name deploy httpd on container. That is going to target hosts all of my inventory. I need a root privilege, so let me set become to true, and let me disable gather of facts because we don't need. On the variable side, let me set it up the web root. This is the directory where to store the content of your website under /webroot/, and then the task part began. First task is to install system packages, so to verify if they are already present using ansible.builtin.apt module. Let me name it some packages. We need the Python 3 pip. This is useful to install any Python module, virtualenv as well, and Python free - setup tools. These are all Python things that are useful. The version we would like to have latest version available, and let me also update cache metadata before installing. This is useful to making sure that we have the latest version. Second task is to install the Docker module for Python. For this I need ansible.builtin.pip module. The name is called Docker, so easy peasy. That's it, no more. Okay, so now we are ready to pull the image from the Docker Hub registry, community.docker.docker_image is the Ansible module. The name is the one that we see in the Docker Hub, so HTTPD, the source will be a pull request from the registry, and we want the tag latest. You can customize with the tag that you want. After that, we need to verify that webroot is present on the Ubuntu machine, so ansible.builtin.file. Let me specify the path, in this case the value of webroot variable, and the state need to be a directory. Let me set it out also the custom index.html, because I don't like this placeholder from the distribution, so I would like to customize a little bit. The easiest way is to using Ansible built-in copy module. Destination will be under webroot index.html, and the content of this file will be very simple, only some text. Let me use the pipe operator to type on the next line. I would like to show custom web page text. You can paste your HTML or better replace with a template module. Finally, we are ready to run our container. This step is crucial and is going to use community.docker.docker_container. Few parameters: the name of the container web server, the image that we are going to use, HTTPD, the state must be started. We want to start the container, didn't we? Okay, let's detach from the main process and let me expose port 80. This is the port of the container. So container expose port 80, and I'm going to redirect port 8080 to port 80. So when you connect to port 8080, you will be redirected to port 80 of container. Let me also mount the volume, so will be persistent. My webroot will be connected to USR local Apache htdocs. Here we go. We have htdocs. We have our playbook in less than 50 lines of code. I'm able to pull one image and run with all the necessary parameters, as well as customizing the index page. Are you ready? Now? Finally, welcome to my terminal. I have a fresh Ubuntu machine to use to test it out with Ansible Playbook. So let me connect. DevOps is my username and ubuntuexample.com. As you can see, I need to accept SSH fingerprint because it's a fresh new. The OS release will show you some detail of this machine, specifically the version and whatever. Let me try to use Docker from command line. It doesn't exist. Yes, wonderful. So I will show you how you could configure. First of all, let me install Docker. The easiest way is to use my previous Ansible Playbook. So let me use it right here, right now. So let me install Docker. Here we go. Docker install for Debian is taking care of all the necessary steps. First of all, it configures some system packages, then it creates some custom repository from the Docker and set it out all the utility. Once it's done, Docker command line is available to use it. As you can see, it's taking care of downloading the GPG key to verify the packages and configure an extra repository where to download the official Docker packages. It's going to take just a few minutes now, not a lot, just the time to download the packages and taking care of all the dependency. It's very useful to always have some Ansible Playbook where you can combine together and simplify your workflow. I don't want to wait a lot of time to download Docker, but it's good for you to see how to configure a fresh machine. Now the Docker command line is available. Let me print it out. For example, the version with docker -- version. This is version 20.10. Okay, so pretty new. What happens if I would like to list the images? Oh, I don't have permission. Okay, let me do sudo docker images ls. No image present. And this time let me list also the Docker container. No container, not containers, probably only container. Sudo docker container without the s. Here we go. Is empty. So this is a fresh machine with nothing configured. Now I could run my Ansible playbook. As usual, let me specify the inventory. Under Ubuntu, I have an inventory file that is target only this machine, but you can customize with whatever you need it. And finally, I'm going to run my 6-step Docker HTTP for Debian playbook. Let me quickly remind that it's taking care of downloading some system packages, configure the Python Docker PIP module, and after that pull the image HTTPD, configure the web root, the custom index HTML, and finally run the container. The execution is going to take a while. It depends by your connection speed, the performance of your machine. So always this kind of stuff. Oh, finally, the system packages were present and Docker module for Python was already installed. Wow, I can spot it out because I have OK status. Now it's going to download the image. This is going to take a while and configure all the necessary file. Wow, we did a great job, Ansible. Now let's double check together if the container is really executing or not. Let me connect to my target machine. Docker sudo docker images ls. I'm expecting to see some image. Oh no, why I can't see any image? Maybe it's running under the current user? No, I got a permission. Oh, something is not working here. But what happened with a container? Let me list. Okay, was expected some permission denied. Let me do some sudo container ls, and our web server is ready. Is here. Wow, we got it. As you can see, you can clearly see that every connection to port 8080 is redirected to port 80 of the container, and the container is named web server as expected and run the HTTPD image. So everything is working. I don't know why the images doesn't list my Docker image, but anyway, everything is running. So the only way to see if everything is working is to use my wonderful browser. Now you know how to set up Apache web server in a Docker container for Debian-like system completely automatically with Ansible. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. I'm preparing a lot of adventure together for Ansible Pilot and to automate more of your IT infrastructure. Let's have fun! How to deploy Apache web server in a Podman container for the Red Hat-like system with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about how to deploy a web server Apache HTTPD in a Podman container for Red Hat-like Linux system. The full process requires 4 steps that you could automate with different Ansible modules. Firstly, you need to install or at least verify that Podman and its dependencies are successfully installed on the target system using the ansible.builtin.yum Ansible module that is going to use the yum, the package manager of your distribution, for setting up everything. Secondly, you need to create a custom index.html with ansible.builtin.copy module. You could upgrade this step using the template module, so you can have a more customized result. Thirdly, you need to pull the image from the container hub registry using the containers.podman.podman_image Ansible module. And finally, you could run the web server container, setting the right port, connecting the volume with a custom index.html page, and everything using containers.podman.podman_container Ansible module. One small note, container need to be run in a detached mode, which means even if the user will disconnect, the container keep going. Demo time. I'm going to show you how to deploy Apache web server in a Podman container for Red Hat-like Linux system with Ansible Playbook. This is a really great security things, because if you think you can run all your software regarding the web server in a container, so you can change only the web pages and the content that are completely disconnected from the execution environment. So running everything in a container has the advantage that all the library are stored inside the container, and this is a great security feature. Let's move on in our demo. How to start running container? First of all, we need to find out what is the best image for our use case, and there are some registry that are a place where images are stored. Think about like an ISO for the traditional world. So basically you are able to search for whatever content you need, in my case HTTPD, and get a lot of possible options. So this is Docker Hub, that is probably one of the biggest, but there are also other options like Quay, over that, and other container. But Docker Hub is one of the most well-known. As you can see, this image was downloaded by 1 billion times, and this is the command line for Docker. But it works well with Docker Podman as well. Each image has a lot of different versions that are called tags that you can use in your environment, and there are a lot of supported architecture and a lot of information. As you can see, there is a easy copy and paste command and different variant. This for the scope of this demo, I'm going to use the tag latest that certify the download of the latest available version that was published 1 day ago. So can you imagine how fast is this software world nowadays? It's incredible. So let's jump to our Ansible Playbook to deploy this Apache HTTPD server. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one playbook to deploy Apache container. First of all, let's begin our YAML document with 3 dash and one name for our play, deploy HTTPD container, that is going to be executed against host all of my inventory. I need a root privilege, so I set become to true, and let me disable gather facts because I don't need the system information. Let me define one variable, web root. This is the path on the file system where your web app or all web content reside, /web root. Let's begin with first task is to verify that Podman is successfully installed on the target system using Ansible.built-in. Yes. Built-in, yes, type it correctly, .yaml, name of a package Podman, and state must be latest. So we want the latest version of Podman, didn't we? Second thing is to pull the image using containers.podman.podman_image. 3 parameter. First is the name of the image, so HTTPD. We need a pull operation, so let me use a pull to true, and the tag that we want is latest. You can specify whatever tag you want. Let me create directory, so web root present using ansible.builtin.file. The path is the value of my built-in, of my web root directory. The state of the file system is directory. Let me specify also the owner of the directory, in my case root, and the group ownership is again root. It is not www-data because we don't have Apache running in this system. The mode is 0755, so only current user can read and write, and C Linux type is container_share T. This is the type. In some system is container_T, so be careful. Let me customize index.html using ansible.builtin.copy. This is the simplest way for creating a text file with Ansible, and the destination is the webroot/index.html. Let me also add some content. The easy way is using a pipe and explicitly add the code here. I'm just texting only a simple message. You can upgrade to template module. And finally, we can run our container. So run HTTPD container using containers.podman.podman_container. This is the equivalent of Docker. So let's give a name to our container, web server, that image to run HTTPD, the one that we fetched before, state must be started, and we want also to run in the touch mode, so even if we disconnect the shell, the container still run. We need to expose port 80 of the container, and let's map to ports 8080 colon 80, so which means that we expose port 8080 to the external world and we connect to port 80 on the system. let's connect also the volume. So web root, the local folder is mapped as usr/local/apache2/htdocs. This is the directory where to store a file. Then w:/exec, this is another parameter that could be useful. You can also specify if you want to avoid clinux, but it's always a good idea to share this stuff. So as you can see, in less than 50 lines of code, I'm able to verify that Podman is installed to pull an image from a registry, create a directory, customize the index HTML, and run a container. Welcome to the terminal of the Ansible controller. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine. So DevOps app demo example.com. This is a standard machine. Let me cut the etc OS release so you can see that is Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8.5. Podman images and Podman PS as no result, and by real Podman is not installed. So DNF info. Let's verify that this machine didn't know what Podman is. So quickly is refreshing the software collection, base OS, and the stream, and is going to show you that there is an available package called Podman, but it's not running in the current system. Yes, here it is. So let's execute our playbook. Ready to do the magic with Ansible? So first of all, let's execute the playbook with Ansible-playbook. Let me specify also the inventory file with -e, and my code is stored under container podman_httpd redhat2. Here we go. The execution is going to take a while because there are a lot of files to download. First of all, to download the required Podman with all the dependency, and then also the image is going to take a while. I speed up a little bit this video so we can enjoy the result and not waste our time waiting a progress bar. So the performance depends by the performance of your network connection as well as your virtual machine. So now we have a change status on the Podman installer, which means all the packages are successfully downloaded and configured. Then Ansible is moving to the pull image. In this step is going to connect to the registry, download all the requirement file, create also the web root directory, the custom index HTML, and finally able to run the HTTPD container. Yay, this is a great success. Wow, unbelievable. And what happens if we execute again the same command? Well, most of these modules are idempotent, so they verify that the result is already there. So the installation of Podman, the pulling of the image, the web root is available, and everything is already configured. We have only to change the status because these modules are not completely idempotent. But here it is, our HTTPD server is running. So good job, Ansible. Let's check it out with the browser. Back on my browser, I can finally load the demo example.com port 8080 note, and we can see our custom web page. Isn't fantastic? I think so. So you can separate completely the running software, the web server that is quite delicate and you need to maintain up to date, with the file to ship. This is fantastic. Now you know how to deploy Apache HTTP web server in a Podman container for Red Hat-like Linux system with Ansible. Thank you for watching. If this video was useful for you, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. See us on the next IT adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to reduce laptop CPU temperature overheating in Linux? I'm going to show you a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about the open source project Linux Thermal Daemon, thermald, that monitors the temperature in laptops, tablet, PC with the latest Intel Sandy Bridge and latest Intel CPU releases. The thermald tool operates in two modes: zero configuration mode. For most users, this should be enough to bring the CPU temperature of the system under control. This uses the DTS temperature sensor and uses Intel P-State driver, power clamp driver, running average power limit control, and CPU FREC as cooling methods. User-defined configuration mode. This allows ACPI-style configuration in the thermal XML configuration file. This can be used to fix the buggy ACPI configuration or fine-tune it by adding more sensors and cooling devices. This is the first step in implementing a closed-loop thermal control in user mode and can be enhanced based on community feedback and suggestion. It's available as a package thermald from the most used distribution today. Please note that this service might degrade laptop performance by slowing down the CPU. Today, we are talking about the Ansible module package. The full name is ansible.builtin.package, which means it is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. These modules are pretty stable and out for years. Its purpose is to act as a generic OS package installer. Parameters. The most important parameters are name and state. In the name parameter, you are going to specify the name of a package or the specific version you would like to install. The state specifies the action that we would like to perform. In our case, install is present or installed. Demo time. Let's jump into a real-life playbook to install the thermald package and start the zero configuration service in Linux using the Ansible Playbook. Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you one Ansible Playbook to enable thermald on a Linux workstation. First of all, let's begin our YAML document with 3- and one name for our play, thermald demo, that is going to execute it on host all of my inventory. I need the root privileges, so let me set become to true, because we need to set up and install some packages. On the task list, two tasks. The first is to have a thermald installed using the ansible.builtin.package. The name of the package is thermald. Here we go, and the state must be present on the target system. Second task is to run the service, so thermald running using the ansible.builtin.service. This module is going to start the thermald daemon, so the name of the service is thermald and state must be started, so the service must be running. Another thing, we set enable to true to enable this service on boot. We want all the time our laptop to be cool. So that's it. In a few lines of code, we are able to download the thermald package for all the Linux distribution, Red Hat like, Debian and Ubuntu like, and run the service. This is quite generic Ansible module and works for all the Linux distribution. Now let's move on to the terminal. Welcome to the terminal, where the fun began. So first of all, let me connect to my Linux machine via SSH. DevOps as username at demo.example.com. This is a fresh installed machine running Red Hat-like system. So let me switch to root to verify the status of this machine. With sudo su, we have a root privilege. So let me first of all search for DNF for the thermald package using the DNF, the new version of YAM. So DNF search thermald return one package thermal management daemon. Let me take a look on the status of this package with DNF list thermald, and it is going to report that this package is available, which means it's not installed yet. Let me also verify the status of a service. If the package is not installed, we are expecting the service is not running. So let's double check system control status thermald report that the service could not be found. Please note that we are going to repeat this command after the Ansible Playbook execution. So let's take a look of /proc/cpu info to verify that is an Intel powered workstation, and it is a i7 CPU. Yes, great. So now we are ready to execute our Ansible Playbook. So let's disconnect from this demo machine, disconnect from root, disconnect from DevOps user, and let's run our Ansible Playbook code on the Ansible controller. So let me specify also the inventory file with -e and the path for my Ansible Playbook. thermald.yml is ready to be executed, and in a blink of an eye, Ansible is connecting to the target machine. Install the required package is not a big deal. So is under the hood is working with DNF to download it and set it up. So thermald is successfully installed and the service is running. So 2 changes means that something was changed on the target machine. Now let's take a closer look to this demo machine. So let's connect again via SSH DevOps at demo.example.com. Let's switch again to root, and this time we're expecting a different result for DNF list thermald. The status of a package changed from available to installed. Yes, so was successfully installed. Let's check it out, the status of the service, system control status thermald. Wow, we have one good news and one bad news. The good news is that the daemon is loaded and enabled on boot, however, can't be run on virtualized host like this. As you can see, condition virtualization equal no means that this is a virtual machine and can't run this service. So you are able to run this service only on the real, on bare metal host. Please bear this in mind. Okay, now everything looks like correct. The package was successfully installed and the service was running. Now you are ready to cool down your workstation. Execute this code on a real machine. Yay! Now you know how to reduce Intel laptop CPU temperature overheating in Linux using the Ansible module package and thermald. Thank you for watching. If this lesson was useful for you, and I hope so, follow me and see us on the next adventure. In Ansible Pilot, let's automate more and have a great day. Yay! How to run a Python script on remote machine after transferring it? I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Let's talk about the Ansible module script. The full name is ansible.builtin.script, which means that it's part of the Ansible built-in module included in the Ansible-core platform. The purpose of the module is to run a local script on a remote node after transferring it. Parameters. let me summarize the main parameters of the module script. This module doesn't have any required parameters, but some options become necessary in this use case. The cmd parameter specifies the script name or path. The executable parameter specifies the interpreter name or path. Demo time. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible Playbook to run Python script on a remote machine after transferring it. I'm going to show you how to create a cars.py custom Python script that output a simple JSON file, pretty common use case, transferring to a remote machine and executed using Python 3 interpreter. Are you ready? Let's have a fun! Welcome to my editor. Let me show you one custom Python file that returns a JSON list of elements with key value. So this file is called cars.py and returns some car manufacturer. First of all, let's start with a shebang that returns Python 3 environment. Okay, now let's import together the JSON collection to work with JSON file. And let's create some key value dictionary called cars with key manufacturers and a list of manufacturers of cars. Maybe you are familiar with this. And in the end, we would like to print it out this on screen. So let's use the print function with a json.dump specifying the cars dictionary with indentation of 4 spaces. And that's it. This is a very simple example, but imagine if you connect to a database or, I don't know, an API. You can retrieve this information from a lot of different sources, but in the end you are sharing this as a JSON format, which is pretty standard and very used by a lot of developers. And let's move on to the terminal to display the output of this simple Python script. Hold on, wait a second, there is a typo. Like in all the live demo, there is always a typo. This is not AV but env, like environment. Now the script is perfect and ready to execute. Welcome to my terminal. The Python file is in this current directory, so let me list the content. There is a Python file and the Ansible Playbook. So using Python 3 cars.py, the execution will be super fast and return one dictionary with inside a list of car manufacturers. So the dictionary has a key manufacturers and the value the list of value. As you can see, there is a long list and is formatted 1 item per line. This is a standard JSON coding and looks great. You can notice that there are 4 spaces between the first for each level of indentation. So manufacturers has 4 spaces and Acura, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, all these elements have 4 spaces. Yes, great! So now let's automate this code with Ansible. Back on my editor, now let's start coding our Ansible Playbook. This is a simple code that automates the transferring and execution of code on remote node. So let's start with a 3- is a YAML document and the name run Python script on hosts all of my inventory, and we are ready to move on to the task list. The first task is to run cars.py script using the ansible.builtin.script. Okay, now executable is the Python interpreter. In this case, this code is ready for Python 3, and on cmd we can specify the command to execute cars.py. Okay, well, we execute the code, but something that we would like is to save the result of this execution. So let's save the output on a variable using the register statement and this variable is named cars underscore row underscore output. Okay, because Ansible saves this as a raw text. Now we need to convert this the output to a JSON format. We are going to use a module called Ansible built-in underscore set fact to create a new variable. A new variable will be called cars underscore list, and we obtain this variable extracting some data from cars underscore row underscore output. So let's specify the value of this output. Okay, but we need to do some more data manipulation. So let's take only the standard output, so only the output of a command, and with a pipe operator we can apply a filter from underscore JSON. In this way, Ansible will interpret all the output as a JSON format and save it into cars underscore list variable. We can do a lot of things with this variable, but the most easy one is to display on screen using Ansible built-in debug module. Okay, on the variable, on the var parameter, we specify cars underscore list, and in this way we are ready to go. So Ansible is going to copy the cars.py script, convert the output to JSON and display on screen. What if you are curious to know the exact value of the cars row output? Well, we can insert an extra task named print cars underscore row underscore output using the Ansible built-in debug module to display on screen. The variable will be cars row output, but let me trigger only on verbosity to run. In this way will be available this task only to when we specify some verbose execution, not in all the execution. Okay, great. So let me recap. The first task is going to copy the cars.py script on the target node and execute it using Python 3. Save it the output in a raw format in a variable, display on screen on the second task, convert it to JSON, and now in the last task is to display the JSON on screen. You can do a lot of data manipulation, but this is the most easy one. And now let's move on to the terminal. Back on the terminal, now let's execute the Ansible Playbook code. So let me list the content of the current directory. There is the Python script and the Ansible Playbook. So this time let's execute Ansible-playbook tool. Let me specify the inventory file, in this case only my demo machine. I have the standard inventory file and the name of the Ansible Playbook. The execution is actually super fast. It's only few bytes to copy on the target node and process the output. Great, we have a OK status and one changed. As we can see, let's scroll down a little bit, and this is a JSON formatted output file in Ansible. So first we execute a facts gathering. Okay, we got a changed for copy the Python code to the target node. We got a skipped status as expected to the raw output. The conversion went fine, and finally we got a cars underscore list JSON formatted file inside Ansible with all the manufacturers that we know: Acura, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, Audi, Bentley, and everything, so on and so forth. Now this JSON formatted variable is very useful because it's native inside Ansible, and we can use it for a lot of other tasks. We can use like a normal variable inside Ansible. And what if we execute the Ansible playbook with verbosity level 2? Okay, well, we just need to type again the same command and add a -wv. The number of v is the number of verbosity that we would like to achieve. In this case, number 2. As you can see, there is more information about the execution in every task. So we got the same result, but in a slightly different way. So now let's focus on the second task. Here we go. We have the output of the cars.py script. As you can see, let's focus on the standard output lines. So these are line by line, as you can see, look like a string. So Ansible was defaulting processing like a string this output. And I think it's a good approach because basically everything is like a text, but remember that JSON processing enables you a more fine-grained processing time, and also you have a lot of more possibility. That's it. Under the hood, Ansible was doing a lot of things, transferring the file to the target node, executing and saving the output. So great, this is like a good tip and tricks to have in your toolbox. Great, let's automate more with Ansible. Now you know how to run a Python script on remote machines after transferring it with Ansible. Thank you for watching. I hope this video was useful for you, and I'm looking forward to see you on the next Ansible Pilot adventure. Let's have fun together and have a great day. Yay! Let's automate more. How to read the JSON file into a variable on the host with Ansible? The JSON JavaScript object notation is an open standard file format used a lot for data interchange. I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Ansible reads a JSON file into a variable. Let's deep dive into the Ansible Lookup plugin file. Plugins are a way to expand the Ansible functionality. With Lookup plugins specifically, you can load variables or templates with information from external sources. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, so it's part of the ansible.core and is included in all the Ansible installation. The purpose of the file lookup plugin is to read the file content. Let's combine together with the from_JSON, that is an Ansible specific filter to convert the input to JSON. Let's combine the result of a file lookup plugin with a from_JSON filter for our use case. So let's move on to a simple demo. I'm going to show you how to read the example.json file and assign it to a variable and use it in your Ansible Playbook code. Are you excited? Let's move it on. Welcome to my editor. First of all, let's begin with a simple example.json file. So let's start with a standard bracket and let's insert some name and key and value. For example, the first key is called name and the value is John. Second key is called age and the value is 30. So 30 is an integer and John is a string. And that's it. This is a very simple JSON file. You can complicate as much as you want, but is enough for this example. Now, the meaty part. Let's move on to the Ansible Playbook. So every playbook starts with a 3- because it's a YAML document and a name for a play, in my case JSON read demo, that is going to be executed on the host's localhost, so on the current machine, and let's declare together one variable, the one that will contain the JSON data, so let's call it JSON data. Here we go. This variable will be assigned to the result of a lookup function. So the lookup has some parameter. The first is the type of lookup. We would like to read a file, so let's execute a file lookup and specify the file name, in my case example.json. In this way, the content of the file will be redirected directly to the variable. Well, we would like also to interpret this file not like a standard text, like a string. We would like to convert in JSON, so let's use the from_JSON
filter. And let's close the brackets. In this way, inside JSON data, there is not a bunch of text, there is exactly a JSON file. And what we can do, what's the easiest task that we can do with a variable? Well, to print it out on screen. So let's use Ansible built-in debug module. Ansible built-in debug module to print it out on screen. So, which name of a variable? JSON data. Here we go. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Welcome to my terminal. I'm going to show you the execution of a previous code. So, first of all, let's use the command Ansible-Playbook to execute my read_JSON YML file. The execution is super fast because it's going to be executed against localhost and display on screen the result of a JSON data variable. As you can see, it exactly matches the example JSON, and it also ordered alphabetically because age that starts with A is displayed before the name John, so is actually interpreted. And what happened if we execute again? Well, we got the same result. This property is called idempotency of Ansible. Yay, great result! Now you know how to read a JSON file into a variable on the host with Ansible. Thank you for watching. I hope this video was useful for you. See us on the next example of Ansible Pilot and have a great day! Yay! What is an Ansible Vault? How to store variables and files in an encrypted way. I will show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Ansible Vault encrypts variables and files to protect sensitive contents and lets you use them in Playbook, Role, and Collection. Ansible Vault stores variables and files encrypted and use the cipher to protect file AAS 256 in recent version of Ansible. The best way of talking about encryption is with a little demo. I will show you how to encrypt one password using the Ansible Vault command line utility. Let's assume that the password is currently stored in a single Ansible file, YAML, called plain to encrypted YML. Let's do together. Welcome to my editor. Let's create together this plain to encrypted YML file. So first of all, let's begin with 3- is a YAML file, and let's define together a variable called password with the value that we would like to keep it as reserved as possible. So my super secret password is the value of a password, and we would like to encrypt all the file using Ansible Vault. So in this way we are able to read the file, is called clear text, we want to encrypt. First of all, we need to open our terminal. It depends by your operating system, but it looks like this. And as you can see, I was creating a directory containing the plain to encrypted file, the one that we typed together, and now we would like to encrypt. We are using Ansible-Vault command line utility. This utility is already included in all Ansible installation. As you can see, it has plenty of options to create, decrypt, encrypt, edit, whatever would you like. Another useful option is -- version that verify the current version of this utility. I have the latest installed on my workstation. And now let's encrypt the file. We are using the parameter encrypt of the Ansible Vault utility, and the file name is asking for a new Vault password. This is your password that you are using for encrypting the file. Is asking twice, and we obtain a confirmation that the encryption was successful. Now, if we cut, so we printed on screen the file, we got
this result, which means that all the file is currently encrypted, and we can use this encrypted version every time we would like to execute an Ansible playbook, role, or collection. Yay! Good job, Ansible! Now you know what is an Ansible Vault and how to encrypt a file using it. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and let's automate more! Yay! How to decrypt an Ansible Vault? From an encrypted file to plain text using the correct password. I will show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Ansible Vault. The Ansible-Vault command is included in every Ansible installation and for the most modern operating system. It's a command line tool, so interact with that using your terminal. Using the Ansible-Vault command, you could perform any Ansible Vault operation, encryption, decryption, change of password, etc. But the most funny part is the demo part. I will show you how to decrypt an Ansible Vault using the Ansible-Vault command line utility. At the beginning of this example, we start with an encrypted file, Ansible Vault, and once we enter the correct password, we obtain a clear text file. Usually, this operation is useful if you want to edit the file and then encrypt again, so it's very useful. Let's jump on the terminal. Welcome to my terminal. Open any terminal application in your operating system. I'm assuming that Ansible is already installed in this system. So let me show you two files in the current directory. I'm interested in encrypted to plain YML. As you can see, using cat that print out the content of a file is an Ansible Vault encrypted archive. We could also verify using the file utility from the command line, and as you can see, we are not able to read anything inside this file. This is Ansible Vault version 1.1 encrypted with AES 256 encryption. That is pretty strong one, so we are not able to access the content of this file, so we would like to decrypt and access it. So I'm going to use the Ansible-Vault command line utility. Let me scroll a little bit up so we can see all the help. As you can see, we are able to create, decrypt, edit, view, encrypt, encrypt a string, and rekey with this utility. So plenty of operation. Let's focus today on the decrypt operation. Ansible Vault is very useful command line utility for handling all the operation on the Ansible Vault file. So let's start with Ansible-Vault, then our operation decrypt, and the file name, in my case encrypted to plain.yml. The utility is going to ask the current password of the file, so if we don't have a password, there is no way of decrypting, and AES 256 is pretty strong. So while you are typing the password, it's not displaying anything on screen, so you need to enter the password and press enter. Decryption is successful, so this means that the operation was performed successfully. How we can double check? Well, we can print the file on screen right now, and as you can see, we are able to read the content of a file using the cat utility. Great, there is a password inside. We could also double check with file that now the file is hashy text, so currently plain text. We can perform any changes and then encrypt again. Great! Good job, Ansible Vault utility. Remember to be mindful about your plain text file, not to expose to any potential risk. Now you know how to decrypt an Ansible vault. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you. So see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot and have a great day. Yay! How to use an Ansible vault in an Ansible Playbook. How to use an Ansible vault to protect sensitive data such as password, access keys, etc. I will show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Ansible Vault. Ansible Vault is included in every Ansible installation for the most modern operating system. It includes all the software encryption and a handy command line utility, Ansible Vault, to encrypt, decrypt, modify, change password, and so on and so forth. The encryption of the Ansible Vault file is strong and relies on the AES 256 cipher. Now, demo time. I will show you how to use Ansible Vault in Ansible Playbook to store one password. This example uses a simple playbook that displays on-screen a variable and one Ansible Vault to store the variable encrypted on disk. In the real world, you can use the variable with any Ansible module without printing on screen. And you probably would like to use more than one vault to store your password, but this is a more advanced topic. Let's focus on the basic. One Ansible Playbook and one Ansible Vault. Are you ready? Let's move to my editor. Welcome to my editor. This is a simple text editor. Let's suppose we have one simple Ansible Playbook that simply print on screen one variable, for example my password. This is super easy. Ansible Playbook with one variable, my password defined with a value, and printed on screen using the Ansible built-in debug module. Easy peasy, isn't it? Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. My password variable is in clear text. This means that every person that has access to this file or can read from your computer or your server is able to actually see the password like clear text, copy and paste and use whatever he wants, she or she. So the problem here is that we need a way of storing this password in one encrypted way, and this way is Ansible Vault. So now let's improve our code to use Ansible Vault. Back in our editor, it's time to make our hands dirty. First of all, let me copy my code and open a new file. This time it will be called Playbook with Vault. Okay, so in this Ansible Playbook, I'm going to delete the variable part and substitute with something else. Okay, but first of all, we need to separate our variable in a different file, the file that will become our Ansible Vault. So let me select the part of a variable, my password, and paste in a new YAML file. Cool. And I could save this file with a different name. So for example, I could save it like mypassword.yml. So easy to remember. Great. So now mypassword.yml is a YAML file with only the password. We need a way of connecting the playbook with Vault to this new YAML file. And simply we need to include the file. So let me add a new task before the printing variable that is called include Vault and is using ansible.builtin.include_vars. This simple Ansible module simply includes any YAML file. So let me specify the parameter file and the name of the file, mypassword.yml. You can include a clear text, but also Ansible Vault. Let me save it as Ansible, no, as a playbook with Vault. Cool, now let's move it to the terminal to have more fun. Welcome to my terminal. Yes, you can use whatever terminal your operating system is providing. In my case, I already copied the file in the current directory, so as you can see, mypassword.yml is in clear text. We need to create an Ansible Vault using Ansible-Vault command line utility. This is included in all the Ansible installation, so let me use Ansible-Vault using encrypt util parameter to encrypt my password YML file. Let me specify one password. We need to insert twice for confirmation, and if you mess it up, the password do not match, the file is not going to be encrypted. Once the passwords are equal, you are able to obtain something like this. So now on disk, the my password YML is completely encrypted using encryption AES 256 using Ansible Vault. This looks like very much more secure than our playbook without Vault. As you can see, everybody can read my password in clear text. In the opposite, Ansible Vault is protecting your password in an encrypted way. But does this perform the same code in execution? Let's find out. So Ansible-Playbook, let me specify one inventory, just localhost, on the playbook without Vault, and it printed on screen the variable as expected. Now, what happens if we execute the same command, so Ansible-Playbook specifying our inventory using playbook with Vault? Well, we obtain an error because Ansible don't know the password to open the Vault, so it's printing attempting to decrypt but no Vault secrets found. So the easy way is to specify in the command line using the parameter --ask -vault -password. In using this parameter, Ansible is going to ask you on the command line how the current password to decrypt the archive, and the archive will be decrypted on the fly, and the code we return will be executed. In my case, it's printing online the variable. In your case, could be executing more complex tasks. Yes, there are other ways of storing the password. Yes, there are other ways of specifying one ID to the Ansible Vault, so you are able to have more than one Ansible Vault. But these are more advanced topics. For now, let's focus on the basic. We are able to store encrypted password using Ansible Vault. Yay! Now, you know how to use Ansible Vault in Ansible Playbook. Great! This was a simple example with one Ansible Vault in one Ansible Playbook. Things in real life could be more complex, and you would like to use more Ansible Vault. In this case, you need to set up a Vault ID, but this is more advanced topic. For now, thank you for watching. I hope you like this lesson and see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! Yay! How to create an empty file with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems, and it manages file and file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. This module has a lot of parameters to perform a lot of tasks. The only required parameter is path, where you specify the file system path of the file that you are going to create. The state of the object that we are going to perform in our case is the touch option, because we would like to create a new file using the touch command. Let's jump into a real-life playbook about how to create an empty file with Ansible. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. So, first of all, I would like to create a playbook to create one empty file. Let me create one play that I will name file module demo. I'm going to execute against all the hosts in my inventory, so host variable will be all, and then I will define a variable for the file name. So in var I will name this variable my file and give a value of, for example, in my home directory /example.txt. Seems a good name for this file. Then let's start the tasks session with only one task named creating an empty file. And okay, in this task I will use the module file, and specifically is named ansible.builtin.file with two parameters. The first is path, that I will assign the value of my file variable, so I will use the parentheses, here we are, and the state is mandatory, so I will use touch, and here we are. We have one playbook with one play that is going to create an empty file. Easy. Oh, damn it. I just realized there is a typo. Let's correct here with tasks. Now is a proper playbook. Welcome to my terminal. So, first of all, I would like to connect to my target machine to demonstrate that the file example.txt is not present. And then we are going to try our playbook. So, SSH with the user that we are going to use for the connection, in my case DevOps, at demo.example.com, we can see the home directory is empty, and listing also the hidden file. There are only some normal file for bash and SSH. So let me close the connection and execute my playbook. As always, ansible-playbook-e my inventory file, so demo/inventory, and the playbook file, in my case create file and file.yml. I'm expecting one changed status because this module is performing some action on the target machine, and as usual let me execute again the playbook because I would like to demonstrate that is going to give a changed status. I will demonstrate later why this module is not idempotent. So let me connect to the target machine and verify that example.txt is here in the home directory. Please notice the time of creation, that is 8:02, and the content is empty because we try to print with cat and the file is empty. So as expected, Ansible created an empty file in the home directory of the user with DevOps permission, and the creation is 8:02. Let me execute again the playbook, and is having a change status, which means an action was performed, and let's see exactly which action. Here we are, you notice the time was changed. Now is 8 and 03, which means that it updates the metadata of the file with the new timing. Please notice this behavior and be aware that this playbook is not idempotent. Now you know how to create an empty file with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to create a simple text file? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module copy. The full name is ansible.builtin.copy, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. This module is pretty stable and out for years. The purpose is to copy file to remote location, but it's also capable to create some simple text file. If you need a more complex configuration, it's better to rely on the template module. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful for the use case. The only required parameter is dest, which specifies the remote absolute path destination file. The content parameter sets the content of a file directly to the specified value. It works only when dest is a file. Please note that if you use a variable in the content parameter, will result in unpredictable output, so only plain text. For advanced formatting, or if the content contains a variable, use the ansible.builtin.template module. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the file permission and the C Linux properties. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to create file with Ansible. Welcome to my editor. I will demonstrate how you could create a simple playbook using the module copy. So, first of all, let me start my playbook with one play named copy module demo, target on hosts all, and then let me define the file name as a variable. In my case, I will use my file, and the path I will use the home directory of the connected user, and name will be example.txt. You can customize. Then on the task list will be only one task named create a simple text file. Here we are going to use the full name ansible.builtin.copy with two parameters, dest, that will be the file name, in my case open parentheses my file value, here we are, and then content, that I would like to create a multi-line file, for example, so let me use the pipe and then specify line number 1, line number 2, and etc. on line number 3. No, only etc. Here we are, a simple playbook that is using the module copy to create example.txt file. Let me jump on my console to demonstrate the execution. Welcome to my console. So first of all, let me connect to the target machine, in my case demo.example.com, with a user DevOps, that is the user that I'm using with Ansible. Let me list the file in the home directory, and we clearly see no example.txt. So let me run my playbook for creating it. Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file that is going to be create file copy.yml. Let me execute, and I'm expected a change in status, which means that the file was successfully created. Let me try the idempotency. Here we are, one OK status, which means no change on the target machine. Let me connect to this machine to verify if the file is present, SSH. Let me list the home directory and example.txt is present. As you can see, let me print it out, and the content is exactly what was defined in the playbook. Good job, Ansible. Zero effort, and we did. Now you know how to create a simple text file with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. And don't forget about Ansible Fest upcoming event. How to check if a file exists in Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module stat. The full name is ansible.builtin.stat, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems. It retrieves a file entry or a file system status. The only parameter mandatory is path. That is the file system full path of the object to check. The module returns a complex object. The property that is interesting for us is exist. This attribute is true if an object exists. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to check if a file exists with Ansible. Welcome to my editor. I would like to check if a file exists. So first of all, let me start my playbook with one play that is called check if a file exists. Oh, I have some doubts about the S. So let me target all the host. In my case, I would like to check a file in the user folder, so my privilege escalation with the CAM is false. But in your case can be different if a file is a system file. I'm putting this path as a variable, in my case my file. So let me define home devops test.txt. So we could personalize based on our needs. The task list will have 3 tasks. The first will be to check the file. So name check if a file exists. Done. Okay. Where I'm going to use so I'm going to use the ansible.builtin.stat module. Here we are, and let me specify as a parameter the path, the my file, but I need to add as a variable, so let me add the double quote and the parenthesis. Here we are. Okay, fantastic. My file as a variable. Here we are. Cool. Let me save the result with register inside a variable called file underscore data. So in this variable, there will be the result of this verification. Let me add 2 different tasks. One if file is missing, and one if file exists, and one if file is missing. Let me start with report file exists. Tasks, I'm using ansible.builtin.debug. So with a parameter message, so I'm going to show a message if that will be like the file. Let me add the name of a file, my file variable with a double hyphen. Okay, exists. And let me execute with when, so when the condition, when file underscore data dot stat dot exist is true. I need to check also the S in this case, so let me add another task that is report file missing, so file not existing. Okay, name report file not exist. I'm going to use ansible.builtin.debugger again to print a message. So msg in my case will be like the file. Let me again show the name of the file. So it is my file value of my file doesn't exist. Okay, cool. And I'm going to target this when file data and stat exist is not. Let me add a not. But okay, then it seems that I'm missing some s's, like the value is file underscore data stat exists. Cool. And also for the messages, I think, because yes, let me add this. And now it's going to be correct. Let me execute this playbook and see the result. And welcome to my console. So first of all, let me connect to the target machine and check if file exists. So I'm using the user of Ansible, that is DevOps, and then my target machine. Let me list the content of the home dir, and as you can see, there is no test.txt file. So now let me start the execution of Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, that is file exists of YML, and I'm expecting the execution of 3 different tasks. And here we are. It gets the property of the file and the message that the file doesn't exist, as you can see. Let me connect to the target machine and create the test.txt file, and let's see the result. Here we are. Again, let me execute the same exact playbook, and let's see that now is going to report that the file exists and skipping the other task. In few lines of code, we are able to do great things, as you can see. How to check if a file exists with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to create a directory with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It supports a different variety of operating systems. It manages file and file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameter to perform any task. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of the file or directory you are going to use it. The state defines the type of object we are modifying. The default is file, but for our use case, we need the directory option. Let me highlight also the permission and C Linux parameters. Let's jump in a real-life playbook on how to create a directory with Ansible. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to create one directory with Ansible. Let's begin with one play named file module demo. Here we are. Then we need to specify the target hosts. So in my case, hosts will be all. So all the hosts in my inventory. It's a good habit to define some variable. In my case, let me define my dir, which is my directory. For example, let's define example. I'm using the tilde symbol, which means in the home directory of the current user. I'm going to create example directory. So one task named creating a directory that is going to use the Ansible module file. The full name is a good habit, ansible.builtin.file, with some parameter. Path, let me specify the value of the mydir variable. Here we are. Then the state will be directory. Let me add also some additional parameter. In my case, the owner of this directory is the user, that will be DevOps. Then let me specify also the group, in my case users. Then the mode is the Unix style permission, in my case 0644, which means writing and reading for the current user, reading for the group, and reading for the other. So here we have one simple playbook to create one example directory into the home directory of the current connection user. In my case, I will using DevOps, part of a group. Users, feel free to customize this simple playbook with your own things. Let's jump to the console. And welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my target machine, in my case SSH DevOps as a user, and demo.example.com is my target machine. Let me list the content of the home directory to double check there is no example directory here, only the normal file of bash configuration, SSH, and one Ansible stuff. Let me exit and execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook. Let me specify with -e my inventory file, which means the list of the target machine, and demo inventory, here we are, and the path of my playbook, create directory, here we go. Let me execute my playbook, and I'm expecting one changed status, which means one operation on the target machine. Here we are. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency. This time I'm getting one OK status, which means only checking. Then let me verify what happened behind the scene. So SSH DevOps at demo example.com. Let me list the content of the home directory, and here we are. Example directory was created. As you can see, is owned by DevOps and users as group, and the permission are the one expected, 644. Do you remember? And so good job, Ansible was able to create our directory in the place expected with correct permission. Now you know how to create a directory with Ansible. Subscribe to the lesson to not miss the next episode and have fun! Yes! How to check if a directory exists in Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episodes of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module stat. The full name is Ansible built-in stat. which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems. Its basic goal is to retrieve a file entry or a file system status of an object. The only main mandatory parameter is path, that is file system full path of the object to check. The module returns a complex object. The property that is interesting for us is there. This attribute is true if the object is a directory. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to show you how to check if a directory exists in Ansible. And welcome to my editor. As you can see, my playbook is going to execute it against all hosts. I set also the privilege escalation to false because we can check the status in file system using regular user. I defined a variable called directory, default to TMP, for example, and we can see that become very handy in a console demo. This playbook is composed by two tasks. One that check the status of the object in the file system, that use the module stat and save the record inside the toCheck variable. The debug is the following task, is going to print a message only when the condition is satisfied. I remember you that when is the construct to check the condition. As you can see, we are going to use the isDir property of the stat module. Are you curious to see the result? In my console, as you can see, I'm going to execute my playbook against my inventory, and this is the file that we already saw. So the execution is pretty straightforward. First of all, is going to gather the facts like always, then execute the stat to obtain the information from the file system, and the message directory tmp present is going to display only if the result is a directory. So what if we would like to check another directory? We can use an extra variable. That means that we are going to override the variable present inside the playbook. For example, I'm going to check the var directory, simply defining this extra parameter like extra variable directory equal var, and voila, we are going to check this other variable. Is magic? What if we specify a not existing directory or a different type object like a file or a link in the file system? Let's see the result. So let me substitute directory with not existing path, and as usual, Ansible is going to do the check in the file system, and the display message is not going to be shown. As you can see, it's going to be skipped because the condition is not matched. Is like a magic? Now you know how to check if a directory exists with Ansible, thanks to the stat module and the when condition. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to rename a file or directory using an Ansible task on a remote host? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. First of all, let me demystify that I would like to suggest you a solution using only Ansible native modules. So we are not using any shell module that invoke the Unix utility env, because I would like a idempotent solution fully based on Ansible. Today we are talking about two modules, copy and file. The full name are ansible.builtin.copy and ansible.builtinfile, which means are part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. Both are modules pretty stable and out for here. The purpose of copy module is to copy file to a remote location. Once the file is successfully copied, we could use the module file to delete the source. You got it? Let's go. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I will summarize the most useful for this use case. For the copy module, the only required parameter is dest that specifies the destination path. The src, the source file, is presumed to be in the controller host. It could be a relative or absolute path. Since version 2.0, in copy module you can use remote_src parameter. If true, it will search the file in the remote target machine for the src. From version 2.8, copy module remote_src support recursive copy, which means that you can handle also directories. For the module file, the only required parameter is path, where you specify the file system path of the file you are going to edit. The state defines the type of object we are moving. Default is file, but we could also handle directory, hard link, symlink, and whatever. I will demonstrate how we could combine these two modules to obtain our use case. Let's move forward. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to rename file or directory with Ansible. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you a playbook on how to rename a file or directory. So let me begin my play with named rename file or directory. So in the future will be more explicative. Let me target all hosts and let me define two variables, the source and the destination. In my case, I will use my src for source and my dst as destination. Both will be file in the home directory of the user, in my case foo and bar. What a fantasy. And let's begin the task list. So let me define copy file with new name. New name, here we are. No, just name. And this need to be under the name because each task need to have a name for the best practice. So let me use the Ansible module ansible.builtin.copy. Here we are with different parameters. First of all, let me start with remote_src, just not to forget, and let me switch to true. The source will be the value of my src variable. Here we are. And the destination will be my dst, the value of my dst, because I'm going to create a copy of a file. So here we are, my dst value, here we are. So with this task, we create a copy of a file. Let me now remove the old file, remove old file. I'm going to use ansible.builtin.file module, and I need to specify, let's put one empty line, just making more readable my playbook. The file that are going to delete will be on path of my src, so will be my source file that is going to be deleted, and state absent. Now this playbook will be enough for accomplishing my task, but it will be better to check if the source file is present before taking any action. Otherwise, so let's start with a new task that is going only to check if file is present. Let me invoke the ansible.builtin.stat module with one parameter that will be the path mysrc, and let me save the output to a variable using register-check_file_name. Here we are. Maybe it could be useful to print a debug just to let you know which one are the file. Well, just to let you know the structure of this output. So I'm going to use ansible.builtin.debug, and let me print a message to display the variable. Oh, I can display directly the variable with var and check_file name. Here we are. Now that we have this variable, we can access also the members and condition the execution of my playbook to the existence of a file. In my case, I will use I will put the when check_file_name stat exist. So I will execute the copy and remove only if my source file are present. Otherwise, my playbook will raise a problem if a file doesn't exist. So this is my final playbook composed by one play with 4 different tasks. Let's jump to console to see the execution. Oh, let me fix this little typo before proceeding. It's not DST but is dest, the parameter. Here we are, now it's perfect. Welcome to my console. Let me first of all connect to the target machine and verify that the full file is present. So ssh devops@demoexample.com. Here we are, file full is present on the home directory. And let me execute my playbook. So ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, and then my playbook, rename file.yml. Here we are. Doing this execution, I'm expecting some changes. Here we are, 2 changes and 5 OK status, which means that the file foo was successfully renamed to bar. Let me connect to the target machine just to be sure that this was successful. Let me list the file in the home directory, and here we are. File bar is renamed. Let me remove file bar and create a directory named foo. So I will demonstrate, also I would like to create a file inside the foo named example.txt. Let me list so we can verify the content of foo and the example.txt file. Let me exit the target host and let me execute the same exact playbook with no change. So ansible-playbook-e inventory and then my rename playbook. It will take a while to analyze everything. 2 changes, 5 OK status, so we are going to connect again to our demo target machine, and here we are. We have a bar directory with inside is not exactly what we were expecting, because inside the bar there is a foo directory and the example.txt, but it's still a rename operation. Maybe we need to be careful about the ending slash, but still the same playbook can perform both actions, rename a file or a directory. So it was still successful. Let me now demonstrate you remove the bar directory with rm -r because it's recursive and was removed all the tree. Now nothing is present on my home directory, and I would like to launch again my playbook to check it out, the result if no file is matching this condition. So we have a skipping status because, as you can see in the debug status, the stat property as exists false, which means that no file nor directory are present in this folder matching the criteria. In my case is a foo, but you can customize for your custom use case. So we see how this playbook is working without any file, how it's working with one file to rename, and how it's working with one directory. Good job, Ansible. Now you know how to rename file or directory with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to change a file or directory permission with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of the collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a variety of operating systems. It manages file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. This module has some parameter to perform any tasks. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of the file you are going to edit, file or directory. The parameter owner sets the ownership of the file and directory. The parameter group sets the group that should own file or directory. The parameter mode sets the permission in the Unix way of the file and directory, so it can be an octet or an example like the one that you saw in the presentation. The state defines the type of object we are modifying. Default is file, but we could also handle directory, hard link, symlink, or only update the access time with a touch option. Let me also highlight that we could also specify some C Linux properties. Let's jump in a real-life demo to change file permission with Ansible Playbook. And welcome to my editor. So, first of all, let me start a YAML document as a playbook, so 3-, then first element is the play name, in my case will be file module demo. Here we are. Then the targeted host, in my case all, so host ::all. Then let me define a variable, so vars, and the name of the variable is my file with a full path, so /host/devops is the user that I'm using to connect to the target machine, and test.txt is a file that belongs to the user, so I don't need privilege escalation, so become false. And in the task list, let me start with the first task, name check permission will be the only one. I'm using ansible.builtin.file module. Some parameter, so the mandatory is path, so let me use the value of my file. So let me open parentheses, my file, done. Let me specify the owner, so the user that will own the file, in my case DevOps, and the group. I would like to change the default group from will to users. And yes, I did a typo. Another thing that I would like to do is change the permission. I mean, from 0644 to 0777, which means that the file will be accessible, readable, and executable by the user, the group, and the rest of the world. Make sense? Let's see in the console. And welcome to my console. So first of all, let me connect to the target machine to double check if a file exists and what type of permission he has. So I'm using my user DevOps, and in the list of file in the home directory there is no test.txt, so let me create now the file as user DevOps group wheels, and then the permission is 644. Can you see? Because it's owned by the group can read and write, group only read, and rest of the world only read. Now let me execute my playbook as usual. Ansible -playbook -e inventory file.yml. This is fast as super fast, but he did some changes on the target machine, so as expected. So it changes the permission of this file. Now let me connect to the target machine again and verify the status of the file. Yes, here we are. We have the DevOps that own the file, and the group changed from wheels to users. Another thing, the permission mask is completely different. Now is 777 because it has read, write, and execute for user, group, and rest of the world. Yes, great job, Ansible. Now you know how to change file or directory permission with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day. How to add execute permission 755 on Linux file with Ansible? I'm going to show you a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems, and it manages file and file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. Main parameter. This module has some parameter to perform any task. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of the file you are going to edit. The parameter owner set the owner that should own the file or directory. The parameter group set the group that should own the file or directory. The parameter mode set the permission in the Unix way of the file or directory. This is the most important parameter for our use case. The state defines a type of object, file, directory, hard link, symlink, or only update with touch. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the C Linux properties. Demo time. How to add execute permission 755 to a file on Linux with Ansible Playbook. I'm going to show you how to set the chmod +x on an example.shell file with Ansible, so basically a bash script. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one playbook to set permission. First of all, let's begin our YAML document with 3- and a name for our playbook, file module demo. That is going to target all of my inventory. Let me define one variable, my script. This is the path for my script. In my case, under home directory /example.shell. On the task list, only one, named set execution permission. Module ansible.builtin.file. Destination file will be the value of my script variable, and the mode is all, which means user, group, and rest of the world, plus X, so execution parameter. So as you can see, we defined a variable, so could be also customized using extra parameter. So we are able to set the execution parameter, the bit X of our script via Ansible. Welcome to the Ansible controller terminal. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine, devops@demoexample.com. As you can see, the home directory is empty, so let me create the example.shell. Let's start with a shebash. I need to check it out. So, bin bash and echo hello world. This is the simplest bash script that you can create. So let me save it and verify the permission. As you can see, is 644, which means read and write for DevOps will and only read for the rest of the world. Let's disconnect and apply the Ansible Playbook code. With Ansible-playbook command, let me specify -e my inventory file and the name of my Ansible Playbook. In my case, under file management, and is on the file permission YML. The execution will be super fast, and we have a one change status, which means one change was applied to the target machine. What happens if we execute again? Well, Ansible is going to verify that everything is set it up and return OK. Let's double check together via SSH. Let me list the permission of example.shell. Now we have 755, which means read-write execution. So we can execute our code with /example.shell. And here we are, we have hello world message. Yay, good job, Ansible. Now you know how to add execute permission 755 to a file on Linux. Thank you for watching. If this video was useful for you, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. See us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to delete file or directory with Ansible, I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems. It manages file and file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. This module has some parameters to perform any tasks. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of the file you are going to edit. The parameter owner sets the user that should own file or directory. The parameter group sets the group that should own the file or directory. The parameter mode sets the permission in the Unix way of the file or directory. But the most important is the state. The state defines the type of object we are modifying. Default is file, but we could also handle directory, hard link, symlink, or only update the access time with the touch option. For our use case, we are going to use the absent option that is going to delete the file or directory. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the C-Linux properties. Let's jump in a real-life playbook on how to delete file or directory with Ansible. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. Let me demonstrate how we could type a playbook to remove a file or directory. First of all, let's start with a play named file module demo. I will target all the hosts, so host will be valued whole. Then we'll define one variable, for example, name my path with a file system path that I would like to remove. So in my case, I will create one file or directory inside the user called delete me. And then I don't need any privilege escalation because it will be created by user. And I will have only one task named delete. No, let's become more verbose. I would like the playbook to print exactly the path that we are going to delete. So let me be more explicit with the value of my path. And I think that delete my path is not explicit. Let me become like my path not present, because I would like to verify that this path is not present on our drive. Then, okay, module name ansible.builtin.file, and with some parameter. For example, path will be the value of my path, and another parameter state that will be absent to verify that this path is not present in the target machine. And here we are. We have one playbook with one play that is target all the hosts that verify that the path that we called my path is not present on the target host. So let's jump to the console. And welcome to my console. So first of all, I would like to connect to the target machine and create one file. Let me quickly remind you that we will be creating on the home of the DevOps. So I will connect with this user. We can list, and there is no file delete me. So I will create manually with touch delete me, and here we are. With list we can see that there is one file delete me. Let me disconnect and execute the playbook. As usual, Ansible-playbook-e, specifying the inventory file, in my case is under demo directory, and then the path of the playbook, that in my case is delete file YML. I'm expecting a change status, and here we are, so which means that some action are performed on the target host. Let me connect on the target host with the user DevOps to verify that the file delete me is not present. And here we are, on the home directory the file is not present. So good job, Ansible. Let me create a directory now that is called delete me, and inside the directory let me create also a file For example, will be with touch, delete me file.txt, and let me verify that the directory is present. Here we are, and the content of directory file.txt. Great. Now let me disconnect from the target machine, and on the controller let me execute again the playbook like before, Ansible-playbook -e inventory, and the same exact code as before. Here we are. I'm expecting a change of status, and there is. Let me execute again the playbook to demonstrate the idempotency. Now the state is okay because it doesn't need to remove anything. So back on the target machine, I will verify that the directory delete me is not present and not also the file inside. So good job, Ansible. I show you how to type a playbook that target a Linux machine and delete one file or one directory. In my case, delete me, but I could personalize the path, specifying another value for my variable. Now you know how to delete files or directory with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day. See you soon! How to create a symbolic link, also called symlink or soft link, in Linux with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating systems. It manages file and file properties. For Windows Target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameters to perform any task. The only required for our use case is src, which is the source code, the source path, and dest, that is the destination path. The state defines the type of object that we are modifying. The default is file, but for our use case we need the link option. Let me also highlight the permission and the C Linux parameters. Let's jump in a real-life playbook about how to create a symbolic link with Ansible. Are you ready? Let's go! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to create a symlink in a home directory of a user. First of all, let's begin our play with a name, in my case file module demo. Let me target hosts all, then let me specify some variable for the soft link. In my case, I'm going to put in the home directory of my connection user and named as example, and let me target to my src variable that will be referenced for /proc/cpu info, that is a system file for processor information. On the task list, only one named creating a symlink that is going to target ansible.builtin.file, and some parameter src is the source that is going to use the value of the variable my src. Destination dest parameter will be the value of the variable my dest. What else do we need? Oh yes, the state will be link, which define that we would like to have a link, which is a soft link between the CPU info file and the file in the home directory of the user. Oh yes, is my link is the name of the link. So every time we are going to read the content of example, the file system underline is going to show us the content of CPU info. Are you ready? Let's go to the console. And welcome to the console. First of all, let me connect with the same user that Ansible used for the connection, in my case SSH DevOps at demo.example.com, and I'm going to list the content of the home directory, and as you can see there is no example file. Example is the name that we set in the playbook for our link file. So let me disconnect from the target machine and execute my playbook. So Ansible-playbook-e, I'm going to specify my inventory file and then the playbook path. Here we are. I'm expecting a very fast execution with one changes status. Here we are, because it's going to execute some action on the target machine. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency. This round only one OK status, which means no further action. Let me connect again via SSH DevOps user demo.example.com and let me list the content of the home directory. As you can see, there is one example that point to /proc/CPU info, and if I'm accessing the file with cat, I can see the content of the CPU info. It's very useful to link some file, because we don't want a real copy, we want only one link to another file. It's very useful in Linux, so here we are. Good job, Ansible. Now you know how to create a symbolic link or soft link or symlink in Linux with Ansible. Subscribe for next lesson and have fun. Thank you. How to create a hard link in Linux file system with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about the Ansible module file. The full name is ansible.builtin.file, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years and support a different variety of operating systems. It manages file and file properties. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_file module instead. Parameters. This module has some parameter to perform any task. The two required fields are src and dest that specify the file system path of the link and the target. The state defines the type of object we are modifying. The default is file, but for our use case we need the hard option. Let me highlight also the permission and C Linux parameters. Demo. Let's jump into a real-life playbook about how to create a hard link on a file system in Linux with Ansible. Are you ready? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you how to create a link of a file in my home directory. So, first of all, let's start with one play name file module demo. Let me specify hosts all of my inventory and let me define two variables. One is my link, that is the name of the hard link that we would like to create, in my case a file under my home directory, and my file, that is the file that we would like to link. In my case I would like to use example.txt under the home directory. In the task section only one task that will be named creating hard link, that is going to target the Ansible module ansible.builtin.file. Three parameter, first src, that will be the value of the variable, let me open the parentheses, the variable my file, here we are, and the destination will be the name of the link, in my case the value of my link. Yeah, pretty explicative. Let's close the parenthesis. Here we go. Let's define the state hard, which means that we are going to create one hard link. So as you can see, in a few lines of code I created one link of example.txt file. You can customize the link name and the file name as much as you want, but remember, the hard link need to be on the same file system, because this is how it works. In Linux, you are sharing the same file system inode. Are you curious? Let's jump to the console. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect via SSH. DevOps is my username and demo.example.com is my test environment. Let me list the content of this home directory, and I'm expecting nothing than the usual variable in the home directory. As you can see, some configuration of bash and SSH. So let me create a file example.txt with a content of some text, in my case test. Let me cut, and as you can see, we created this file, and that's it. Now we can exit and execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook command. Let me specify also my inventory file of my demo machine and the path of my playbook. In a blink of an eye, Ansible is going to connect to the target machine and perform the operation. We see one change status, which means that some actions are performed on the target machine. Let me execute again, and this time I'm having one OK status because this module is idempotent, so it's able to detect if we need some action or not. Let me connect again to the target machine, SSH, DevOps, demo example.com, and this time we have two files. One is link, that is the hard link, and the other is example.txt, that is the file that we created before. If I change the permission to the link, everything is going to reflect also to the previous file, because for the file system is effectively the same file. Let me touch to update also the access time, and as you can see, the date, the hour changed. So we have the same file that has two different names, in my case link and example.txt. Everything was managed by Ansible, so we don't need to do anything more. Another command that might be useful is to list the effective inode of a file. As you can see, I'm using ls-le, and the inode of example.txt and link are the same. The one we started with 1 and end with 3. So we verified that is effectively a hard link and not a symbolic link to the file. So good job, Ansible! Now you know how to create a hard link in a Linux file system with Ansible. Thank you for watching, and if you like it, give me a thumbs up or send me a feedback, and see us on the next lesson. How to download a file with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton, and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module get_URL. The full name is ansible.builtin.get_URL, which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it, part of Ansible-core. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it works in a different variety of operating systems. It downloads files from HTTP, HTTPS or FTP to the target node. For Windows target, use the ansible.win_get_URL module instead. This module has some parameters to perform any task. The two required parameters are URL and dest. The URL parameter specifies the URL of the resource you are going to download. The dest parameter specifies the file system path where the resource is going to be saved on the target node. Let's deep dive in the fourth parameter now. If dest is a file, Ansible is going to download every time the file. However, if dest is a directory, the default behavior is not to replace if file is present until you toggle to yes the fourth parameter. So be careful. The parameter checksum is very useful to validate the consistency of the downloaded file. You could specify the algorithm, usually SHA1 or SSHA256, and directly the checksum or the URL of the checksum in the format that you can see. You might need the third-party hashlib library for access to additional algorithms. Another interesting parameter is headers that allow you to specify some custom HTTP headers. Ansible presents himself as Ansible-HTTP get in the web server logs, but you could customize the HTTP_agent parameter. There are some additional parameters for authentication, for example to handle HTTP basic authentication with username and password, or for more complex GSSIP Kerberos scenarios using HTTP lib2 Python library. Let me also highlight that we could specify the permission of the dest file and see Linux properties. So there's a lot of fun. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to show you how you could download a file with Ansible. Are you ready? Let's do it! Welcome to my editor. I would like to demonstrate you a playbook how to download a tarball with Ansible. So first of all, let's start a YAML document. So with one play that is named get_URL module demo. Here we are. And like, for example, we could target to download the tarball of Ansible. What do you think about? I think it's a good idea. I will demonstrate also some additional feature like checksum validation. So let's target all hosts, so hosts all, and I would like to save the file in the user home directory, so become false, because we don't need privilege escalation for download the file. So let me specify some variable. For example, my URL will be the URL where we download the file. In my case will be https and then releases.ansible.com/ansible/ for example a specific version ansible-2.9.2.25.tar.gzip. Then let me use also my CRC to save the checksum of the file. It will be a SHA-256, so let me, and the URL will be the same as before with the .sha. Let me target my destination, that will be /home/devops. And then let's have some rock and roll. One task that will name the download file, which target ansible.builtin.get_URL with some parameter. First parameter will be URL, and let me assign the value of my URL variable. Let me specify also dest, which will be my dest variable, in my case the home directory or home DevOps, and then checksum will be the checksum of a file. For example, my CRC. Here we are. And what else? Let me specify also some permission. For example, the mode of a file, that will be 0644. So will be owned by the current user and accessible to others. Current user will be DevOps and the group will be Will. And here we are. Let me also add one space to make more clearly reading this task. And here we are. We have one playbook that is targeted to download a specific tarball. It verifies the checksum and is going to save in the home directory of the user. Everything with only one module. Isn't fantastic? So let's see if it's working also. Will be wonderful. Welcome to my console. Let me first connect to the target machine to check it out that the file is not present in the home directory. So ssh devops at demo.example.com. Let me connect and list the content of the home directory because it's the desired path. Here we are, is empty. We have only some normal file for the user. So now I'm going to execute the download job with Ansible-playbook-e inventory file and then download file playbook. Here we are, get_URL is ready. So I'm expecting one task with a status of changed because it's performing some changes on the target machine. What if we run again this job? And don't expect Ansible to re-download the file, but only one OK status. And let's see. Here we are, only OK, no modification on the target machine. So let me connect to the target machine to verify if the file is really present on the home directory of the DevOps user. Here we are, Ansible 2.9.25.tar.gz. And this is great. Bear in mind that this file was also verified with a checksum. It's something that only get_URL module is doing. So if you plan to extract this file, you need to use the unarchive module in the channel. Isn't great result? Yes, great Ansible. Now you know how to download a file with Ansible, verify the checksum and assign some permission. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to extract an archive in Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo and some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module unarchive. The full name is ansible.builtin.unarchive, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a pretty stable module and out for years. It works in a different variety of operating system and distribution. It unpacks an archive, optionally copying it from the local machine. It can handle .zip files using unzip, as well as .tar, .tar.gz, .tar.bz2, .tar.xz, and .tar.zst using a gtar utility. It requires zip info and gtar and unzip command on target machine. Please note that it requires a tarball.tar archive for the Unix file format. For Windows target, use the community.windows.win_unzip. The parameter list is pretty wide, but I'm trying to summarize the most important one. The only mandatory parameters are src and dst, that are the source and destination paths. The src is quite special because it's supposed to be local path on the Ansible controller. We could switch to a remote path, enable the remote_src property. In the src parameter, we could also enter a URL, so the archive is going to be downloaded before being expanded, but we can't verify the checksum in this case. Other useful parameters are include and exclude that allow us to specify a subset of the archive to extract, specifically a list of inclusion or exclusion of file and directory. Just in case we need some extra command line option parameter, we could specify in the extra_opts parameter. If the files are already present on the target machine, the default behavior is to not replace existing files that are newer than files from the archive. You could override enabling keep_newer parameter. Let me also highlight that we could also specify permission and Linux properties. Let's jump in a real-life playbook to extract an archive in Ansible Playbook with Ansible. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. I will demonstrate how to download a zip file and extractor on the target machine. First of all, let's start my playbook with one play named unarchive module demo. Then let me specify for host all. Another things will be the privilege escalation turned off because I would like to save this file in the local home directory. Let me specify one URL to download, for example, my URL, and here I'm going to type all the URL. It will be a long string. So let me start with double quote. Here we are. And then https github.com/. lookup v85 slash ansible dash pilot slash archive slash references slash master.zip. Yes, is the main repository of our channel. Then in the task list, there is only one task that is going to be called, oh, I did a typo, an archive, I missed an N, extract archive. Here we are. And not an archive, the completion sometimes is tricky. I'm going to use the module ansible.builtin.anarchive, yes, with some parameters. For sure, I'm going to use src as a source, and let me specify the URL. In my case, will be like the value of my URL. So I'm going to use the double parentheses and my URL variable. Let me specify also the destination. In my case, I'm going to use the user DevOps, so /home/DevOps, and let me create a directory, will be ansible-pilot in my case. Let me add also some additional parameters like remote _src turned on, because is a URL. Then validate certificates true, because we are going to use HTTPS. And that's all. Let's jump to the console to see the result. Let me correct some typo. First of all, is not DST but is dest with an E, and in my URL I need to specify the heads. I also remove the not existing directory and using the home directory of my user. And welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to the target machine and verify that there is no content in the home directory. So SSH devops target machine. Let me list, and there is no content of Ansible Pilot. Let me execute the playbook with Ansible-playbook, as usual the inventory file and anarchive.yml. I'm expecting to connect to the target remote system, download the zip file and decompress. But there is an error. As you can see, there is a failed status, and is failed because the command unzip is not found on the target machine. The best way is to install with Ansible, of course. Let's do it. I'm back in my editor. Let me add one task before extract archive to set up the extractor that the anarchive needs. So let me name this step, for example, extractors present, because it's going to verify if is successfully installed in the target machine. In my case, is a Red Hat-like machine, so I'm going to use ansible.builtin.yum. And let me add the name of the packages, in my case unzip and tar utility. Let me ensure that state is present, and I need to run this task as a super user, so become true, but only for this task. And let's quickly jump to the console and see the result. And back to the console, let me connect to the target machine just to verify that there is no sign of our repository data. Let me list the content, the home directory is clean. Let me exit and execute again my playbook. Ansible playbook, the inventory file, and then the anarchive.yml. Is going to be executed two different tasks. One is extractor present, and I'm expecting a changed status to install the requirement packages, in my case unzip, done, here we are, and another changed status to extract archive. Let me connect to the target machine again, and I'm going to expect to have in the home directory, a content of the repository. Here we are, great. Let me also verify that the unzip package is successfully installed in our system. And with dnf info unzip, here we are, and we can see that it's successfully installed. Yay! We did! Now you know how to extract an archive with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to mount a Windows share in Linux via SMB CFS with Ansible. I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module mount. The full name is ansible.posix.mount, which means that is part of a collection of modules ansible.posix to interact with POSIX platforms. The purpose of the module is to control active and configured mount points. For Windows, use the community.windows.win_mapped_drive module instead. Parameters. This module has many parameters to perform any task. Let's summarize. The only required are path and state. The parameter path specifies the path to the mount point, for example MNT. The parameter state allows us to verify a specific state of the mount point. The options mounted, unmounted and remounted changes the device status and some also the fstab file. The present and absent option only changes the /etc/fstab file. The src parameter specifies the device or network volume for NFS or Samba volume. The fstype parameter specifies the file system type, for example X4, XFS, ISO, NFS, CFS. The OPTS parameter allows us to specify some mount point option that vary for each file system type. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible Playbook to mount a Samba file system or SMB CFS. Are you ready? Let's go! Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to configure a Windows network share in Linux. First of all, let's begin our playbook with one play named mount module demo. Then on the host, I'm going to target all the hosts on my inventory. Then let's add the become module because we need root privilege to perform a mount point in Linux. Then I always like to specify some variable that can be very useful if you need to customize and let's choose some names that are very expressive. The URI is the name of the network path. In my case is //windows-pc. You can customize /share. This is this you can find in the sharing window. Then the username in my case is example@domain. Then I need also a password for login in this share, and in my case is password. Let me type correctly. Then what else? Oh, sure, I need a mount point in a Linux machine, and in my case I'm going to use the /share folder because I think it's more expressive. The task list is a bit longer than usual. So first of all, I need to verify that the CFS utility are present on the machine. So let's start one play named utility present. I think it's very expressive. Then I'm going to use the ansible.builtin.package module because it's the same name for Debian-like and Red Hat-like system. So I need a package name cfs-utils that is pretty standard for a lot of distribution. And obviously the state need to be present on the target machine. This is not part of a standard installation, so I prefer to specify one task in Ansible to verify this. Then another task, I would like to check that the mount point directory exists on the machine, and I'm going to use the ansible.builtin.file module, and let me specify some parameter. So the path need to be the value of the mount point. Here we are, and this mount point is state directory. So this verify that is a directory, and let me add also some more details. The mode need 0755, which means that the root user has a privilege to write and the other to read. The owner is root and the group is root. Then finally we can mount our share. So on the name, let's specify mount network share, and here there is a typo, let me correct. I'm going to use the ansible.posix.mount module finally. Some parameter src is the URI, so the value of my URI. Then let me specify the mounting point in the path, so the value of mounting point, here we are. Also the file system type, in my case, is CFS. I always recommend CFS between SMB or Samba. On the option, let me specify the username and password is a bit longer string, so username equal the value of variable username, here we are, comma, password equal the value of password string, here we are. Then the state is important for every module, so the state need to be mounted, I think, because this is what we want. And here we are, we wrote a simple playbook to mount a Windows share with Ansible. And it's important also to verify that a directory exists and also this utility is present. Look very straightforward, isn't it? So in a few lines we are able to mount a Windows share with Linux. Let's see in the console the result. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my target machine with SSH, username DevOps, and demo.example.com. Let me switch to root, so sudo su, like usual. Let me verify the mounted file system at the moment. There is plenty of it, but let's pipe grep for share, no result, which means that the share mount point the share file system is not mounted. So let me exit from root, exit from normal user, and let me execute the playbook. Ansible-playbook-e inventory, and then the path of my playbook. Here we are. We expected 3 changed status because it's going to connect to the target machine, install the requirement file, the utility, then create the mount point directory, and finally mount the file system. So we are expecting 3 changed status. We have 2, let's wait one more. Here we are. Let me execute again the playbook to show you the hidden potency. So which means that if the status is already present, Ansible is not performing any further action on the target machine. And here we are, we have OK status. Let me double check, always double check, connecting via SSH demo example.com with DevOps user, then sudo su for root, and let me type mount. We can see that the last line is showing a CFS share, and let me try to write on it /share/test, just create a normal file, and here we are. We can see that we are able to use a network drive with in my workstation, and you can see also some details that is connected to another server and whatever. All the other things are headed by the distribution. So good job, Ansible, well done. Now you know how to mount a SMB CFS file system with Ansible. Subscribe to not miss the next episode of Ansible Playbook. See us on the next lesson. How to concatenate multiple files in a specific order using Ansible. This is extremely useful for service configuration file, reports, and a lot more use cases. I personally use this code for Markdown documents. I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Let's talk about Ansible module template. The full name is ansible.builtin.template, which means that it's part of Ansible core and is included in all Ansible installation. It templates a file out to a target host. Templates are processed by the Jinja 2 templating language. Also, you could use some special variable in your template. These are the full list, but I'm not using in this use case. It supports a large variety of operating systems. For basic text formatting, use the ansible.builtin.copy module, or for empty file, Ansible built-in file module. For Windows, use the ansible.windows win_template module instead. Parameters. Let me highlight the most useful parameter for template module. The only required parameter are src and dest. The src parameter specifies the parameter file name, the template file name, Templates usually are stored under templates directory with J2 file extension. The dest parameter specifies the path where to render the template to on the remote machine. The validate parameter allows you to specify the validation command to run before copying into place. It's very useful with configuration file for service. Please note that the special escape sequence %s is going to be expanded by Ansible with the destination path. If the backup parameter is enabled, Ansible creates a backup file including the timestamp before copying to destination. Let me also highlight that we could also specify the permission and see Linux properties. Demo time. Are you excited? I will show you how to concatenate multiple files in a specific order using Ansible module template and one YAML file. So, let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. Let's begin our tour starting with include.yaml. Yes, this file sounds familiar. Is the same format as pandoc use. So basically input file is a list with all the file name. I put on purpose the btxt before atxt, so this is not alphabetical order, just to show you that you can do whatever you want. Let's begin our playbook with 3- as a YAML document and one play name. An appropriate name could be concatenate demo that is going to target hosts. I don't want to put all, so let me define the value of variable hosts and I will populate this variable by command line. Let me set become false because I would like to execute this as normal user, not as root, and gather facts true because could be useful to have this statistical information. Let me define two variables. First is my input, that obviously will be the input file, exactly the YAML file. In my case is under concatenate directory and includes .yaml. Let me define also my output that will be under the same directory and with a lot of fantasy output.txt. You can customize this value with something significant for you. So on the task list, let's start rock and roll. First of all, let's include the file list, and we are going to use the include _ vars module. Specifically, I'm going to use the file named will be the value of my input. Here we go. And I'm going to save the result under the name of files. So under files variable, we will have the content of the file my input. Second task will be to actually concatenate the file and save the result to the output file. I'm going to use ansible.builtin.template. Source template will be named under template directory, templates, here we go, concatenate.j2 because Jinja2 template file, and I'm going to save the result on destination that will be the value of my output. And here we go. In a few lines of Ansible Playbook, I'm able to open a YAML file and save the output to my output. Is it done? Not completely, because we need to actually concatenate the file. For this purpose, we need the Jinja2 language that is very powerful, and let me show you how to do. First of all, I need to have a loop on all the file in my file list. So for in files input dash files, I'm saving under the files namespace because Ansible has a problem with dash, so it's more convenient to do like this, especially on the older version. So for every file in the list basically means we need to open the file. So to performing the open, I'm going to use the lookup plugin file with the file name e. So basically I'm open every file on the list exactly in the order of the YAML file and printing out in the output. That is exactly what we want. We want to read file by file and concatenate each other. So that's it. As you can see, we need only to perform one loop. Is this magic? Yeah, I think so. And done. Let me show you again. The playbook is only 18 lines for reading one input file and concatenate the output. You can scale up as much as you want, and you can customize with as many files as you want in your input. Are you curious? Let's jump to the console to see the live demo execution. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, I would like to show you the content of my concatenate directory. This is an example directory where I stored A and B file as well as the include.yaml list. So let me show you the content of concatenate a.txt, and there is a content named A content and B like a B content, as well also with a file list that is under my include.yaml. As you can see, I on purpose put b.txt before a.txt, so we can appreciate more the capability of Ansible. Now, let's execute our Ansible playbook with Ansible-playbook command line utility. Let me define the extra variable of hosts to the current localhost, and last parameter is the playbook concatenate.yaml. The execution is super fast. As you can see, we have one changed status, which means that the output file was created. What happens if we execute again with the same file? Nothing. Ansible recognizes that nothing was changed, so we have OK status and no more changes on file system. This is called idempotency. As you can see, inside the concatenate directory there is output.txt with the content in the same exact order as we expected, B content and then A content. So, job done! Compliments Ansible, and I can tell you that this is super fast also with a lot more file and a lot more content. Try in your own laboratory. Now you know how to concatenate multiple files in a specific order with Ansible module template and YAML. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give me a thumbs up, write me a comment, and in general, keep in touch with me. Have a great day and see us on the next IT adventure, and let's automate more! How to mount an NFS share in Linux with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module mount. The full name is ansible.posix.mount, which means that is part of a collection of module ansible.posix to interact with POSIX platform. The purpose of the module is to control active and configured mount points. For Windows, use the community.windows.win_mapped_drive module instead. Parameters. This module has many parameters to perform any task. The only required are path and state. The parameter path specifies the path of the mount point, for example MNT. The parameter state allows us to verify a specific state of the mount point. The option mounted, unmounted, and remounted changes the device status. The present and absent option only changed the etc fstab file. The SRC parameter specifies the device or network volume for NFS or SMB CFS. The fstype parameter specifies the file system type, so for example X4, XFS, ISO 9000, etc., NFS, CFS, etc. The OPTS parameter allows us to specify some mount options that vary for each file system type. Demo. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible Playbook to mount an NFS share. Are you ready? Let's have fun. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook to mount an NFS share in Linux. First of all, let's begin our play with a name mount module demo that is going to target hosts all. Here we are. And we need root power, so become true. Then what else? Let's define some variable that can be useful and you can customize to your use case. My NFS will be the path of the NFS server and NFS share. In my case, local IP / NFS / share. Then what else? A mount point on my Linux target machine. In my case, will be /share. Here we are. What else? Some permission. This depends by the NFS server. In my case, I set it up to 0777, so all users can read and write from the share. Some option for the mount point, so in my case, RW for read and write, and sync, because I would like to synchronize the reading and writing between the server. There are plenty of it. You just need to read the manual. So, task list, we are expecting 3 tasks. First, verify that the utility are going to be present. Let's start with a Red Hat-like system. So, we need a YAM module that will be under ansible.builtin.yam. We need 2 packages, so the name will be a list, nfs-utils, and I would like to use NFS version 4, so NFS 4-ACL-tools. State will be obviously present on the target machine, and let me also condition this module with when using the internal variable Ansible/OS/family, Ansible_OS_family equal to Red Hat. So this setup is going to run only on Red Hat-like system. Then second step will be to check if the mount point exists on the target machine. So let's name accordingly. I'm going to use module file and ansible.builtin.file. Here we go. So the path will be the value of mount point variable. Here we are. So the value of mount point, let's use parentheses accordingly for the value. Then the state will be a directory because we would like to create a directory if not present. Let me also define the mode, so the value of permission, in my case 077, here we are. And also let me add the owner that will be root and the group that is going to be root of this directory. So we define a quite specific mount point. So first step, finally we can mount our NFS share. So let's name mount network share. I'm going to use module mount under ansible.posix collection. So ansible.posix.mount. First parameter is src. In my case will be the value of my NFS variable. Here we are. And we would like to mount this NFS under the path value of mount point. Here we are. Let me define some other parameter. FS type will be NFS. And what else do we need? Oh yes, options OPTS will be the value of my OPTS. Here we are. Okay. State will be mounted because we would like to use this stuff, don't we? So first step, set up the utility, check the mount point and mount the NFS share. But this is going to work only for Red Hat-like system. You see also the variable that can help us to customize. So let me add another step for Debian-like system. So will be named utility present Debian-like. And we are going to use apt module under ansible.builtin.apt. We need two packages. So under the name list, the NFS utility and NFS 4-ACL tools, but in Debian-like NFS utils is called NFS common. Fantastic. State will be also present, but the condition will be when Ansible _OS _family equal Debian. So here we are, 4 wonderful steps to install the needed packages, set up the mount point directory, and at the end mount the NFS share in a Linux workstation. Simple playbook, few lines of code, straightforward, and you will have a fun to customize with your actual need, only changing the value of a variable in the beginning. Welcome to my console. Let me first of all connect to my demo machine using SSH DevOps as a user, and on my case is demo.example.com. Let me switch to root with sudo su command. This machine is a Red Hat-like, so let me cut the /etc Red Hat-release. Is a Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8, as you can see. So first step, let me verify the package if it's installed or not with yum list nfs-utils. We see that it is available, which means not yet installed on this system. Let me also try to list the available NFS share on my target host with show mount -- exports and the IP address, and this command is not found because it's part of a package. Let me list the content of /share, and this mount point doesn't exist. Double check, let's cut etc fstab, there is only the root file system and the swap, so no NFS. As we can see also in the mount, there is all the system stuff, but not the NFS that we are expecting. So this is a clean machine. Let me exit from root, exit from DevOps, and let me execute my playbook. Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, virtual machine demo inventory, and then the path of my playbook. Mount NFS, here we are. We are expecting some changed status on the target machine, and that is going to take some time depending on the performance of your virtual machine and also the network usage. In my case, very fast, 3 change status, so all actions were performed. Successfully install the package, create the mount point, and set up the NFS. Let me execute again the playbook to show you the hidden potency of this script. And we have a 4 OK status, which means that was successfully, and no more action executed. Let me verify manually via SSH DevOps as demo.example.com. Let's switch again to root and start with yum list nfs utils. This time the result will be not available, but I'm expecting installed. Here we are. The package is successfully installed. So we can execute the show mount -- exports and the local IP on my NFS server that is going to list the all available NFS share. In my case, only one /NFS share from the local IP. So let me verify the man point if it's correctly installed. As you can see from the content of etc fs tab, there is one more line with the NFS share. Let me verify if is already mounted with mount, and boom, last line is related to NFS for share. So it is. Let me list the content of share, and this time the directory exists with one file inside. Let me create one, not with touch. Let me use echo, so with some text inside from in /share/test2.txt. So we verify that we can write. Let me list again, and there is also test2 file, as you can see. Let me cut to verify that we can read actually this file. The previous is an empty file, so I'm not going to open for you. With df we can verify the space, and we can see that we have 60 GB NFS volume available under the shared directory. This space it adds to our Linux machine on top of our internal space that is also 70 GB. So good job, Ansible. It set up all the need, all the configuration file, and mounted the device. Now it's ready to use. Now you know how to mount an NFS share in Linux with Ansible. If you liked this video, give me a thumbs up and see us for the next Ansible Pilot lesson. Have a great day! How to delete only file and directory inside a directory with Ansible? I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. Yes, you heard correctly. I want to delete all the file and directory inside, but not the main directory. Yay! I'm Luca Burton, and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. We are talking about Ansible module find. The full name is ansible.builtin.find, which means that is part of a collection included in the Ansible core built-in collection and ready out of the box in your machine. This module returns a list of files based on a specific criteria using the find, the popular Unix command. Parameter. The most important parameter of the find module for this use case. The mandatory parameter paths specify the list of paths of directory to search. You could include a hidden file with a hidden parameter, as well as recurse in any directory under the main path with a recurse parameter. Another useful parameter is file_type, default to file, but you could filter for directory, link, or any file system object type. Are you ready to have fun? Let's move on to a little demo about how to delete only file inside a directory with Ansible Playbook. I'm going to delete only the file and directory under the example folder of my login user, DevOps. Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you how to delete only file and directory inside a directory with Ansible Playbook. First of all, let's begin our YAML document with 3- and the name for our play. In my case, could be interesting, something descriptive like delete files in dir demo. Dir is directory, of course. Oh, that is going to target host all of my inventory, and let me define also one variable, my path, that default to home DevOps example. 2 tasks on the task list. The first is to actually search for file to collect files, is a nice name, that is going to use ansible.builtin.find module. Some parameter, the paths is important, so will be my path, the value of my path variable, so you can customize this path as much as you want it. Let me add also hidden file, so let me set to true, and as well all recursive content inside, so recurse true. What else? File type, let me set it from file to any, the default, because we want file and directory and link as well. Let me register the content as collected underscore file, pretty descriptive, file name, variable name. And second step, after we collected the file, we need to remove the collected file. Using ansible.builtin.file, the module to interact with file system, some parameter first is path, in my case will be item.path, so for each item we need the path of the file system, and the state must be absent. How to loop for all the items? Well, we need a loop condition statement with underscore items is the right one, and the collected file variable as a loop variable. That's it. 20 line of code. We are able to search for all the dependent file, and for each file loop in the directory and remove it. Yay! Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine via SSH DevOps as username at demoexample.com. This is a fresh Linux machine that I'm using for this demo purpose. As you can see, there is one example directory with 0 directory and 0 file. So let's create some content. First of all, let's touch 2 files inside the example directory, as well as create one directory named delete me. And inside this directory, let's create another file, delete me, file3.txt. So the final hierarchy will be inside example directory to have one directory and 3 files in this way. I like 3 commands, it make everything very easy to understand. So now we have a content. It could be more complex, of course. So we are ready to run our Ansible code. So let's return to Ansible controller and run a code with Ansible-Playbook. Let's specify also the inventory with -e and the name of the playbook. In my case, file_only files YML. The execution will be super fast in my machine, and wow, there is some loop content. As you can see, we have a change status, which means some operations were executed on the target machine. Oh, this is great. I can also read the file name that we just created in this playbook. If we execute again, we didn't see the file, so something happened. And this script is also idempotent, as you can see. Let me connect to the target machine, and now the directory 3 of example reveal 0 directory and 0 file. Yay, we did, but the example directory is still present. Great job! Now you know how to delete only file inside a directory with Ansible. Thank you for watching, and let's automate more of our infrastructure with Ansible. See us on the next lesson of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to find all file by extension with Ansible? I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton, and welcome to today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module find. The full name is ansible.builtin.find, which means that is part of a collection included in the Ansible-core built-in collection. This module returns a list of files based on specific criteria using the find popular Unix command. The most important parameters of the find module for this use case. The mandatory parameter paths specify the list of paths of directory to search. You could include hidden files with a hidden parameter, as well as recurse in any directory under the main path with the recurse parameter. Another useful parameter is file underscore type, default to file, but you could filter by directory, link, or any file system object type. You specify what to search under the pattern list. Ansible by default uses the file globs shell patterns, but you could specify also Python regexes, enabling the use regex parameter. And now let's move on to a quick demo about how to find all files with extension using Ansible Playbook. I'm going to show you how to find a specific extension under the file system in my simple example. Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you one simple Ansible playbook to find file by extension in a specified directory. First of all, let's begin our play with a name find demo that is going to be executed on host all of my inventory. Let me define two variables that will become handy in our execution. So first is my path where to search for file under /home/devops/example directory, and my pattern, this is what to search. So let me use a shell extension star.cnf. So let me search for all with .cnf extension file. Okay, now let's start with having fun. On the task session, let's start searching for file using ansible.builtin.find module. Some parameters are needed. First is paths, so where to search for file under the value of my path. Let me specify also that I would like to include a hidden file. So in Linux, all the files that start with a dots, and recurse, of course, because we would like to traverse all the possible directories. File type is any, so search for file, directory, links, hard, soft, whatever. Using the pattern specify under my pattern, so star.cnf. If we want more file extension, let's add a comma and add more. Let's save the result under found files. This is an Ansible variable that we can use in our execution. What we can do with this variable? Well, the easiest way is to print it out on screen. So using ansible.builtin.debug module, let me specify the variable that we would like to print, in my case found underscore files, and that's it. This is a very simple Ansible playbook to list all the .cnf file in one specified directory, so /home/devops/example. You can customize with this example and add more patterns. For example, you can add more file extension using a comma and specify the second extension and whatever. Now let's move on to the terminal to share the fun. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine via SSH DevOps as username at demoexample.com. This is a demo machine that I'm using for demonstrate you everything. So let me enter in the example directory. As you can see, there are 3 files with different extensions. Only 2 of them have .cnf extensions. So now we are ready to execute our Ansible playbook. So let me disconnect from this system and execute my code. Using Ansible-playbook command, let me specify the inventory. This is only a list of hosts where to execute the code and the name of the Ansible playbook. Once we start the execution, is going to be super fast. Wow, we just got 2 matches, so which means that 2 files are find in that matches the current pattern. As you can see, scrolling up, we see the first file, that is file1.cnf and /home/devops/example. We can see the owner, the group, the access and modification time and permission and whatever. So everything is completely sorted out, and scrolling down we can see file2.cnf. This is a great source to find file in your hard drive and perform some operation after it. Yay! Great success, Ansible! Wait a minute, what happened if we execute again the same code? Well, nothing is going to be changed on the target machine, so if we execute the same code, we got the same result. This property is called idempotency, and as you can see, file 1 and file 2 are found out on the target machine. Yay! Now you know how to find all files by extension with Ansible. Thank you for watching. I hope the lesson was useful for you, so keep in touch and see us on the next adventure of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day. Yay! How to search for a string in a file with Ansible? I'm going to show you with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module line file. The full name is ansible.builtin.lineinfile, which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it supports a large variety of operating systems. You are able to insert, update and remove a single line of text in a file, but also search for a pattern. This module has some parameter to perform any task. The only required is path, where you specify the file system path of a file you are going to edit. Line is the line of text we would like to insert in file. Easy. By default, the text is going to be inserted in the end of a file, but you could personalize in a specific position with insert after, insert before. If there is any tool to validate the file, we could specify the validate parameter, very useful for configuration file. If a file does not exist, we could also create it. Usually, we would like to insert a text line, but we could also remove using state in conjunction with parameter absent. Let me also highlight that we could also specify some permission or CLinux property. Demo time. How to search for a string in a file. I'm going to show you how to search for a specific pattern in a file, specifically the SSH configuration file, and return the result using only Ansible built-in module. Are you excited? Let's move on. Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you one Ansible playbook to search for a line in file. First of all, let's begin our playbook with 3- is an YAML document and a play named search demo that is going to be executed on host all of my inventory. Let me define two variables. First is my file. This is the path in the file system where we are looking for the string. So, for example, let's search inside /etc/ssh/sshd, the daemon _config. And specifically, I would like to verify that the line password authentication is set to no. Yeah, this is a great security feature. We don't want password authentication, only SSH key. And let's this file is owned by root, so we need to become to set to true to access it. Normal user can't access this. Only one task named string found, so is returning true if the string is found. And then what else? We need ansible.builtin.lineinfile Ansible module, some parameter. First is the file name, my file. Second will be the line. So we are checking that the my line exists inside of file and state is present. Okay, now look like that we want to insert this line inside the file, but wait a second, let's specify check underscore mode so we disable any change to the file. Yes, exactly. And we save the result inside the conf variable. Let's define some failure condition. So this code is going to fail if the code is not present or the code is different. So let's set these two conditions with conf is changed or conf is failed. In this way, if the file is not does not exist or the line is different, this task is going to fail and is going to success or return OK if the string is successfully found. Can you see, in a few lines of code we are able to successfully check a string inside a file, and this is so powerful. Now let's move into the terminal to see the code in execution. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to my demo machine using SSH DevOps as username at demoexample.com. This is a simple Linux machine just freshly installed, so let me switch to root user and verify that password authentication no string is present inside etc ssh sshd underscore config. And yes, it is. As you can see, the regular expression is present. So now let me disconnect and execute my Ansible Playbook. So the code could be executed using Ansible-Playbook command. Let me specify -e for the inventory file as well as the playbook name under file management, file search YML. The execution is going to be super fast and we get OK status, which means that the string was successfully found inside the file. Yes, great result. Now let's complicate it a little bit the environment. What happens if password authentication is set to no? So let's find out. Let me connect to the demo machine, SSH DevOps at demoexample.com. Let me switch to root, and this time let me edit the file with vi etc ssh sshd. So let me jump in a search to the password authentication line and let me change from no to yes. Okay, now let me save the file with esc and :wq. Okay, now the grep command of password authentication over /etc/ssh/sshd underscore config return yes. So what the Ansible code will return? So let's find out. There is only one way. Disconnect from the machine and execute again the code. Ansible-playbook-e my inventory and the playbook name. File management, file search. The execution again will be super fast, and this time we got a fatal error, which means that the text wasn't found in the file. Don't get wrong by the message line ended wasn't added because we are in check mode. So, and we have another case. Maybe the file isn't present on the target machine. How we can simulate? Well, we could move the file to a different path. So let me connect to the target machine, switch to root, and this time enter in the directory and rename sshd underscore config to sshd underscore config.old. So now the file doesn't exist anymore, is moved to old. Let me be more explicit. If I list the expected path /etc/ssh/sshd underscore config, I got no such file or directory. So what Ansible is going to return? There is only one way to find it out. Let's execute the code again. Another super fast execution. We got return code 257 And clear message, destination does not exist. Fatal error, which means the text is not present in the configuration file. Yay! Great success, Ansible! Thank you! Now you know how to search for a string in a file with Ansible, and how you could use successfully in your Ansible Playbook code. Thank you for watching. I hope this lesson was useful for you, and we can see again in another Ansible pilot adventure. Have a great day. See ya! How to create ISO image from file and folders with Ansible. I'm going to show you a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Let's talk about the Ansible module ISO_create. The full name is community.general.iso_create, which means that it's part of a collection or module community.general maintained by the Ansible community. This module requires the extra pycdlib Python library. You can easily install the pycdlib Python library using pip, the Python package installer. The purpose of the module is to generate ISO file with specified files and folders, exactly what we need. Let me summarize the main parameters of the module ISO_create. The required parameters are only dest_ISO and src_files. The dest_ISO parameter contains the generated ISO file absolute path according to the ISO 9660 standard. The src_files parameter contains the list of absolute paths of the source file and folders. Just it, not only. There are a few more interesting parameters that you really would like to include in your Ansible playbook. You probably would like to set to 4 the interchange_level parameter, because it allows you to specify which of the 4th ISO 9660 standard to support. Default is to 1. Level 1 is the most restrictive standard, but also the most standard, and level 4 is the most permissive one. With all ISO 9660 levels from 1 to 3, all the file names are restricted to uppercase letters, numbers, and underscore. File names are limited to 31 characters, directory nesting is limited to 8 level, and path names are limited to 255 characters. Level 1 allow maximum 8 characters for names and 3 characters for extension. Joylet is a popular ISO 9660 extension in the Windows-like environment that you could enable using setting to 3 the Joylet parameter to allow you to support file names up to 103 characters in length according to MK ISOFS documentation. Rock Ridge is another popular ISO 9660 extension in the Unix-like operating system to enable up to 255 bytes long file names and soft and hard links. You can enable the 1.12 specification setting accordingly the rock_ridge parameter. Another popular extension is the Universal Disk Format, UDF, that allows you to create, delete, and change on disk just as a general purpose file system, especially for writable devices. You can enable the UDF specification 2.60, setting the UDF boolean accordingly. Everything clear? Yes, so let's move on to a real-life Ansible playbook to create ISO image from files and folder. I'm going to show you how to create an example.iso image from a file inside the user's home directory. Let's move on. Welcome to my editor. I'm going to show you how to create an ISO file with Ansible Playbook. First of all, let's begin our YAML document with 3 dash and one name for a play. ISO_create module demo that is going to be executed on all of my inventory. On the task list, only one that is named create an ISO file. On the Ansible module, we specify community.general.iso_create. Few parameters. First of all, the list of files, src_files. This is mandatory, and in my case only one, /home/devops, this is the home directory of my user, and hello world.txt. Could be a file or folder, of course. Second mandatory parameter is dest_iso, this is the output file. Let me save it under /home/devops/test.iso. Important ISO 9660 parameters, interchange_level, let me set to 4, the most permissive one, and Juliet extension to 3. So this is a pretty extended ISO 9660 file. As you can see, in a few lines of code we are able to create a new ISO image with some specified file. I added only one, but feel free to add as many as you need, and also with folders and more complex 3. But for the sake of this demo, only one file will be enough. Welcome to my terminal. Now I'm in my Ansible controller, and let me connect to the target node, in my case demoexample.com, via SSH DevOps as username. Let me list the file. In the current folder there is a hello world file.txt with some example text on it. And just for double check, there is not a test.iso file. This file will be created by Ansible on the playbook execution. And that's pretty much it. So this is a fresh installed node with only a text file in the home directory. So now let's execute together our Ansible playbook with Ansible-playbook command line tool. Let me specify my inventory file with -e parameter and the name of my playbook under file management create_iso. As expected, we miss the Python library pycdlib on demoexample.com. This is because the ISO file is generated on the target node, so we need to install this library on the target node. So let me connect to the DevOps user, let me switch to root and install this library system-wide with pip3 install pycdlib. The execution is super smooth and it takes only a few seconds to download this library to the target node. Let me verify using Python free interpreter and try to import pycdlib. We didn't got an error, so everything went smoothly. So let me disconnect from the target node and execute my Ansible playbook again. Okay, so this time I'm expecting not get any fatal error, and we got a change status. Yay, success! So an ISO file was successfully created on the target node. And is this module idempotent? I don't believe so. This module will create a new ISO file that overrides the previous one each execution. So let me type again the same exact Ansible playbook and we got a change status. So remind that this playbook is not idempotent. Okay, now let's take a look on the target node on the generated file. Okay, there is a hello world txt and test.iso file. And let me verify the format of this file. Yes, it's ISO 9660 CD-ROM file system data. We are not able to access it with a tree, and how we can verify that everything is correct inside? Well, we can specify the file system type ISO 9660 test ISO, and there is a mount point. Okay, yes, let me save it under mnt virtualbox. Oh, only root can mount CD-ROM file system. Okay, let me switch to sudo, and now the file system is successfully mounted on the mount point. and there is one file inside of it. Yes, so let me cut the content and its example. So this is exactly the same file that we created before. Let's verify we mount that the last line is our ISO image. So remind you to mount the file system before leaving the target node. So, oh no. So I need to mount /mnt virtualbox. Here we go. And let's double check together that there is a hello world and ISO file into the home directory of the user. Yay, great. It looks like that everything is perfect done. Good job, Ansible. Now you know how to create ISO image from files and folders with Ansible. Thank you for watching and see us on the next automation adventure with Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! Yay! How to create a user account with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible Module User. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It manages user accounts. It supports a huge variety of Linux distributions, Sun OS, Mac OS, and FreeBSD. This module uses on Linux distribution user-head to create a user. On FreeBSD, this module uses pw user-head. On Mac OS, this module uses dscl to create a user. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This module has some parameters to perform a lot of tasks. The only required is name, that is the username of our account. State allows us to create or delete a user. In our case, the default is already set to present to create a user. Password is very often used in conjunction with password_hash filter to generate a password. Please note that you could specify the encryption algorithm, in this case SHA-512, as well as the salt to make your password more robust. We could specify all the usual Unix properties, such as UID, comment, shell, expires, password expire minimum and maximum time. Another important parameters are group and groups. Please note the and s. The first, without the s ending, indicate the primary group of user. The second, with the s ending, set the other group membership. So be very careful with the s ending. It could end up a very different setup. Usually, we would like to create a user home directory, so create underscore home parameter is default to yes, but we could override if we don't need a home directory. Let me also highlight that we could also generate a SSH key with a lot of options. The fingerprint and the public key are available in the long list of returned values. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible Playbook to create a user account. And welcome to my editor. So first of all, I would like to create a user example in my Linux box. So let me start my playbook with one play that is named user module demo. I will target all hosts, and because I need a super user root power, I will switch become to true, so I can use a privilege escalation. My task will be only one, so the task list will be one, and let me name like user example present. I'm using ansible.builtin.user module with some parameter. Let's start with name, and example will be the username of a user. For password, I'm going to usually use the filter hash that is provided by Ansible. So let me start with the double parenthesis. That means that the result of password with a pipe of a function password underscore hash. Let me specify also the encryption, that as the first parameter is SHA 512, and the salt that will be, for example, my secret salt, but I will really encourage you to use a more robust one. You can use also some random seed that you can find in the documentation. Let me close my parentheses, so password will be the calculation of this function. The user will still log in with password, but on the system side will be stored in the encryption way. Let me add some groups, so I will show you how the user can be member of multiple group. In my case, will, so it will be able to perform the sudo and use the ADM, so reading the log file. State will be present and is a string, so let me use the double quote. As a shell, let me specify bin bash, which is also the default. System is a parameter that defines if this need to be a system account, so minus 1000. In my case, no, which is also the default. Create a home, yes, we would like to create the home directory, and let me specify, in my case, home/example, and let me add also a comment like Ansible example will be great. Example, yeah, that. And that's it. I could ask also the generation of SSH keys, turning on the parameter generate SSH key. And we will see that we're expecting that Ansible to create a .ssh directory with all the requirement file with a public key and private key. And let me take a look. Oh, there is one mistake, that create home now is with an underscore since Ansible 2.5. And here we are. Now it looks good. Let's jump to the console. And welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to the target system and verify that the user example is not present. Let me connect with the same user that I'm going to use with Ansible and switch with privilege escalation. With sudo su, let me have get end password, and we can see that the user example is not present. Let me grep just to double check, and it's not here. So obviously also the home directory doesn't exist. Let me execute Ansible-Playbook -c and specify my inventory file and then my user.yml playbook. It is going to perform one task that I'm expecting in a changed status, and here it is. It creates the user example with all the property that we defined. Let me execute again to double check that is not creating. Look, this is great. It's only double check that the user exists with all the property that we specify. Let me connect to the target machine and execute again get end passwd to check it out that the user example exists. Cool. Let me verify also the group membership with get end group. And boom, yes, it's member of ADM and will as expected. The latest check is going to be on the home directory of the user. So let me list the content on home example, yes, and here we are. The home directory is present and also SSH with a public and a private key. Good job, Ansible. The latest check will be try to connect to the target machine with a username and password we specified in the playbook. So in my case, SSH example at the IP address of the target server. Let me type the password, that in my case is password. And yes, here we are inside. Let me verify also the permission of the file that is going to be assigned to example user and example like a group. It seems that everything is fine. Now you know how to create a user account with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. Have a great day! How to remove a user account with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module user. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It manages user account and supports a huge variety of Linux distributions, Sun OS, Mac OS and FreeBSD. This module uses on Linux distribution userdel to delete, on FreeBSD uses pw userdel, on macOS this module uses dscl to delete. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This module has many parameters to perform any task. The only required is name, that is the username. State allow us to create or delete a user. In our use case, we need to specify absent to delete a user. If we would like to remove the directory associated with a user, we need to set the parameter remove. The behavior is the same as userdel -- remove. Files in the user's home directory will be removed along with the home directory itself and the user's mail spool. Files in the other part of the file system will have to be searched for and deleted manually. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to delete a user. Welcome to my editor. So let me start creating one playbook with one play named user module demo. Then I will target all the hosts, so host all. Then the became parameter because we need the privilege escalation to root user to perform a change to the user in the system. And then in the task list there is only one task that it will be named user example not present because we would like to check it out that this user is not present in our system. And then we are going to target ansible.builtin.user with an username, so name example, and then we need to specify the state that need to be absent, so not present in the system. So absent is the string that we need to type, and let me specify also the parameter remove to true. So would like to remove the home directory of the user example if present. Let me demonstrate you on the console. Welcome to my terminal. First of all, let me connect to the remote system to ensure that the user, in our case example, is present in the system. So let me switch from DevOps to root user and then type getEnt passwd, and here we are. You see the last user is example and is present. Let me verify that this user has a home directory with some file and directory inside. For example, there is the SSH key. Let me exit from root, exit from my DevOps user, and execute my playbook. So Ansible-playbook --e inventory file, and then delete user, user.yml. Let me execute. I'm expecting a change of status because it means that it removes the user. Yes, we did. Let me execute again, so we'll demonstrate you that OK status means no action performed on the target machine. Let's verify connecting again via SSH to the target machine. Again, I need to switch to root, sudo su, and get end pass wd. There is no user example anymore. Let me verify also the home directory, home example, no file present. So it was deleted completely, as you can see. Yes, good job, Ansible. You did. Now you know how to remove a user account with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to change a user password with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module user. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It supports Linux distribution, Sun OS, Mac OS, and FreeBSD. For Windows target, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This module has many parameters to perform a lot of tasks, but for today's use case, we need only 3. The only required is name, that is the username of the user. In the parameter state, we need to specify present option. Obviously, we can't change a password of a not existing account. The most important parameter is password, which allows you to specify the new password. For macOS target, the password is in clear text, so simply specify in your playbook. For Linux target, the password must be encrypted before. We could use the password _hash Ansible filter to generate this password. Please note that you could specify the encryption algorithm as well as the salt to make your password more robust. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to change a user account password in Linux. Are you ready? Let's dip. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one playbook how to change a password for a user. First of all, let's start with one play name user module demo. Let me target all the hosts and let me also define become true because I need root privilege for creating users to my system. Let me define 2 variables, my user with one example user example and my password with a password. Not a lot of fantasy, but you can customize. And then let's start one task, name change password, that is going to use the module ansible.builtin.user with some parameter. In my case, 3 parameter, the name of the user, in my case, the value of my user variable. Then on the state, we need to be present on the system. And the password, in my case, is a Linux system, so I need to use the value of my password and the password underscore hash filter. I will use the encryption SHA-512 and let me close the two parentheses of a value. So this is my playbook that is going to create a user example with a password, and if the user is already present, is going to assign the password to this user. Let me show you in my console. Welcome to my console. Let me execute my playbook using Ansible -playbook -e. Let me specify the inventory file and then the path of my playbook. In my case, change user password and user YAML. I'm expecting one changed status because this playbook did some modification on the target system. If we execute again, it do return another changed status because it's not idempotent. Let me verify the successful password change accessing via SSH the user. Let me type password and here we are. The playbook was successful. Now you know how to change the password of a user account with Ansible. Subscribe to channel not to miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to disable a user account with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module user. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that is part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It manages user account. It supports a huge variety of Linux distributions, Sun OS, Mac OS and FreeBSD. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This module has many parameters to perform any task. The only required is name, that is the username. The parameter state allows us to create or delete a user. In our case, the user needs to be present on the target system. The password_lock parameter specifies to lock the user password. This parameter uses the passwd tool on Linux machine to disable a password by changing it to a value which matches no possible encrypted value. By here it had an exclamation mark at the beginning of the password. This parameter does not disable the user, only lock the password. Attention! This parameter does not always mean the user cannot log in using other meter. The shell parameter specifies the user shell. A very special shell is the no login. When a user with that shell logs in, they will get a polite message saying this account is currently not available. This message can be customized with the file etc/nologin.txt. So combining together password lock and shell, we obtain the disable of the user. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to disable a user account. Welcome to my editor. I will demonstrate you a simple Ansible playbook about how to disable a user. So first of all, let me begin with one play named user module demo. Let me specify the host, the target host that are all in my case, and I need a privilege escalation, so become true, because only root can modify the user table. And let me define one variable, for example, my user. I'm using example in my case, but you can customize with a proper username. Then on the task list, there is only one named disable user, which is going to use the ansible.builtin.user module with 4 different parameters. The first is name, that is the account name, in my case the value of my user variable, and then the state need to be present, which means the user exists. Then let me set the password lock to true, and let me assign the shell to /bin/no-login. Here we are. This simple playbook is going to set the preference of example. If it's not present, it's going to create the example username, set the password lock, and assign the shell to no-login. The result will be a user present on the system that can have all the file, but is not able to access the system. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to the target machine. In my case, I'm using SSH DevOps as username and demo.example.com. Then I need to switch to root account because it's the only one having user privilege. So sudo su. Let me verify the user that we are going to create. Example does not exist on the target machine. And let me take a look on the passwd file that is not present. So I think we can exit, log out of this system, double exit because from root and from normal user, and let me execute my Ansible playbook. So Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, and then my playbook. I'm expecting a changed status, which means that some actions are performed on the target machine. Here we are. And let me execute again so you can verify the idempotency of the script, which means that return OK if no action are going to perform on the target machine. Now let me connect again to the target machine with DevOps at demo.example.com. Let me become a root and let me list with getEnt passwd. Here we are. The last entry is my user example, and we can verify that the shell parameter is /bin/no-login as we expected. Let me also verify the password lock present, and it is, so this is a good sign. Just double check how the password lock is performed, having a grep of example user in /etc/shadow, and as you can see the user example, and then we have a colon, and the second parameter is the hashed password. In my case there are 2 exclamation marks, which means the user has no password assigned, and the first exclamation mark means the password is locked. So good job. Now you know how to disable a user account with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day. How to enable a user account with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module user. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that is part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It manages user account and supports a huge variety of Linux distributions, Sun OS, Mac OS and FreeBSD. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This module has many parameters to perform a lot of tasks. The only required is name, that is the username of the account. The parameter state allow us to create or delete a user. In our case, need to be present. Otherwise, we can't enable a user. The password lock parameter specifies to unlock the user password if locked. This parameter uses the passwd tool to change a password by changing it to a value which matches no possible encrypted value. It adds a exclamation mark at the beginning of the password. To enable our user, obviously we need to disable this parameter. The shell parameter specifies the user shell. Two very special shells are no login and false shell. Apply the value of /bin/bash to restore user access. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to enable a user without password lock and with the appropriate shell. Welcome to my editor. I will show you a simple playbook to enable a user. So first of all, let me begin with one play named user module demo. Then I'm going to specify the hosts, in my case all, and I need also privilege escalation to act as a root, so become true. Then let me define one variable, in my case my user, and let me assign, for example, why not? So example will be the username. Then let's start the task list. We are going to have only one task named enable user, and I'm going to use the Ansible module ansible.builtin.user with 4 different parameters. The first is the name of the user, so I'm going to specify the value of my user variable. The state need to be present on the target machine. And let me specify password_lock to false and assign the shell /bin/bash, which is the default shell, but you can customize. So quick overview, we have a simple playbook with one play that is going to execute as a root user to create the example account on the target machine, and I'm going to verify that it's not locked and with a normal shell. This is the opposite of disable user playbook. Welcome to my console. First of all, let us verify the status of the user example. So let me connect to my demo machine using the same user Ansible is using. So SSH devops@demoexample.com, then switch to root with sudo su, and then get end passwd grep, for example, and this is our user. As you can see, is assigned the shell /bin/no-login, so is not able to connect. Let me verify the password lock with passwd capital letter S example, and let's see that this user is password locked. Let us also grep the etc/shadow to verify that the second field began with a question mark, which means that the exclamation mark, apologies, to see that this is the way how Linux system locked the account. So let's exit from root and exit for normal user and apply our playbook. As usual, we execute with Ansible-playbook-e inventory file and then the path. In my case, enable user account. We're expecting a change status. Here we are, which means some modification happens on the target machine. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency of this playbook, and it is because it returned OK status, which means no change applied. Then let's jump on the target machine. Again, let's switch to root and let's execute the same command. So we see that now getEnt passwd grep example, and we are expecting one change. Here we are. The shell of the user is now /bin/bash, and verify the locking status of example with passwd capital letter S, and password is set SHA-512 crypt, so everything is fine. Just for double check, let's grep example over /etc/shadow. We see that the password is no longer started with question mark, which means that the password is enabled. So, good job Ansible, the user is able to connect with a password previously selected. If you want, we can change password with Ansible, but this is another lesson. Now you know how to enable a user account with Ansible. Subscribe to channel to not miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot, and have a great day! How to set user password expiration time on Linux with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Burton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about the Ansible module user. The full name is ansible.builtin.user, which means that it's part of a collection or module built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It manages user account and supports a huge variety of Linux distributions. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_user module instead. This schema represents the Linux password aging policy. Let me highlight that the Ansible native module user is able to set only the min days and max days parameters. Max days set the password policy for requesting password should be renewed, for example, in every 90 days. Min days set the minimum days should be waiting for changing the password again, for example, after 7 days from the last change. To disable password aging, specify the value 99999 to max days. For the other parameters, you need to rely on the chage command line utility or via the Ansible shell module. Parameters. This module has many parameters to perform any task, but let's focus on the important one. The only required is name, that is the username. In the password_expire_min parameter, you specify the value of the min days validity. In the password underscore expire underscore max parameter, you specify the value of the max days validity. Please note that these parameters are Linux only. Let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook about how to set user password expiration time on Linux. Welcome to my editor. I will show you one simple playbook about how to set password aging and expiration policy. First of all, let's start with one play named user module demo that is going to target all the hosts in our inventory file. I need also to specify become true because I need a privilege escalation of the root user. I'm going to define my username as a parameter in the variable section. So my user is equal to example. So I'm going to alter the example user. On the task list, I'm going to have only one task named password expiration that is going to use the Ansible.built-in user module with three parameters. First, and the mandatory one, is the name, that is the value of my user. Then two additional parameters, password, and let me find the right, no, password, here we are, underscore expire underscore min, then and password underscore expire underscore max to 90. So here we are, one simple playbook that set for the user example the expiration policy of 7 and 90 days as maximum. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my target system, in my case SSH DevOps as a user at demo.example.com as a hostname. Then I'm going to switch to root with sudo su and let me verify the parameter of chage utility with --help. I need the -l parameter and example as username. As you can see, these are the normal parameter and the maximum number is set to 999, so the aging policy is not in place and the password expiration is never. Now I'm going to run my playbook, so let me log out from the root user, log out from DevOps and execute my playbook with Ansible-playbook-e, my inventory file, and then my playbook name. I'm expecting a very fast execution because it's going to alter only two parameters of the user, the minimum and maximum expiration time. Let me execute again to demonstrate the idempotency of Ansible. The first time the status was changed, the second time only OK, because no action are performed on the target machine. Now let's verify together the result of this execution. Let me connect again via SSH and sudo su for user, chage -l example user. Here we are, we have a password expiration date 6th of February and then the minimum of 7 and the maximum of 90 days. But what it means practically, if I change the password of my user, what I'm going to see? So let's, for example, change the password as user, as a root, and we see that is possible. Let's change again and it's still possible because he's a root user. He has the power to do everything. But what happens if I'm connecting as example user, try to change the user password? And we can see that we are going to have an error because we are colliding the minimum days policy. So here we are. We successfully apply the Linux aging policy, applying some user password expiration rule. Good job! Now you know how to set user password expiration time on Linux with Ansible. Thank you for watching and don't miss the next episode of Ansible Pilot. How to create a group with Ansible? I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module group. The full name is ansible.builtin.group, which means that is part of a collection of module built-in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years. It add or remove groups. It supports a huge variety of Linux distributions and macOS. It relies on free Linux command group add, group del, and group mod. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_group module instead. This module has some parameters to perform different tasks. The only required is name, that is the group name. The state parameter allow us to create or delete a group. In our case, the default is already set to present to create a group. The system parameter allow to create a system group, a special one for only system services. We don't need it. You could specify the group ID, the number that identify our group in Linux system using the GID parameter. The local parameter is quite special because allow to use the local command alternatives on platforms that implement a central authentication system. We don't need it, but just in case. So let's jump in a real-life Ansible playbook to create a group. Are you ready? Welcome to my editor. I will show you one playbook to create a group. First of all, let me begin with one play named group module demo. We need to specify the target host, in my case hosts all. Let me also specify become true because I need root privilege to install, to update the group in the system. Then I'm going to specify one variable named myGroup with a value, with the name of a new group, in my case example, but we can customize as you wish. Only one task named create a group that is going to use the module ansible.builtin.group. Let me add the name of the group, in my case the value of the variable example between parentheses, and the state obviously need to be present. And here we have one playbook with one play that is going to create the group example inside my target host. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect to my target host to verify that the group of my example is not present. First of all, let me connect with DevOps user, then switch to root with sudo su, and now get ent group to list all the group of my system. Let me pipe grep example with no result, so the group example don't exist in this host. Let me exit the root, exit the normal user, then let me execute the Ansible Playbook with Ansible-Playbook- in my inventory file and the name of my playbook. I'm expecting one changed status. Here we are, because some actions are performed on the target machine. Let me execute again the playbook to demonstrate the idempotency. In this case only OK, because the group is already present. Let me connect to the target system to verify that the group is present. SSH user DevOps, then sudo su to enter in root, and get ent group to list all the group, and here we have the group example is present on the system. Good job, Ansible. Now you know how to create a group with Ansible. Thank you and have a great day. See us in the next lesson. How to delete a group in Linux with Ansible, I'm going to show you in a live demo with some simple Ansible code. I'm Luca Berton and welcome in today's episode of Ansible Pilot. Today we are talking about Ansible module group. The full name is ansible.builtin.group, which means that it's part of a collection of modules built in with Ansible and shipped with it. It's a module pretty stable and out for years, and it adds or removes groups. It supports a huge variety of Linux distributions and macOS. It relies on 3 Linux commands: group add, group del, and group mod. For Windows, use the ansible.windows.win_group module instead. This module has some parameter to perform some task. The only required is name, that is the group name. The state parameter allows us to create or delete a group. In our use case, set to absent to delete a group. The local parameter allows us to use the local command alternative on platforms that implement, for example, a central authentication system. But we are not using this in our demo. Speaking of a demo, why don't try by ourselves how to delete a group with Ansible Playbook in a small demo? Let's have fun! Welcome to my editor. I will show you a simple playbook to delete a group. First of all, let's begin our YAML document, then let's start with the name of a play, in my case group module demo. Then let me target host all. Also I need become set to true because I need root privilege to alter the user group of the workstation. Let me define a variable, in my case my group under vars, and with example this will be the group name. Then only in the task session, only one task named delete group, seems a proper name. I will use the Ansible module ansible.builtin.group. 2 parameters. First is the name, in my case the value of my group variable with a proper parenthesis, and state need to be absent. So that's it, one simple playbook with only one play that is going to delete the group defined by my group variable, in my case example. It's simple and you can customize as your need. Welcome to my console. First of all, let me connect via SSH using user DevOps to my demo.example.com machine to verify that the example group exists on this machine. Sudo su because we need to have a root privilege. GetEnt group is a long list. The last is example. Let me grep, pipe grep for example, so is more clear. But the group example has group ID 1001 in this machine. Let me exit from root, exit from the user DevOps, and let me execute on my Ansible controller the Ansible-Playbook-E, my inventory file, and then my playbook file. It will be very fast execution, and I'm expecting a changed status. Here we are, because some actions are performed on the target machine. Let me execute again to verify the idempotency of the playbook. Now we have only one OK status, which means that no action were performed because the group probably doesn't exist anymore. Let me verify this connecting via SSH again, sudo su for root, getEnt root group, pipe grep example, and this time is empty. Let me remove the pipe so we can have a list of all the group. It's a long list, but as you can see, group example with group ID 1001 doesn't exist anymore. So, good job, Ansible. Now you know how to delete a group with Ansible. If you liked this session, give me a thumbs up and see us in the next lesson. Bye!